Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're waking up to a lot. We kind of literally unwound all of the last 2 days, gapped up a little bit, unwound it all for no reason. There wasn't too many headlines overseas. You did get bad news out of China and Apple there a little later. That started dropping things. There was a bridge collapse in Baltimore. It's actually very big. That one was very, very bad. We got to hear a little bit from China, even the Bank of Japan, but all in all, nothing too crazy. We have a lot more data. You did have durable goods orders in the morning. They came out stronger than expected. I do think you just had house prices come out right now, and we have a couple more sets there, but for the most part, market not pricing in too much. We are technically near the upside of giving back what we did yesterday, so we'll see if that quarter point moves or not, but not too many headlines. Some people bringing up earnings. We're going to get through this week, and then before you know it, it's Friday, the end of March. There's going to be the quarter rebalancing, and then it's a new month, baby. And then we begin the new quarter. Good morning, Chattadonia. What's going on? How you living? Oh, Tim Whitman in the house. Zura, Zach Perez, Jason Navarro, Najee Wolf, Diaz, Ka, baby. Good morning. Oh, good morning, Tim. Mark J. Candy, a Wise, B. Dizzle, Mr. Malone. Good morning, baby. How you living, Nathan? Me Nacho, Prabo, El Chapato, Buffalo, baby. Braxton. Oh, good morning, Christian, Joseph, Zenith, Miguel. Good morning, baby. What up, Riley? What up, Sam? How you living, Nate? Positive Vibes, Jamar, Jerry Wood, y'all. Good morning. Carissa Hines, Charlie in the tree, baby. Good morning. Marcus Hanlon, Jerry Woods, Guts for the long term, Ava, Matthew, Rapunza. Good morning, baby. What about Robert, Theo, S2K, GLD, baby. Laker, Jay. Good morning. Oh, Gary. How you living, baby? How you living? Y'all feeling good? And that reminds me, Gary, we got to get that up there. We got to get that up there. Good morning, Chattadonia. Dro. Oh, Dro, Joey, Ramon, Christian, Illy, Rodney, Andrew, Joey, Cute Kexel, baby. Good morning. S-Dub for mayor. That's what I'm talking about. Chattadonia, way to hold it down. Way to hold it down, bro. The Twitch, I don't have the Twitch up, and I don't have the kick or anything. I was playing with the thing yesterday, and it messed up my audio, so I didn't have time to get it set up, unfortunately. I know, but I do have something in store for you today, so bear with me, Chattadonia. But I hope your morning is good. Again, we already got some headlines. I don't know how exciting today will be. We'll find out, but I do have the news for you. Okay? I have the news for you. So bear with me. It's going to be separated into two parts today. This one might sound a little different. Okay? So God bless you. Good morning. Good. Only half of it. Futures edge higher as U.S. data keeps mood cautious. U.S. stocks were set to rebound from 2 days of losses as investors look toward U.S. data for pointers on whether the recent rally has room to run. Futures on the S&P 500 ticked higher after Monday's decline on Wall Street, while European equities held steady. Treasuries were flat, while the dollar weakened against most of its group of 10 peers. Concern about a disconnect between earnings expectations and share prices has grown this week. U.S. durable goods and consumer confidence data are due today, ahead of the government's closely followed personal consumption expenditures. Price index on Friday, when many markets will be closed for Easter holidays. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is due to speak the same day. For Vincent Juvens, global market strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, better visibility on the economy means that focus is turning back to earnings going into the second quarter. Markets are expensive, not too expensive, but it would be dangerous to bet on further upside without earnings driving it, he said. Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan Chase & Co. strategists were the latest to warn that lofty valuations will be hard to justify if they're not accompanied by an acceleration in company profits. The S&P 500 is up almost 10% this year on a combination of healthy U.S. economic data, Fed rate cut wagers, and optimism about artificial intelligence. Among individual stock moves in Europe, AP Møller-Maersk AS fell after the shipping giant said that it chartered a container vessel that hit the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore on Tuesday. Ocado Group plc rose after sales at its online grocery business got a boost from price cuts, while BNP Paribas SA gained after Goldman Sachs Group, Inc. upgraded the French bank to a buy rating thanks to a better operating backdrop. In the U.S., shares of former President Donald Trump's social media startup surged around 20% in pre-market trading after it completed a merger with Digital World Acquisition Corp. Tesla Inc. gained after an Italian newspaper said that officials at the country's industry ministry contacted the firm about the potential production of electric trucks. Meanwhile, the Financial Times cited Chief Investment Officer Andrew Balls as saying PIMCO is holding a smaller than usual position in U.S. Treasuries and prefers the bonds of countries such as the U.K. and Canada. PIMCO believes inflationary pressures may lead the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates more slowly than other major central banks, according to the report. In Asia, Japan's Finance Minister Shunichi Suzuki said Tuesday the government will take appropriate steps against excessive currency moves without ruling out any measures. MSCI's Asian equity gauge held on to modest gains as shares rose in Hong Kong and Japan, but dropped in Australia and Taiwan. Dollar-yen is likely to stay above 150, according to Mitul Kotecha, head of foreign exchange and emerging market macro strategy Asia at Barclays Bank plc in Singapore. Intervention will really depend on when we get through big levels, he said on Bloomberg Television. You'd imagine that once we start breaking through big levels, such as 155 or 160, for instance, you'd see more of an aggressive stance from the Japanese authorities. The offshore yuan strengthened for a second day after China's central bank reinforced its support for the currency. Oil was little changed after the biggest gain in a week, with OPEC Plus set to affirm its policy of production cuts amid tensions in the Middle East and Russia. Gold hovered near a record high. Back to gains, U.S. stock futures are pointing to a higher open after the record-setting rally, turbocharged last week by optimism about Federal Reserve rate cuts, halted on Monday. S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 futures are both rising after 0.3% declines in the two benchmarks yesterday. There's still a degree of caution in the market ahead of data release is still to come this week, and with growing concern about a disconnect between earnings expectations and share prices. Trump's paper boost, Trump Media and Technology Group, has jumped in pre-market trading following the completion of its merger with Digital World Acquisition. The most high-profile blank check deal in the U.S. market for years. The deal will give the group, the parent company of Donald Trump's Truth Social platform, much-needed capital and will provide a paper windfall for the former president as he faces a series of legal and financial woes. Some investors took a loss voluntarily by pulling out of the deal. China meetings. Some U.S. executives in China are extending their stay in the country after receiving invites to a meeting on Wednesday with a top leader, widely anticipated to be Premier Xi Jinping. Efforts by China to counter the downbeat narrative about a structural slowdown in the economy have been given a boost by chief executives in the country, including Apple's Tim Cook. Apple's Tim Cook. All right. I got a little bit more at the other one. That's all. All right, we're training him. He's still learning.
Bitcoin above $70,000.
Shout out to Peach, baby. I saw it.
Bitcoin has maintained its rise back above $70,000, with enthusiasts appearing to shrug off the outflows from exchange-traded funds seen last week. The swing that the digital coin took on Monday also happened during U.S. rather than Asian hours. An increasingly frequent occurrence which appears to have followed the rollout of the ETFs in the U.S. market. The crypto market is also getting ready for the highly anticipated halving event for Bitcoin this year. Coming up. Durable goods, consumer confidence, and manufacturing data is all on the slate for the U.S. today, though the lineup of speakers from the Federal Reserve goes quiet after a trio on Monday, including Lisa Cook emphasizing the need for a cautious approach to cuts. The earnings calendar is quiet, with spices and seasonings maker McCormick up to bat. Keep an eye on gambling companies too after FanDuel owner Flutter Entertainment's results showed strong trading around the Super Bowl and expectations for a surge in U.S. profit. Top overnight news. Japan's BOJ isn't as dovish as markets think as the central bank adopts a data-dependent outlook rather than one that's committed to sustaining policy accommodation regardless of economic conditions. RTRS. China's central bank reinforced its support for the under-pressure yuan by strengthening its daily reference rate for the managed currency by the most since January. BBG. Some U.S. executives in Beijing for a business summit are rejigging their schedules after being invited to meet tomorrow with a top Chinese leader, widely expected to be Xi Jinping. Tim Cook described China as vibrant and so dynamic, and pledged fresh investment in applied research. BBG. The U.S. faces a Liz Truss-style market shock if the government ignores the country's ballooning federal debt, the head of Congress's independent fiscal watchdog has warned. Philip Swagel, director of the Congressional Budget Office, said the mounting U.S. fiscal burden was on an unprecedented trajectory, risking a crisis of the kind that sparked a run on the pound and the collapse of Truss's government in the UK in 2022. FT. U.S. gas prices are set to hit the highest level in 2 years just ahead of the summer driving season, creating a fresh headwind for the consumer. BBG. The Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore collapsed after a container vessel rammed into it early Tuesday, sending vehicles plunging into the water. The disaster will probably cause chaos, both for shipping at one of the busiest ports on the U.S. East Coast and on the roads. Rescuers are searching for at least 7 people believed to be in the water. BBG. The world faces a looming retirement crisis that requires a rethink of pensions and working patterns as medical breakthroughs boost longevity. BlackRock chief executive Larry Fink warned on Tuesday in his closely watched annual letter to chief executives and investors. FT. Bond fund giant PIMCO is holding a smaller than usual position in U.S. Treasuries and prefers the bonds of countries such as the UK and Canada, as it believes inflationary pressures may lead the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates more slowly than other major central banks. FT. Adam Neumann, the former chief executive and co-founder of WeWork, recently submitted an offer to buy the bankrupt co-working company for more than $500 million. According to people familiar with the matter. Wall Street Journal.
Wall Street Journal. Alrighty, that's it. I got a little bit more. I hope the Josh AI didn't freak you out too much. But like the video, baby, let's get 1,000 before the bell. There's a little bit more. S&P futures are up by 0.3 Tuesday pre-market trading. A bit off the best levels comes after stocks finished mostly lower in an uneventful Monday trading. A number of high-profile tech names lagged on EU and China headlines, while energy, utilities, and materials outperform. Treasuries mostly firmer following Monday's backup in yields. Dollar down by 0.1. Gold is up by 0.8. Bitcoin futures down by 0.3 after an 11% gain on Monday, and WTI is up by 1. Not much going on with talk of limited participation in the Easter holiday. In addition, next week expected to be much more interesting with U.S. CPI and FOMC minutes on Wednesday and ECB decision on Thursday. Also, a couple of AI events, Google Cloud Next Conference and Marvel. No real shift in market narrative. Bulls focused on June rate cuts from the Fed, near-term QT, tapering, firm macro backdrop, LDD percentage, S&P EPS growth in 24, AI secular growth theme. Bears are focused on slow, choppy disinflation, premature policy pivots, potential cracks in strong labor market, and resilient consumer narratives. Earnings risk from dampened pricing power. Also, some potential near-term headwinds from month and quarter-end rebalancing and buyback blackouts. On the economic front, February durable goods orders rose after 2 consecutive monthly declines. Core orders beat, though January revised lower. March Conference Board of Consumer Confidence, Richmond Fed manufacturing, and January home prices still to come. This afternoon, a record $67 billion of 5-year note auction following a decent 2-year sale that failed to help bonds on Monday. $43 billion in 7 years tomorrow. No Fed speak scheduled following some mix of slightly more hawkish commentary on Monday. PC inflation, and Powell participates at San Francisco Fed conference on Friday. The highlights of the week, though markets will be closed for holiday. PCE somewhat de-risked by hotter February CPI and PPI data, while Powell leaned more dovish than expected at last week's FOMC press conference. That's literally what we've been saying. Very quiet in terms of corporate news. Tesla to offer 1 month free of FSD to all U.S. vehicles. UPS guided 26 revenue above expectations at Analyst Day. Adobe also holding its Analyst Day. Boeing expected to tap Outsider as next CEO, with reports mentioning SPR, which Boeing is buying, head Pat Shanahan as an option. Lots of headlines about WeWork founder Adam Neumann recently submitting offer to buy bankrupt former company for $500 million. So New York Fed research highlights China's efforts to boost manufacturing, drive risk of higher U.S. inflation. Bank of Japan guidance not as dovish as markets think. Traders betting Bank of England will begin cutting rates before Fed and ECB. CBO director warns U.S. faces Liz Truss style of market upheaval if Washington ignores ballooning federal debt. Global hedge fund adds more exposure to European stocks this year at expense of U.S. stocks. Employment below pre-pandemic level in almost a third of U.S. states. German consumer confidence improves along with other indicators. Australian consumer sentiment eases from 20-month high in March. South Korea consumer sentiment falls on higher food prices. Baltimore Bridge collapses as mass casualty incident. Workers searching for survivors. Industry executives and analysts reckon Boeing will seek outsider for new CEO. Confectionery makers promoting non-chocolate products amid sharp spike in cocoa prices. Tesla offers U.S. customers 1 month trial for driver assist feature. Trump social media company set to trade on NASDAQ today. U.S. gasoline prices set to hit $4 a gallon, highest since August 2022. Some U.S. CEOs extend China's stay on invitation to meet Xi. Economists forecast 2 more PBOC RR cuts this year in bid to boost economy. PBOC underpins yuan with strongest fix since January. Beijing pushes banks to accelerate new loans to private developers. And Biden makes comeback against Trump in 6 key states according to poll. Wow. Wow. Like the video. That's all the headlines. Not bad. A lot more than yesterday, but again, seems like we have data, but we're still kind of in this slow environment, more or less. So we'll see. We will see. But we got some pre-market movers, a couple here. And again, there's a couple of investor days. Who was it? Adobe and UPS. So you got McCormick, MKC, they're up 5.8 on earnings. STX up 4.9. Morgan Stanley upgrade to equal weight. SMCI up 4. A-Lab up 3. Tesla up 3.0. Reportedly in discussions with Italian government for potential truck and van production. Pinterest up 2.9. Piper Sandler notes Google may be testing partnership in U.S. Remember, we saw Pinterest running up yesterday. UPS up 2.8. Financial targets for 26. Spotify up 2.4. Micron up 2.4. Dexcom up 2.4. VRT up 2.2. MSTR 2.2. Dell 1.6. Marvel 1.6. IoT 1.6. ALB is up 1.6. DraftKings 1.5. Mizuho initiates buy and other gambling earnings in Europe. NDAC up 1.5. Goldman upgrades to buy. Myrna up 1.2. Phase 3 Next Cove trial of next generation COVID vaccines. DNUT up 20%. Expands McDonald partnership. VKTX up 13.6. Phase 1 study results. RDDT up 12.5. Recent IPO. PRM up 8.3. CDLR up 7.6 off earnings. BHVN up 6.6. Tandem up 6.1. Stifle upgrade to buy. Lucid up 3.8. AROC up 3.1. AMRX up 2.9. FDA approval of ciprofloxacin and dexamethasone of Otic suspension. Stock STOK up 89.2, study and data. MISO up 47. FDA says available clinical data of phase 3 appears to be sufficient to support BLA submission for Remesticel. DJT up 19, begins trading after SPAC merger. Prax up 19.6, Prax 628 study results. STRO up 18.3 off earnings. IVVD up 17.6, Morgan Stanley upgrade to buy. Cooler up 15.0, FRGE up 7.9, SCAB or BCAB up 7.3, NUVB upgraded to buy at BTIG up 7.1, CARM up 7.1, Nova up 7.1, strategic partnership with Home Depot, Fibrogen, FGen up 6.4, TSVT up 5.6, ATNM up 5.3, announces clinical trial of study of LOMAD ACT targeted radiotherapy. Gold and silver stocks all trading higher. Baidu down 1.4. Sources reportedly denying Apple to use AI platform. China Daily. CEIX down 5.0. Baltimore Bridge collapse. MTDR down 2.6. 5 million share offering. SBLK down 2.3. SNX down 2.0 off earnings. APCX down 40, common stock and warrants offered of indeterminate size. BuzzFeed down 17, CDLX down 14, 150 million convertible note offering. Data down 11 off earnings. MRNO down 9.9, EFTR down 8.7 off earnings. GoEV down 6, Zura down 5, Outlook down 4, VRCA down 4.4. YCanth receives new chemical entity status and Orange Book listing from the FDA. Wow. Look at that. Honestly, a decent amount of earnings still. So remember, that is in the cards, my friends. That is in the cards. But Chatadonia, I think that's it. That's our plays. That's our news. You got the movers. Wow. You're here right now. I have a couple of plays. So let me see, though. I need to go pee. I will go get this news up for you. Follow me on Instagram. We're going to come back with plays. I'm going to want to hear from you. And then before you know it, it's the bell, baby. Harvest is plenty. Workers are few. Tell a man, Harrow. God bless you. Amen. Good morning, Daniel. I'll see y'all in a little bit. That will be RB.
This was the narrative that the White House was hoping would eventually filter through. I just looking at the driving season coming up, the price of gas is going to be at $4. That is going to bite in the pocketbooks. What do you make of the Trump story, the SPAC deal that went through yesterday? The stock was trading up furiously. Of course, the conundrum now is how can Trump utilize perhaps the value within the SPAC for himself? Can he? Or what are the impacts of this deal? This is his social media company reversing into a SPAC, and I think if it stays at this kind of price, he's going to be worth $6 billion.
Well, for the first part, it means that he was able to get on the Bloomberg's billionaire index, right? And this is going to be a windfall for the former president. There is this 6-month lockup period, but I did see some reporting that if he was able to get the okay from members of his board, which we should note, people on this board of this media company, the likes of Kash Patel, Robert Lighthizer, individuals that worked under the Trump administration, then potentially he can actually sell shares sooner. So that would give him a major windfall, especially as he's paying a number of legal fees.
Indeed. Well, we'll keep an eye on that stock price. Amory, thank you very much for being with us on the very latest poll. Coming up, we'll give you the morning calls on Bloomberg.
Chatadonia. We got a lot of time here, so I have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching Coinbase, Oracle, Micron, and Disney. Those are all from the watch list for various reasons. I don't know. Coinbase, if we want some dollars to trade. Apple, that news there on China shipments in the morning, that was not good. And then Pinterest, remember we saw it popping yesterday. Well, Piper Sandler, they're saying it could be a potential Google partnership. And then D-Nut with McDonald's, and then Nova Solar Company that got a partnership with Home Depot this morning. Reddit is insane, bro. Don't even get me started, man. Don't even get me started with it. But Chatadonia, you're here right now. You're living good. It's bright and early, baby, on a Tuesday. But tell me, what is your first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? DJT, good morning. DJT, Apple, Tesla, MSTR, DJT, watching MSTR, 6J, GME, Dow Future Long, DJT, Reddit, ATMU, XOM puts, DJT, Apple puts, selling my Tesla call, DJT Law, Apple put, MSTR, DJT, SMCI, watching Hood, DJDT, ARM, OPGN, still in NVIDIA, selling DJDT, Coin Long, IWM, DJT, Okta, Jasper, GME, Doug, Wolf Shares, ATMU, Starbucks, Coin Calls, Disney, NVIDIA, DNUT, WBX, SYS, Verb, DJT, Bitcoin Long, Micron Calls, IWM, BKTX, Fun, AVGO, Pinterest, TLT July, SMCI, Apple, Reddit, ARM to the long term, ATMU puts, Nike shares, Google, DNUT, CGC, Long, Trump, IWM Scalp, DJT, SPX, DJT, long term, PayPal, calls on Uncle's new album, DJT, long on Morgan Stanley, waiting and watching, Krispy Kreme, DJT shares, short DJT, Veritone, Amazon, and the final plays. Tesla calls, NVIDIA, ATML puts, IBM shares, short DJT, and MSOS. Wow. Wow, Chatadonia. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Chatadonia. A lot of DJT out there, no? Wow, you guys are going ape shit. DJT all over. My goodness. So we'll see how that one plays out. Other than that, a little bit of headlines. And again, there was a couple of these pre-market movers, couple of individual news, couple of investor days, and we're even going to get some along the way. But besides that, should be very simple. I think that is all of the plays. So now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have or ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. For real. Thank you for making a commitment and sacrifice that a lot of people have, whether you have agreed or not. You have gave that sacrifice for people you have never known or met. At least we could do is say thank you, and I encourage all of you to show this love and support every single day because the veterans, we wouldn't be here without them, baby. So God bless the vets. Big shout out to the veterans and big shout out to anybody else out giving out to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the garbage men, the coaches, anybody making their community run. That's where it happens, baby. So God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Send it to church! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no. Oh, Chatadonia. Happy Tuesday. Again, a little bit more movement, a lot more data. Will we actually have some craziness? Market barely pricing in anything but Chad. That's it. The Jets have been sent. The plays, the no's, the info. Is there any questions? You guys have about 2 minutes to get to 1,000 likes. Oh, wow, we're almost there. Oh, wait, no. That was the viewers. I was looking at the viewers, not the likes. Excuse me. No, we already, okay, yeah. But hey, we got like 2 minutes. So, Chad, like the video. Drop that thumbs up. Unlock all the plays here. If not, don't worry, but it might get awkward. But if you have any questions, now is the time. Any questions about Donald J. Trump stock? Any questions about the bridge and Apple and what's going on with Adobe or UPS or VKTX? Reddit is just going nuts, man. I wish I had an answer, but it just seems to be good demand and a lot of hype. Oh, wow. The likes are going up. I'm still in the NVEI ones. Pinduoduo's dying. Baidu, there was a comments China Daily. They said the Apple thing was a rumor. Oh, my Chad. We only need like 20, I think. Oh, my goodness. 55 seconds. The likes are almost at 1,000. The day is about to start, Chatadonia. So let's go. Don't go back to... Oh, I want to go back to it, but I'm good. We got a good game. That's it, Chad. 30 seconds, 20 likes. Can we do it? 30 seconds, 20 likes to hit the 1,000. Oh, my goodness. So like the video. Call out any plays if you need anything from me, Chad. I'll be right here. I will be right here. Oh, yeah, we're locked and loaded. I think we hit it. Yeah, there it is. 1,000 likes with 30 seconds to spare. Let's go, baby. So please ask me for a play. Let me know if I could help today. Wow, I can't believe we just hit 1,000 likes before the bell. That's amazing. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, Pinduoduo flushing right now. And then NTSB looking to send a team there to Baltimore. All right, less than 10 seconds. Locked and loaded, Chatadonia. 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. And we're off. Oh, Marvel's actually popping there a little bit. So that one started. Oh, I forgot. No, those Pinduoduo. We have those old puts. They scammed us on that one. So see if those go. JD's moving around. I forgot about that one as well. Eli Lilly contracts. Big ask there. And then bonds have already slipped. Again, Apple, Meta. There's Uber. Let me check the crypto names. Coin's already down 1.7. Micron's up 1.1 from yesterday. Square's still going. Again, Marvel taking off 2% now. Bro, DJT, I forgot about that. Damn, $78 post-SPAC. So we'll see if it ends up dying, but this thing is still holding for now. And then again, Marvel's kind of running there. Yeah, DJT's at $78. 75, it's moving a ton. EA on the high. Again, watch Coinbase and crypto if they wake up. SPY a little lower. I have 3 of these. Damn, 5, 2, 3, 1. All right, so you're still 30 points off the high, but we're a little bit higher. Spotify, 52-week high. That keeps going. ARM, I haven't looked at ARM in a minute. ARM's at 142. They're doing good. Remember the last time all the chip makers were up, ARM was at like 120. DJT's bottom right, it's at $73. Just hit 78. Yeah, DWalk turned into DJT. It's now a real company. It is no longer a SPAC. So that's crazy that it's holding this valuation. Again, some people think this stock could drop as much as like 90%, given some other SPACs and all that. But if this holds up, I mean, that it'll actually be truly amazing. Meta 508, JRVR, oh, they were down and then they came up. Airbnb running. Airbnb about to hit 170 again. Where's Disney? You sold your DJT. Trump source 58. Disney starting to climb up here, but then that came right back down. Where's Oracle? Micron still going 120 again. Remember, that was the level. Yeah, ARM is breaking out as well. Starbucks coming down. Nike's dropping below 53. And then FedEx starting to climb. DraftKings on the high. Again, there's a couple of those online gaming earnings today, and that's why they're benefiting off of it. DJT halted. It's at 65. It's already moved another $10 in 2 minutes. EMM on the high. Bonds are giving up. Where was the other one? So DJT's halted. Nova. This is the one. They're up 10. They were only up 7. This is the one that made a partnership with Home Depot. Smaller stock. I don't know. They're up 10 and it's solar. That one might be a little risky. Square's going up. That keeps going. Eli Lilly on the low. Netflix. Airbnb was just right under 170. Netflix is down 1. Meta's up by 1. Amazon's down by 0.07. Apple's still in the red, but that was off the pre-market news. Yeah, coin's going to eventually move. Like I said, dollars. Just this thing has a lot of dollars in it. Marvel's starting to break out. I'm still down, but we're back down to the same dollar or so share. Russell's up 1. Damn, yeah, Russell's up 1. NASDAQ's up 0.4. SPY up a third, and then Dow up 0.1. My goodness. That's actually really big. CCJ, Airbnb, and Micron again. Again, Micron 120. Where is Adabe? Oh, Adabe came back. If Adabe goes a little lower, I might be down a triple dip. Again, they have Investor Day. Coin didn't really have news. Again, just reacting to crypto prices. And then SPY hitting a new high of the day. So remember, this is all of yesterday. We did nothing, but this is now higher than any point yesterday. So you've already recovered yesterday, and now you're just back to where we closed on Friday as a point for reference. AMD running, MSTR bounce up. AMD is waking up. AMD 0.83, Pinduoduo now. They're starting to go. Baidu still clapped. Baba down. Let's see, Pfizer's in the red. Altria. PayPal up 1.3. DJT is halted, yes. It moved pretty crazy there to open up. Meta's going up. Yeah, PayPal 66. And then SPY's still working its way up. JKS, again, Nova. That's the other solar play with news. Is that Snap? Oh, where's Pinterest? Damn, Pinterest is up 6. So that's another 3 from the morning upgrade there. And then Marvel, Tesla's still going. Tesla's up 4. Again, Italian news, and then the SFD or the FSD. STX was up in the morning too. They're up 7. So there's a lot of big movers. Yeah, SMCI even up another 5. So chip makers are starting to run. NVIDIA's up 1 right now. Again, your big tech, some of them are taking breathers there, some more than others, but generally we are up. McDonald's selling down. Krispy Kreme still holding the gains from the morning. Tesla's going again. Levi's. DJT is a de-spacking of the DWalk SPAC, Donald Trump's one. Alibaba chairman says we saw a need to reach deep integration between Kanayo and Airbnb e-commerce to win market share and drive growth. Marvel on the high. So Baba C chairman comments right now. Bro, Colt's sister is up 20% on UWMC. It's kind of wild, but yeah, they've been killing it. And then DraftKings going up. DraftKings 380. Damn, DraftKings almost at 50. MU coming down. And then Bonds too. Little Chicle on the SPY. Very, very small. Just right back to open. Eli Lilly was being weak in the morning. Term. STOK, they had data. That was a biotech. Stoke Therapeutics, they're up 90%. Unity on the low. Roblo, and then Roblo's even green. Boeing dying. Yeah, Boeing just sold off 1.2. Just sold off below 190. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, we get the Conference Board of Consumer Confidence here in a little bit. 10 a.m., so in 23 minutes. And then you're also going to get Richmond Fed Services and Richmond Fed Manufacturing. And then 30 minutes later, Dallas Fed Services. RMBS, Rumbus. Again, DraftKings is about to hit 50. 49.19. Coinbase still down 780. Coupang on the high. SPY getting another candle, and PayPal. Boeing still at the low. DJT reopen. 65 to 70 right there. Again, absolutely nuts. Adobe's on the high again. Or no, that's ARBE. And then Marvel's still going up. All the other chip makers. NVIDIA's up 1 or 0.8. Tilray, Weed Stocks came down a little bit. Nordstrom's. Marvel finally. FedEx is moving up. 286. Yeah, it's only been 8 minutes. Wow. Yeah, PayPal. I mean, if PayPal doesn't have like a crazy flush candle, and then DJT dancing around, WDC on the high, STX, again, they got to upgrade in the morning, I believe, and they're going. Marvel, another high. So, again, I'm still in those shares from like a week or two ago, finally coming up. Baidu starting to work its way up. They were in the gutter earlier. Again, WDC and STX, very similar. STX is up 9, though. My goodness. Yeah, Tesla's doing great. They had a lot of good news here, and then they're finally holding 4.8. It's a pretty big move. FedEx is starting to wake up here. Remember, they were just at 3. This is the high, 287. That was their past earnings level. Apple moving up there. Apple gave up half of the loss. And Coca-Cola on the high. McDonald's. Bidunius. Oh, more business. Oh, Arna. My man, I just got the hiccups, too. My daily morning hiccups. Oh, excuse me. Oh, wow, thank you. Oh, wow. I squeaked. Yeah, I know. I just got attacked. Tesla. Oh man. Yeah, I might be hiccuping here. What just happened? And then Airbnb got a red candle, booking going up. Donald Trump 70.72. Oh my goodness. What just happened? Umu Business got me too excited. Oh. I'm holding my breath. Tesla. It sounds better when I do the other whisper. And Reddit on the high. Yo, why did Baidu just wake up? Bro, Baidu just went from red to green. And they had news that the rumor, or that it was a false rumor. Reddit pop in. Bro, almost 70. Yeah, that's weird. Baidu just woke up out of nowhere. Baltimore mayor declares local state of emergency. Excuse me. Ammo, why you do this to me? Ammo, you got me so happy. I said, oh, now I sound like Charlotte's Web, you know, the pig. Coin. Yeah, Reddit's $69. About to hit 70. Donald Trump staying there. Coinbase trying to move up here. Carvana on the high. MSTR. No news on gold. No, gold is dying, though. That is weird. Marvel coming down. A couple of the other chip makers. Interesting. Gold did just take 2 candles down. Yeah, gold $10 drop. I mean, it was still at 2,200 today. And oil. Yeah, oil just took one. You could say it had a hiccup because I have. Okay. Excuse. I didn't even plan that. My goodness. Yeah, UPS, again, they're having Investor Day. That's weird. UPS, they guided up. That's already flipping. Yeah, I'd watch UPS. That's giving up. MO's on the high. Reddit about to hit 70. There it is. Just literally went up another dollar. I don't know. Let me see if we can listen to the UPS thing, because that's weird. UPS had good news in the morning. They gave updated guidance. Yeah, analyst day. Yeah, bro, that's a big drop. I mean, UPS, I want to say what? It's already moved like 6%.
And finally, to further accelerate our growth, we are reimagining our go-to-market.
Yeah, this is UPS.
Today, in the market, there is a bifurcation.
Why does this look like such an intense meeting?
Economy and premium. When it comes to premium, speed is the main buying criteria. While others are willing to trade a slower time in transit.
So again, UPS has already moved 4% off of this.
Although these are divergent needs, both are underpinned by reliability, visibility, and customer experience, which is what our network is designed to deliver on. And with Network of the Future, our advantages will only be further amplified. To better serve our customers in this environment, there are 3 product pillars that we are executing this year: simplifying our product portfolio, enhancing our products, and innovating to launch new products. But what makes our approach different is how we are leaning in to technology to be more agile and ready to adapt to changing market conditions. I will highlight Architecture of Tomorrow, or AOT, as an example. Here, we are building out a cloud-based infrastructure to replace our legacy mainframe pricing systems. This is the same backend that powers Fastlane on our partner channels that I spoke about earlier. AOT enables us to offer simplified and dynamic rates that drive volume into the network based on available capacity and cost to serve. Hyperlocal pricing for same-day or short zone packages is an example of Architecture of Tomorrow. And we are also enabling acceleration of new products to market by growing on the edge. For example, with our most recent acquisition of Happy Returns, we are in the market today with boxless, labelless, consolidated returns. This not only serves for our customers and their customers with a frictionless, best-in-class experience, but it also expands our addressable market. The 3-year market CAGR for consolidated returns is double-digit and 10 times that of single-piece returns. As a UPS company, Happy Returns is expected to double its volume and revenue this year, with a large driver of that growth being synergies with the UPS store as return bar locations, bringing the physical and the digital together. We've also launched delivery of non-conveyable, bulky items through Roadie XL. It's still early days, but a large opportunity. The world does look different than we all expected, but we, as UPS, also fundamentally look different as a business, positioning us to grow in this new normal and in the future. Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to Kate to cover international, healthcare, and supply chain solutions.
Interesting. Again, the stock, bro, I think this is kind of important there. He said something on guidance, but, bro, this is a wild swing, and then FedEx going up. Coinbase picked up, Reddit hit 75, and chips are still ripping.
Declarations, our progress, and our path forward. We have 3 declarations that guide us in international healthcare and supply chain solutions. The first is that we will be the #1 premium international small package provider as measured in profit dollars. I'm also pleased to say that UPS is in the #2 position currently. In 2023, UPS also narrowed the gap with the market leader, and we have the highest margin in the industry. We have our focus on the $50 billion premium market opportunity available and an enhanced right to win, which I'll discuss shortly. But this leads to our next declaration, to become the #1 complex healthcare logistics provider. Our healthcare portfolio, powered by the UPS global network and end-to-end supply chain, achieved $10 billion of revenue in 2023. And we are executing on the plan to achieve $20 billion by 2026 through organic and inorganic growth. And I'll share more details in a moment. For SCS, our declaration is clear. We will become the premium logistics orchestrator and deliver the best margins in this space. Within SCS, we participate in all modes and all facets of the end-to-end supply chain. We integrate these diverse modes into a seamless whole to create value for our customers. We have moved up to the #2 position for best operating margins in the SCS forwarding and logistics part of the market. While we've also improved our operating margin through expense reduction and increased efficiency, healthcare penetration of air freight revenue increased by 400 basis points last year alone, further supporting the SCS margin. That provides some fast facts on our strategic direction and declarations. And in a moment, I'll add more depth on our plan of action, which is well underway. But first, I'm excited to show you how these 3 businesses, together with our domestic small package business, are greater than the sum of its parts. This is the one UPS advantage. And I want to zoom in on the strategic moves that we've noted, leaning into healthcare and capitalizing on trade lane shifts. To create a competitive advantage for both, we devised solutions that span the globe and the end-to-end portfolio. We can orchestrate our customers' entire supply chain, from manufacturing to customs brokerage, freight forwarding, distribution, transportation, to the end recipient or the store, and even returns and reverse logistics. But it's not just about that expansive portfolio. It's how we weave the services together to meet each customer's needs. This is what we call the one UPS advantage. You may ask, how's this different?
So bonds breaking out, and then a couple of names that were green flipped, and then watch if
Whether
UPS
in
changes here.
healthcare or the market dynamic with trade lane shifts that's upon us, we'll win more by
DJT,
leveraging our total solution
that one near the high,
against piece-by-piece competitors. We will actually, from the realignment of our executive P&L ownership, when Carol aligned the P&L owned by me and Nando specifically, to the change that's occurred with the connection of sales resources around the globe via our customer relationship management system, to modified sales compensation that now matches and rewards for one UPS sales. We're excited and are positioned for success. One UPS enables increased profitability and customer loyalty. The global healthcare logistics market is projected to grow from about $130 billion in 2023 to about $152 billion in 2026. And we continue to lean into the complex part of the market because it's where our customers' fastest growing segment is. The part of the market with complex logistics is valued at $82 billion. The healthcare logistics market is a major strategic move for UPS because the demand for healthcare is growing, and healthcare companies of all sizes are rapidly innovating to keep pace with the needs of an aging population and problems related to chronic disease. For example, new medical devices, especially ones suitable for home use, are on the rise. And so are new drugs like mRNA vaccines and new radiopharma solutions. In fact, 55% of the drug pipeline is biologics. And when biologics are involved, that means cold chain and temperature monitoring services are needed. And UPS has been in the logistics space for 2 decades, specifically healthcare. And we set out to become the #1 complex healthcare logistics provider. We've expanded our marketing clinical services. We've also enhanced our building and fleet cold chain capabilities through the BOMI acquisition. And moving even further into specialized services, our M&X acquisition strengthens our next flight out capabilities that our healthcare customers require. We will continue with a mix of organic and inorganic growth as we march forward. The complex logistics market includes a range of specialized needs, from medical devices to clinical to gene therapy, lab specimens, and so much more. These areas require precision logistics, and we are well positioned to grow further, supported by our expansive global portfolio and network. The trends that are driving demand for healthcare naturally also drive demand for logistics, and of course, our revenue. The healthcare logistics market is especially attractive to us because it has year-round demand and is more resistant to economic downturns. That enables more predictability for operations across the whole supply chain. The majority of our healthcare customers buy more services across our end-to-end supply chain than customers in any other segment. That means we get a greater percentage of those customers' total supply chain spend. In short, They rely on one partner, UPS. With the one UPS value proposition, healthcare companies that buy 2 or more services from us churn 35% less. Integrated solutions lead to higher growth and deeper partnerships. Healthcare users today account for 45% of our early AM delivery. Healthcare is also a large user of UPS premium services like Next Day Air, Reverse Logistics, and UPS Premier. Healthcare revenue is beneficial to all 3 segments of UPS. To put it into perspective, in our domestic business, package business, healthcare represented about 10% of the total revenue in 2023. In an international package, that number was over 7%. And in SCS, healthcare drove more than a quarter of our total revenue in 2023. Operating margin, all of it is accretive healthcare across all of our segments. And if we were to break out healthcare, it would show a global operating margin that's in the high teens. And with the momentum we've seen and the actions we're taking, we expect to maintain or increase the operating margin over the next 3 years. Our investments in healthcare logistics are centered around 6 growth pillars: cold chain, clinical advanced therapies, labs and diagnosis, pharma, home healthcare, and medical devices. Complex healthcare, particularly clinical and pharma, require product stability to be safe and effective, meaning products are time and temperature sensitive. For transport, visibility and reliability are table stakes. Furthermore, UPS is highly skilled at residential deliveries and reverse logistics. Both play key roles in the success of lab diagnostics, pharma, home healthcare, med device. Serving these 6 complex healthcare growth areas requires specialized and differentiated capability. We've come a long way since expanding healthcare logistics services in 2015, doubling our revenue to $10 billion. And we intend to double it again by 2026. To reach $20 billion, we will unlock organic and inorganic opportunities, leveraging our cold chain global capabilities, building LabPort, our Louisville-based lab end-of-runway solution, and expanding Mark and Cell and Gene specialization, just to name a few. Our second strategic move is focusing on trade lane shift. International trade flows have changed a lot over the last few years as major companies restructure their supply chains to reduce costs and hedge against potential disruptions. Think global pandemic breakdown, lockdown, Red Sea pirates, and issues related to severe weather. Companies are increasingly pursuing China Plus sourcing and distribution strategies. About 20% of manufacturing has moved out of China to countries like Mexico, India, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Poland. This is a market dynamic that impacts all companies, all supply chains of note, all carriers, and all modes of logistics and distribution. This is where One UPS is really differentiated from the competition. By being able to rely on one partner to help a company through the change is a big advantage, the One UPS advantage. So let's hear about it from Global Co.
Welcome to my world.
No. You need to calm down with this copyright music. I'm trying to see, again, there's a couple of headlines, but so pretty much they're targeting revenues, analysts takeaway, better than expected forecast, but better domestic revenue. And then I don't see anything on the negative comment that brought them down yet. But they were talking margins and a couple other things that went up, but the stock has been down. And then FedEx has been going up. And then Richmond Fed Manufacturing just came out, -11 versus estimate of -5. So, again, another set of weak data. Not bad. I forgot we had the conference board, which is expected to be 106.5. I don't have that out yet. Conference board's about to come out. Tuesday. Where is it? ARM is going crazy. And then Broadcom and a couple of others. And then again, market's starting to move. My conference board hasn't loaded yet. I don't have the data, but Richmond Fed, manufacturing, and services both came in lower. So again, bonds are moving a little bit off that. Conference board 104.7 versus 106.9. So consumer confidence came in a little lower. So again, all of the data was weak here once again. We'll see if the data actually, if it keeps the bonds actually moving. But you have sold off most of those moves even from yesterday. Apple moving, again, bonds and SPY. Weaker data there, hopefully. That could be seen as positive. Yeah, VKTX, again, they had more trial data, and they are related to the Ozempic. Apple green now. So they were running there, and then DJT holding. Bonds are catching a way bigger bid now. DTSS whole. Apple is green. Remember, they had bad news in the morning and sold off. Bonds are going, so negative data here has shot us up. Biogen on the low. I'm trying to see if any of the China names are running. No, I think it's just us. Again, Apple 171. Microsoft's in the green. Meta, I think they're all in the green except maybe Amazon. Yeah, Amazon's about to go green, and Google. So big tech is popping off this. Nuvei's starting to pop now, 2.6. I don't know if our options ended up going up, though. No, they're like the same price, a little lower, actually. Yeah, everything, consumer confidence came in lower. Dallas Fed and Dallas Services, those both missed as well, too. So, again, kind of like yesterday, just weaker sets of data, but this time, I mean, you're actually watching the market go up a little bit. Yeah, manufacturing was really bad. Shipments and services, everything came in lower today. And house prices came in lower as well, too. Remember yesterday, durable goods and the other stuff, those also dropped. And then see if the bonds can really hold a rally. That'll be good. Otherwise, this may be short-lived. Kind of like yesterday. Remember, you had some data reaction, and then before you knew it, by the end of the day, I mean, the bond chart, it didn't even look like you had anything. It just did its own thing. I would like to think market data would mean, or weaker would mean market up, but at the very least, I think weaker data should give the bonds a bid. So I just think really TLT. Again, market still has there's a divergence between those two. So I could do its thing, 21. And dollars down 0.11. Again, SPY near the high candle of the day. Bonds going up again. A UPS still going lower. Is the lady still talking? I don't know who the next person will be. Again, I think Apple moving from red to green like that because, again, they haven't had any good news. 3M selling off. Micron going up 121.50. So you still got things up. Bond bid is still holding. And Marvel now. Yalla, Habibi. What do we need on Marvel? Marvel, we only need less than 1% now. Yeah, Dallas Fed will be in 27 minutes. It shouldn't be as important, but, I mean, again, even then, the Richmond Fed we don't really respond to. Today was just kind of a barrage of data all at once. But for now, I mean, this is the first time, as long as the bonds hold, this will be the first time in weeks we've actually seen, negative reaction on data and then the bonds actually move and hold up. Otherwise, if this is all short-lived, I mean, I'd take everything with a grain of salt. Why betting against Donald Trump's DJT stock is a super risky trade. Barons.com. Are? So on the surface, sounds like a great idea. Trump began trading. It is an easy stock to short, said Ira Dursiniski, managing director of predictive analytics for S3, a research that focuses on short selling. This hasn't stopped people from trying. More than 10% of the available float has been borrowed by traders hoping to take advantage of a drop in the stock before the deal was consummated. That's relatively a high amount for a public company, but not large as some of the favorite targets of short sellers: Novax, Beyond Meat, Virgin Galactic, Spirit, which have about 30 to 40% of their shorts being actively held short. Yeah, there's an article on it. Bigger one. Micron's still going, 122 now. We just had that up. Bonds gave back after that first move. So, this is going to be that like data candle. We're going to come back to this point throughout the day to see as like a reference point. So just see, market's still holding up. Bonds coming back down, kind of borderline in the same situation as prior to the data. Everything's green now. Russell is the leader once again. NASDAQ following right behind. Is up, starting to pop. No. Oops is going down. Following bonds, I'll look at the actual rate itself. I'll just go to Trading Economics, or I'll use TLT, IEF for SHI, or ZB and ZT and ZN on the futures. And then bonds still holding, JBL, UPS still on the low, and then SPY staying pinned near the top here. Airbnb 169. Are they still top? Man, she's still going.
Tested this with this new solution with the least experienced international shippers in the market that go to the UPS store.
We'll see if UPS starts getting bigger candles. I don't know if FedEx is still going up, and then SPY holding. Bonds to NWSA. Yeah, FedEx still up there. Oh, I almost was it DJT. Still at 71, not bad. APO on the high, JBL. Where's oil? Oil still down. NGVC, I think I just saw that one. SCI, there's a SPY pop. Micron going. That looks to be leading the way with chips. SPY about to break out to a new high right now of the day. You're about 1 point off from it, literally 0.81. And then again, I mean, this is filling the gap from 2 days ago. You didn't fill this gap, and that's it. I think you only have downside gaps to fill. 5, 2, 3, 4, about to be a new high in 1/10 of a point. Intel moving up. There it is, new high. So new high of the day following the data. Bonds are halfway through. So again, consumer confidence came in a little bit lower. Richmond Fed and Richmond Services came in lower as well too. NVIDIA was up. I mean, NVIDIA is just like holding. It looked a lot better in the morning. I think WDC and STX, those are the other chip makers running, and then even Marvel, and then ARM as well. So, and then SMCI. So some more than others, but chips are holding up again. Nuvei running. Oh, yeah, Nuvei's up 5 now. So now our options are up on that. So again, we got that in the hopes of buyout talks, so hopefully we hear some more on it. But yeah, those Nuvei options have now gone green again. Was that ERJ or CCJ? It was ERJ. CCJ coming back down. SPY topped out. Bonds kind of flushing a little bit too. Banks are holding up great. JP Morgan 195. Nuvei still doing good. Where's our Rackle? Micron's still killing it. And then CRM. Nuvei, more volume. CRM starting to come up here. Google on the high. And then Meta's going up there. Is Apple still green? Apple went back to red, but barely. Visa, Master. It was something this morning about lower swipe fees. It was like a $30 billion agreement on like the fees they could charge. JBL, yeah, I saw JBL on the high several times. PayPal's still going too. PayPal's at 67. JBL's up 3. Nuvei keeps going. PayPal, big pop. I don't know if it's a news candle, but that's a pretty decent pop. And another little pop there on Square, but PayPal through the high. Yeah, PayPal I'm seeing 646. Paxos hash note partner for PayPal stablecoin. I don't think that's it. Yeah, Lulu sleeping. 2 big candles on PayPal. Again, I don't have any news. I'm double checking right now. Yeah, nothing on PayPal. But we will take it. SPY coming down now. So now SPY's lower than the data. Bonds are literally right back to where the data came out or a little bit higher. So interestingly enough now, market has flipped. Foot Locker on the high, a DRI, and then again PayPal. A couple of the big tech names started to turn. NVIDIA went red. So Chad's saying. Switch gears. And then Nuvei is up 80% now. So Nuvei options just ripped. Those went from break even to up 20% to now all of a sudden they're up 80. So yeah, you might be able to make those free even on the bid. You're 5 cents shy of 100% on the bid. Reddit initiated at neutral by New Street Research. NVIDIA flushing now, and then SPY holding on. Bonds might go a little lower. Once again, bro, we might have another one of these. Get the data reaction, and then by the end of it, I mean, we're just selling it off. Google on the high as well. Where's PayPal? AIZ Wayfair on the high. Fat SPY, big green shoot, or at least a decent one. Nuvei. The video, it's been near 1K. I'm surprised today, bro. The first couple minutes, it looked really strong. Now they're weaker. Qualcomm's still in the red. Where's AMD? AMD's even in the red. Just like SMCI and a couple of others. All the chips, though, some are up way more than others. And then even like Marvel's climbing up here. Definitely a mixed bag. Ulti. Square's climbing up. Again, PayPal. PayPal's up a decent amount. We pumped it up a couple of days ago. We do not have a new pump it up contract, though, unfortunately. Yeah, we did. Made Nuvei free. Good work, baby. Free buyout, potential buyout play. I'm down. I mean, dude, I can't believe it. I thought I was going to average on PayPal, but it just moves crazy, though. This thing could be negative tomorrow. But we're up 6% now on PayPal. 6 or 7. And then SPY going high here again. It's a little bit below. High Ticker has some active names, though. Domino's 52-week high, PayPal, CERT, Oscar Health, and a couple of others. And coin came back down. And then bonds are now back to the data. So bonds have sold off all of the weak data, and then market's literally the same place, been moving around. Ford CFO says Baltimore bridge collapse to affect supply chain. Ford got a little cheekily on that. Yeah, and then 3M's been selling. We have PayPal in the top right. Square's starting to move a little bit too, but PayPal seems to be the one that's moving. Yeah, Nuvei popped. All our options went up. So you should have just under 100%. Boeing dumping, UPS off the bottom. I mean, all it would take is a comment. I mean, I kind of need to go pee. What time is it? 10:15? Go into it. Let's see if they say anything. It's a new guy. All right.
Vertical network was
follow
built
me on Instagram. I'm at the trading business. I'll play this for 2 minutes.
In fact, our fleet,
Watch
our
UPS.
hubs, this beautiful plane behind us, cater to those package characteristics. We'll take commercial share by targeting top competitive commercial opportunities, improving our right to win, and focusing on multi-piece and heavier weight business. We are the market leader when it comes to commercial business. We're also optimistic we can create new growth in this market. Let's start by looking at what makes us the market leader today. First, our reliability. Last year, UPS led the industry with 97.1 on-time performance, which is more than 130 basis points ahead of our closest competitor. But we're not just on time, we're also pretty fast. UPS ground commercial is either faster or at parity in 80% of the top 25 U.S. markets. And we're getting faster over the weekend. This year, we'll enhance 4 additional markets to start: Seattle, Houston, Boston, and Minneapolis, by offering Saturday pickups with Sunday sorts that pull volume forward a day or more earlier. For example, when a customer has a scheduled Saturday pickup, they can reach many of their customers a day faster with a Monday delivery. We can also accommodate shippers to inject volume on Sundays for that same Monday delivery. We also have a renewed focus on commercial opportunities by focusing on sectors that can drive meaningful benefits to our customers. For example, adding happy returns to our offering improves the return experience for all consumers. We'll also use our dynamic pricing to attract volume while simultaneously enhancing our margins and balancing our demand by week and by day. By enhancing the value proposition of our ground commercial business, we improve that right to win. Commercial shippers that use LTL are finding that UPS hundredweight can save them real dollars on shipment weights less than 500 pounds. These shipments are ideal for UPS because they're multi-piece shipments that drive delivery density. Helping customers blend UPS hundredweight into their routing of commercial deliveries is a win for them and a win for UPS. And lastly, we'll bring our industry-leading service and delivery windows to retailers to drive a positive customer experience and improve their own efficiency. As I mentioned, our goal is to grow revenue per piece faster than cost per piece. Our plan between now and 2026 is for the U.S. revenue per piece to grow at a CAGR of about 2.5% and a cost per piece at about 1%. And on the efficiency side, we're making bold moves like never before under a new approach we call Network of the Future. I'm going to discuss several actions we're taking this year and provide some real-time examples of savings benefits we're reaping from automation and building consolidations. With the first phase of our Network of the Future, we're reimagining our core infrastructure and creating a roadmap that leverages current and emerging technology to meet the needs of our customers well into the future. Our mindset is guided by one key question: what would our network look like if we were building it from scratch today? Let's take a look.
It's here and it's happening. The network of the future. It's not one size fits all anymore. It's about adaptability, flexibility, adjusting to the ebbs and flows, the highs and lows. We're improving customer service through more automation, consolidation, and intelligent systems. It's about the brawn and the brains.
Bro, it's crazy, bro. These, like, investor days, remember PayPal? It just ads. Like, that's it. Like, that's all it is. And then there's obviously the smart-ass comment every time. How is this helpful? It's because it dropped the stock 6% in the first 35 minutes of the day. So if you haven't been watching UPS, this is exactly why. Because look at the knife up and then the knife down. I mean, it's up there, man. It's gonna there's something out of it. It's analyst day, but I am commenting on how they kind of just make commercials and then play them. Because that's what PayPal even did. Yeah, you got more than 100% now on your new vase. On your new vase. Where is it? All right, I sold 2 of the Nuve. Remember, I bought 3 of them? So I made that free. I bought 3 of them for $90, and I just sold 2 of them out for $120. So now we have a free Nuve till April potential buyout. They're going a little higher, too. So not bad. Not bad at all. Nova. Oh, that's the solar one with Home Depot? I was looking at that this morning, but I didn't know. All right, there's your Nuve. PayPal stopped. Again, bonds lower now. So that's the part that kind of sucks about today. Again, once again, bonds up in the morning and then even after the data. So just showing like every day, I mean, you kind of got the market in its own little world here, or at least as far as the bonds are concerned. UPS flush again? Well, right when we turn it off. I guess it's just through the lows. I just didn't want to hear the ad. But again, they've talked a lot of guidance in numbers.
4 buildings, reduce network handles.
No, I don't think he's talking it. But again, them talking full year guidance. Damn, the Nuve just went up to $1. What the fuck just happened? Bro, those Nuves are insane. What? I just sold out and they popped up to $1? $1.20? Now they came back down to 60? Habibi. You just sold one for 100? Yeah, that's nuts, bro. Good work. Good work. IWM flushing. It's now matched up with the NASDAQ. That's interesting because it was leading earlier. So not anymore, but we'll see how long that lasts for. Goldman new high. You had something to ask me, but you forgot? Oh, I don't know. Is it related to stocks, real estate, long term? It will come back to you. Don't you worry. And then SPY is staying, like, pretty up there. Like, SPY really isn't moving too much. IRM on the high? Yeah, long term. Well, I mean, PayPal likes to flip. I mean, I thought PayPal was going to be like the only name I was right on there to go after that I actually wanted. And literally now it's up 7. So it kind of sucks, but we'll see. I mean, that thing's pretty volatile. I do like it, though. And then, I mean, at this point, I think Pfizer is the only name that's down that I'd want. And then again, I mean, it's what? 1 week we get another deposit? Can you guys believe it? We're almost done already. You need SPY at 3K? Oh, wow. The volatility of PayPal options. Even the shares. I mean, the shares move great enough. CDLX, JP Morgan on the high. So, again, Danny just called out Goldman hitting a high. Is that Goldman up 7? Oh, 0.7. Jeez. Whew. But, yeah, banks are starting to move up. Emma is really going. Market isn't real. Market's manipulating, Josh. I mean, I don't want to say that's the only reason, but, I mean, maybe it's one of reasons why I have a long term. You know what I'm saying? You let it get manipulated upwards for you. Otherwise, I feel you. I mean, it's a interesting market that we're in, to say the least. Apple's just flirting with going green or not. And then bonds going even more red, little Chicle on the SPY, CVS on the high. I mean, high-low ticker still fairly balanced, a little bit more to the low side. Again, Russell just sold off, matched up with NASDAQ, SPY only 0.28, Dow 0.16. Yeah, March is almost, I can't even believe it. Again, we have a deposit coming up. And, like, I mean, I swear we just had our deposit, but I guess we just used it. It's good to be back. Good to be back, baby. Good to see you. Nike, I'm considering it, but ideally I don't want to grab anything new. If I could stack up with what we have, that would be ideal, because I do want to build out some of these positions. So, if anything, I'm thinking, bro, I listened to it. It's good. I don't know. Should we give the chat a little bit? Maybe we'll give the chat a little bit later. But I listened to it, bro. It's fire. I love it. I love all of them. Oh, Tyree, baby. Hopefully this one doesn't give me the hiccups. Horna. Amen. No. God bless you, bro. Thank you, my friend. Good morning. Good morning. Blessing the Chad. And God bless you, Marcus. Thank you. Micron coming down. Bonds a little bit lower. We'll see what happens with that. The threat of hiccups is always real. Baba's just been holding up this position. Again, China, everything in China, there's been like some individual good earnings. Some people have done good, but like when it's all said and done, I mean, the situation in China is still pretty shaky. Like nothing has gotten really better. Some data has been promising, some's bad. I mean, they're going through borderline deflation, you know? So it's just like, I think China is still figuring out, you know, what it's doing, because they're still bad. They're still bad generally. Their economy, you know, these names, it's not like China has recovered yet, and they're still going through, you know, all of these problems over the last couple of years. I do have BABA on my list. Maybe I add extra 15 BABA, but Pfizer or BABA. If PayPal comes down, I'd be down with a little bit of that too, but I don't know if we'll get that shot. Pfizer's the only one meandering. It looks like a BABA, kind of. Boeing, NVIDIA selling off 944, 144. And then SPY right at VWAP. I mean, I do believe this is still elevated. Yeah, you're still higher than any point of today. So until we get into like 52.28, I mean, this is all still higher than yesterday. Big job interview tomorrow. Could use some prayers. God bless the chat. All right, man. We praying for you, baby. I hope you get it, man. You know, hey, God's plan, bro. God's plan. What's meant to be is meant to be. If it's your job, baby. Oh, DJT. It's still holding up pretty well. I'm actually kind of I'm surprised. I think a lot of people are surprised by DJT. Would you guys say you're surprised by it? I mean, I didn't think it was going to open up this good. I thought there'd be some hype, but again, I thought with all the SPACs and all of the, you know, every other SPAC just dying, I'm pretty surprised and shocked that it's holding up this well. Not surprised. I'm surprised. I'm shocked. Not surprised. It'll be fun to short. On the market, doing physical therapy for broken ankle. Oh man, I hope you do better, man. I'll be praying for you. That's gonna be tough. You'll be good. Broken ankle. Donald Trump, 74 million loyal followers. Elon buying, but that's crazy though. So again, like any of the biggest SPACs, I mean, they haven't really done that well. So if that holds up, I mean. Yeah, I mean, it does kind of make so the NFTs and everything else sell out. Feel you. I'm weight bearing, but it's a struggle. So you could put some weight on it, or you can't. That's nuts, though, man. How'd you break your ankle? No kick. I was doing audio stuff, and then it messed up my audio settings. So until I get the one thing, I need to set up the restream so I could have like multiple up. It messed up a lot of things yesterday. So I figured today, I still had to work on the AI. I don't know if you guys heard Josh AI this morning. Some people were tripping out. A little off topic. We went over 5,500 for Babinski's kids. Thanks for the generosity. Of course, baby. That's awesome. That's only after a couple days, man. I mean, we've only had the link up there, but thank you, man, to all the chads. I forgot to put it up yesterday, but we've had that pin there, man. You know, we lost one of our brothers last week, so shout out to Chad, man. Way to support. I really appreciate it. Russell down there. Is that on the futures? I see a quarter on the actual index, but matched up. Now we're back to yesterday's levels. So we spent, most of this morning, hour of the morning at the highs, or higher than yesterday. Now we're back down to yesterday's level. We're up to 22% in an average day's range. Yeah. Well, we're not supposed to move a lot still. I don't know. We could run the pricing again and double check, but we've moved our quarter point for the day. But let's see. So remember, we did this yesterday. We even did this on the watch list. 521s, 165 plus 185. What is that? 188 plus, no, it was going up. 160. So 348 divided by 521. Point, yeah. It's still the same. It's not a quarter point a day. A quarter point a day keeps the Powell away. No? Okay, I don't know. But yeah, we're back to yesterday's levels now. Boeing slowly selling. And the bonds, since the data, again, bonds caught a bid too. PayPal came down a little bit. Donald stopped moving. Coinbase coming back down. No, I sold out of Sound. We got like a 20% gain. MO Pop, they're still not really moving again. They've been kind of neutered since XDivvy. Where's BNB? They were looking good this morning. On the video. Wasn't it just below here? Remember, it went crazy the last couple days. Yeah, last Friday it was below 950, then went nuts. Then bonds a little bit of a green. This is your lowest point of the day, so we just hit our lowest point of trading. Oil dump, Eli Lilly green candle. Oil. Yeah, oil not too crazy, but still down. And then UPS hitting a new low. Again, gold was dropping 81.52 on oil. And then gold right above 2,200 flat. That's still kind of nutty. Yeah, the video of the bridge collapse, it's nuts. It's just literally a boat hit it. So you guys know something like that happened in, I believe it was like the 70s or 80s in Miami. There was like one of those like sky bridges in Miami or like Florida. And then like a boat hit the bridge and then the bridge collapsed. But it's not like it's the first time this has happened, but this does like boats hitting bridges. But like if you go see the video, it's like you just see a boat into the bridge. You don't watch the actual collision, and then the bridge just comes down a couple hours later. Yeah, Sunshine Skyway, I believe. Mm-hmm. That's wild. DWAP or DWAP, is it DWAP now? DJT, I don't even know what to call it. They moved up again. Bond's a little off the bottom. Vizio on the, didn't Vizio get bought out? MKC on the high. Apple is right there on the cusp of going green, but they're coming down. Google was leading. They're still in the green. Amazon wants to go green, but not quite there yet. It's Trump stock. The Trump stock. Zella on the high. Why does that sound familiar? Excella, 17%. Damn. Oh, GME. We have GME earnings today. I think it went up a little bit more yesterday in anticipation, but a lot of people were asking me about that. Marvel, they came down a little bit. Where's Adabe? Again, Adabe has Investor Day today too, so kind of like UPS. Is UPS still going? Dude, they still talking about shipping shit? Then SPY might go a little lower.
Scores that identify 2% of addresses that drive more than 30% of shipping losses. We will be using unique data that only UPS can aggregate for our customers to help unlock value. We're excited about the digital future and the new services UPS is already beginning to pioneer. And with that, let's close with an example of how we are harnessing the power of our data to solve a real challenge for one of our customers. Now let's take a look.
Tarek Saab is president of Texas Precious Metals, and that's what he ships, gold and silver.
This is a tube of gold from the Austrian mint. This is a 1 ounce.
They're showing a CBS consumer alert. Biden is expected to address the bridge collapse in coming hours. But yeah, UPS down 3. So it's about a 7% swing on the morning. Bonds coming back up to the low end of the data, and then I guess markets gave up 2. And we have moved what is priced in. So again, we're still only pricing in 0.6 for the next couple of days. Yeah, PayPal started dropping a little bit ago after that little run up there. Again, it's a weird mix of like what's up and what's not. Again, some of the earlier leaders came down. Your big tech is kind of mixed across the board. Actually, let me give you a checkup. We've been here for an hour. Let's see the volume first. So you're looking at 9 million in volume by hour number 1. A little bit low there. Not like really low, but lower than average, I would say, or than the first hour. And then right now in the S&P 500, you have 330 names in the green, 172 in the red. Dow Jones, 13 in the red, 17 in the green. And then NASDAQ 100, you have 43 in the red, 58 in the green. So 50-50, but mainly green, I would say. Not too bad. Donut up 25, that McDonald's partnership. Again, I think this is their all-time high. And then SPY right back below VWAP. Bonds came back to the data. I mean, I don't know if the SPY could say that. Where was the SPY when the data came out? I guess you're a little bit below. So honestly, we did all of that to kind of be borderline where you were at when all the data came out. JP Morgan on the high now. Again, they're below 1 or 200. Disney board member James Gorman says Iger and the team are turning it around, as evidenced by the stock. CNBC interview. We got Disney board member pump.
Chairs, I did executive chair and CEO, which I had for 2 years with my predecessor, John Mack. Long-term executive chairs. There's no single answer. You have to do what's right for the particular needs of the company and the skill set embodied in the leadership of that company.
James, it's Wilf. It's great to see you. I'm interested in the timing of you becoming a Disney board member, because from the outside where I was watching, I was surprised how quickly you took up another role, albeit, of course, a non-executive one. And, of course, you're still chairman of Morgan Stanley. And I just wondered how this came about. When did they ask you? And are you a little surprised how quickly you took up this role? Were they desperate for you?
No, definitely not. I mean, look at the quality of people on this board. Somebody described it the other day. It's like the Mount Rushmore of boards. You've got, executives like Mary Barra. World-class Calvin McDonald. You've got people from all walks of life and industry. And Jeremy Darroch, who just joined the board from Skywolf, who I'm sure you know, an extraordinarily competent executive. He joined at the same time as I did. Honestly, I wasn't planning to go on a board. But, like a lot of us, I grew up watching Disney. At home, my dad let us watch 1 hour of TV a week. There were 10 of us, so we could sit in there for 1 hour. And my show to watch on Sunday night at 6 o'clock was Disney World. And, whether it's Frontierland or Tomorrowland, I still remember it very fondly. This is one of the great American companies. It's a part of everybody in this country and around the world. We've all been to the parks,
this is their whole advertising campaign. If you go to the Vote Disney website,
I just thought it was an incredibly exciting
remember
thing
all of the old
to
movies
contribute
we made.
to this board. And frankly, Bob Iger, Bob Iger has to go down as one of the greatest media executives in history. There's just no question about that if you look at what he's done. And look at what he's done in the last year, since he's really got into stride here, coming back and turning this thing around. So, no, it's an honor and a privilege. I didn't expect it. I was honored they called, and I'll do my best to contribute.
Well, you're definitely not going to get me saying a bad word about Jeremy Darroch, James, whilst we're chatting about this. I'm interested. I went back and watched the interview you gave to Leslie Picker the day you announced that you were going to be transitioning yourself. And on succession planning, you said, I'm really into having plans, being intentional about this stuff. You went on to say that you wanted to do it and execute it in an elegant way. And I think everyone who knows the banking industry thinks you did execute that pretty successfully. When you said that to Leslie, you said it with a wry and quite big smile on your face. And I just wonder whether you were having a little bit of a swipe at some of your banking rivals. Do you think that Jamie Dimon and Brian Moynihan are holding on to power a little too long?
No, I don't. I don't judge others. I don't do strategy for envy, and I don't judge other executives. And I said on that show that Jamie may be the best banking executive, that's been around. So, no, everybody has to do their own thing. I honestly did not expect to stay as long as I did in the job. I wasn't planning to, but along came this nasty little virus called COVID, which, by the way, I just had for my third time the other day. And it gets better as you go on, is my experience anyway. But, no, I focus on what's right for the institutions I'm involved with. I was very focused and continue to be on what's right for Morgan Stanley, and we had a great succession process. I'll just say Ted Pick, by the way, has been pitch perfect since he started. He's done a spectacular job in the first few months, and I think the whole firm has rallied. I'm very excited. I'm standing in a new office. You can't see the rest of it. It's full of boxes. But that's what happens when you step out of the CEO role. So I'm thrilled for Ted. I'm thrilled for our company. And now I just want to contribute in other ways. I'll be chair here probably through the end of this year, no longer, for sure. And, the company's in great shape. So I want to contribute in other ways. And again, Disney was part of my childhood. It's part of American culture. It deserves.
You have to say it twice to get the payment.
It doesn't deserve acrimony. It deserves to move forward with the kinds of investments that Bob and the team have put in place.
Deliverables.
Well, you might not be surprised to know that Trian has a statement about your appearance today. They believe, James, that Mr. Gorman is a welcome addition to the board, But Tryon says this proxy contest is not about your credentials. The Disney board needs a shareholder mindset. And they go on to talk about how candidates Nelson Peltz and Jay Rasulo would represent owners inside the boardroom and urge the board to finally do its job, overseeing the company's strategy, capital allocation, reviewing management's execution of the plan, planning CEO succession, and aligning compensation with shareholder value. Why not have a shareholder activist on that board?
I'm not going to get into the whys and wherefores, and obviously I've known the folks at Tryon for a long time. The question is, what's right for Disney at this point in time? And clearly there's there have been tensions out there. I'll just put that politely. There's enormous momentum. If you've got a capital plan to invest $60 billion over 10 years, if you're dealing with the transformation that's going on in the linear to streaming, you've got these extraordinary assets like ESPN that are being reformulated, repurposed, if you will, for the next decade. There is an enormous amount going on, and having a cohesive board working together, but independently. Remember, we're independent directors. That's very important.
Have you engaged
working
at all?
together, but independently is critical.
Have you engaged at all with either Peltz or Rasulo?
No, that's not my job. I'm one of 12 directors, and I'm just happy to contribute. Listen, what we're trying to do is find what's the best balance for shareholders at this point in time. The momentum we're under versus other choices, and that's for shareholders to figure out. I'm not going to tell people what they do. They're being offered different choices, and they have to exercise what's in the best shareholders' interest. But independence directors is to protect the best interests of shareholders, and I joined this board for exactly that purpose.
James, a very quick final macro question, if it's okay. And we were discussing this earlier, the sort of prospect of the U.S. debt supply coming online in the next couple of years, hurting market sentiment. Do you think there is a significant risk of dislocation in the U.S. Treasury market as supply comes on?
I mean, Wilf, I thought I was out of that banking world.
You're still chairman. You're still chairman.
Not really. I'm more focused on what the Fed's going to do this year, and I'll give you my 2 cents for what it's worth. I think I would not be surprised if they don't move in the first half of this. I would be surprised if they move in the first half of this year. I would not be totally shocked if they don't do anything for the rest of the year. I know the market's pricing now 3 rate increases versus 6 a couple of months ago. The Fed has to ask what's the benefit. And at the moment, the economy remains robust, as you're seeing. The S&P's over 5,200. The jobs numbers are great. So that's the only economic thing. I'm not going to forecast doom and gloom for America. The people who've done that have generally been unsuccessful in my experience.
What's up, baby?
Well, we always appreciate your market
you.
calls, James. I remember talking to you in the middle of the COVID crisis when you thought the stock market had bottomed, and that turned out to be a good one. James Gorman, thank you very much for taking the time today.
Thanks, James.
Sure. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Executive Chairman of Morgan Stanley and a board member of Disney. By the way, on the succession committee.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I swear he had to talk about Disney in his childhood. But yeah, once again, like we said, that vote is next week. So did you guys all vote? Maybe I'll use this opportunity to tell you guys to go vote for Disney, because you guys have until the 4th. If you go to your wherever your Disney is in your long term, and then go to the shareholder actions, or there'll be like a proxy thing. I think what's it called? It's like Message Center. I forgot what they called it on Fidelity. They have a certain one, but you can put in your votes. But that's April 3rd. Voted against. No Disney shares. No. I know, man. JB, it's sad, bro. It's very sad. It's good to see you, though, man. I know you guys were close, so I hope you've been doing good, man. I know it's a tough loss. The vote is for Disney's, it's their annual meeting. So it's to vote new boards of directors and, other plans. But mainly to implement, the activist investors who took a share in the stock. They want to be added to the board. Tesla had a lot of news this morning. It's weird. Everybody was talking about the free self-driving, but again, I think the news in Italy was pretty big. I voted against the Disney white card, so I voted for Nelson Peltz. What was it? Italy reached out to Tesla, and they said they want to make, like, trucks. Apparently, they reached out to Tesla and said they wanted to make trucks and vans for the Italian government. Maersk says it will reroute cargo directed for Baltimore. Yellow card. I don't know what there's the white card. That's what the company recommends, but yeah, the voting, we just talked about it. It's about Disney is, again, people, it's their annual meeting, and there's people who bought a lot of the stock, and they want to get added to the board to make some changes in the company, and Disney does not want that to happen. So at this meeting, shareholders will vote. If enough votes go towards the activist investors, they'll get added to the board, and they could start changing the company, and then if not, they won't. So Disney doesn't want them. So Disney wants you to vote for them on the white card. And then Nelson Peltz and Tryon would advise that you vote against it. So that's pretty much the gist of it, said very simply. Where is it? I think it's corporate actions on Schwab. Or if you go to proxy events. Yeah. So just search proxy events on Schwab. And then it should see it, yeah. So I didn't do it on Colt Sister yet. So like on Schwab, you go, just search proxy events. It'll be like under corporate actions, and then it'll take you here, and then you click on it, and then it'll tell you to vote, and then this is what it's going to look like. So you click vote. It's going to take you here, and then the solicitation's contested. So Disney wants you to vote for the white card. So then it tells you what the board recommends and what you do. So company recommended Mary Ibarra. So pretty much what I did, I'm going against any of the ones for any of the ones for Disney. Again, I'm down with and you'll even see Nelson Peltz. Where is it? See, and then these two. So Nelson Peltz, they recommend withhold. I'm going for 4. Again, James Rasulo. These are all of the other guys that they don't want on there. So, yeah, that's all it is. Ta-da. Yeah, Mary Ibarra. Chinese Commerce Minister met with FedEx CEO in Beijing. Damn, UPS playing ads. FedEx CEO meeting Xi Jinping. You kept Iger. No, I think I voted against anything the Disney board said to vote for. I went against. That's it. Anything they said go against, I went for. So there's even stuff related to like salary as well too. Like especially the one on the bottom, it's like Blackwell. It's like Blackwell's proposal and what they want to do. I would vote for. They say vote against. I think FedEx is a little better than UPS, but I really think they're the same. Musk interview on Bloomberg? Really? I don't see him on there. That'd be crazy. I feel like I haven't seen Musk on Bloomberg in a while. All right. We have voted. We have Bill Bayer on Bloomberg. Mm-hmm. I mean, see, if Elon comes out there, that'll be very interesting. ClearSpark, CLSK on the high. Tesla's still going. I don't know if Mara's on the high. Actually, Mara just ripped from the bottom. Looks like crypto plays moving. Again, bonds near the low of the data. Market right around where the data came out as well, too, now. Just about over 0.25% on every index. Dow's right below it. It's been about an hour and a half since we've started. Not too crazy. Not too crazy, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, THO. And then Tesla. Thor Industries. Thor looks a little liquid. It's popping there. But Tesla, that's 184 now. Tesla's up 6% on the day. Yeah, man. Tesla hasn't moved like this in a minute. I mean, they were just at 160 last week, 2 weeks ago. The activists started with Disney because the stock was doing really bad. I mean, remember, we bought this stock around like $80 and $90. It even went as low. Did it go to 60? But remember, so literally, I think a little bit after we bought it, Nelson Peltz did. But eventually, the stock just kept going lower, and people were like, I guess it went as low as 79. But people just started buying in, and they were like, yo, this company has a lot of value. Management's just fucking it up. So Nelson Peltz bought in, and then, he just said, look, the board doesn't even own shares. We buy this company. We think there's a lot of value, and we think if we buy it and come and make changes, we could attract a lot of the value. Well, the political stuff was part of it. It was kind of like, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but when companies do bad, it's never just one thing. You know what I'm saying? When stocks really decline, it's never just one thing. It's it's a confluence of factors all kind of building that turn into it. So Disney had political issues, then they had starting the streaming, and then Disney Plus did both good, and then they spent a lot of money. Then their movies started doing bad. Then they had pay strikes, and then we had all these different things, and then all of the backlash from certain things, and then wasting more money here, changes from the CEO. It's they had all of these different factors that, death by 1,000 cuts, a lot of wasted money, a lot of wasted value, and then before you know it, the stock's trading at a 10-year low almost, or a 6-7-year low, and, they have all this cash and making all this money, but their value and growth isn't really there, and that's where, again, people started buying the stock and saying, hey, let's switch gears. JWN on the high. Tesla. I'm only on YouTube for today, yeah. JWN 1922. News in 2 minutes. Wait, we should have had Dallas services, actually. Or Richmond. Which one was it? I think Dallas. We may have already missed it. I don't even think we moved. Yeah, you had Dallas Fed services. Those actually came in. Fed services came in just in line. And then revenues came in higher. RFK Jr. to name Nicole Shanahan as running mate for presidential bid. Buttigieg headed to Baltimore after a bridge collapse. I don't know. How do you say his name? There's only one way to find out. Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, Abby. I don't know, kind of. Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, Abby. Buttigieg. Abby. He said Abby correctly. Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, Abby. Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, Abby. Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, Abby. Pete Buttigieg. Is that how you say it? Pete Buttigieg. All right, word. Still mine. Some of you were tripping out in the morning. I was laughing. I was cracking up because like sometime it would like get like emphasis and it would kind of say it like me. But then like it sounds like it kind of sounds like young Josh, a little bit more prepubescent, less vocal fry. But it was definitely weird, man. It was definitely weird. Prominent global crypto exchanger KuCoin and two of its founders criminally charged with Bank Secrecy Act and unlicensed money transmission offenses. Department of Justice. And then Cisco and Ford roll out new product. A WebEx partnership on Movement. It lacks the nasalness. I feel like it sounds more nasally. It's like, meh, 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 meh. I feel like the AI sounds more like Pat Mahomes. Just not going to lie to you. Oh, yeah, bro. Dude, P. Diddy? What the fuck? Did you guys see that? They raided his house in Bel Air, and then they raided his house in Miami. And then he was about to be on a jet, and then I think they detained him, bro. And it's Homeland Security. That's like, nah, bro. Bro, that's huge. That's so like random. Not like his plane left the country, but apparently he wasn't on board while all of it was happening. Dude, there's a lot. There's like drugs, guns, sex trafficking. There's a ton of different things. But it's like, damn. I don't think he got away. I think they detained him. Nah, bro. That's just like, bro, what? Out of nowhere? I know there was some allegations like a little earlier, but like, you know, people were talking about it, but then just out of nowhere for the Department of Homeland Security? Like, that's crazy. Is he the next R. Kelly? I don't know. DJT, I'm going to wait and see. I'm still very, like, in shock. The reaction is quite wild. Did he or did he not do it? Wow. It's a very good question. Did he or did he not do it? You get it? They found Meek Mill inside. No. Don't bring Meek into this. I think this is all Meek Mill's fault. That's it. Meek Mill started getting embarrassed. He said, they calling me out. He's like, I got to do something about this. You follow the rap. I listened to the song finally, and I've came to the conclusion all of you internet are dramatic. That little like Kendrick Lamar diss, dramatic. That wasn't even that like offensive, like as a diss. Like I don't even like. I'm like, really? Like y'all made me go and listen to that, and I listened to it, and all he said was just like the big three ain't a big three, and that's it. And everyone's like, oh, Drake and J. Cole, oh. So yeah, I'm like, man, like, did you not hear him on the Control verse? Like, I sound like such an old guy right now, but like, y'all don't know Control, man. That goal for Jermaine Cole, Prince Wale, he just starts everybody. He calls out everybody by name, and like he goes off on him, man. I don't know. I didn't think it was that aggressive. Cisco climbing up a little bit. I don't know why Hasbro's dying, but they were running up yesterday. So they could just be underperforming. DNAT hitting another high. Roblo going up. They were down earlier. And then Nuve, I sold out 2 of the 3 options. So we got 100%, a little bit more at one point. And then that's the only thing we did. And then holding one of them for free now. How would you feel if all 3 dropped an album on the same day? Which album would you listen to first? I would probably listen to the J. Cole album first, to be honest with you, out of those 3. He was saying he got to sing with Prince live, not MJ posthumously. Oh, I guess. But still, it just didn't seem. I don't know, man. I wasn't as taken aback. Fed says interest paid on reserves nearly tripled to $176.8 billion. I forgot who is it China now? I think China or some other country is starting to incorporate interest on excess reserves. And then Tessie's still up. SPY chilling, man. And then again, we're at the lower end from the data on the bonds and markets, like right when the data came out. That was like our biggest move. MRK has FDA approval today. If that sounds familiar. Where's Bidunius? They came down. They had that weird pop. GM on the high. Citi 52-week high. So more banks. JP Morgan climbing back up. XLF. Airbnb. Allah Habibi. And then Disney. Hey, man. Almost hit 120 this morning. Yeah, banks are just slow. Literally, XLF's into the highs right now. AMD pumping. Yeah, AMD just went green, waking up again. NVIDIA's still red. SMCI still green too. Marvel's up. Where's Intel? Fox on the high. Intel's going up too, but AMD is running. Nuve. It's weird. The options on Nuve, they're going up, but not as much anymore. But yeah, that was a good one. I'm glad. 8% on today. That's huge. So, again, like I said, nobody knows the buyout price, let alone has anything been confirmed. But there's a lot of room on that. But now we have free play. You ride it home. Very good. GM's up 50% from where Buffett sold last year. I forgot he had that. AM Dizzle. AMD's still moving up there again. I think, I don't know. Whoa. AMD really moving now. Yo, AMD, we were just talking about that, waking up. It looked like a couple of the names moving, but bigger, very, very big candle there. That just shot up $2, I think, in one candle. Or I guess $1.50, 179 to 180, 180.70, 180.50. I don't have any headlines on it. But why? I wish I could tell you, my friend. Wish I could tell you. It's not even Euro close or anything. I think the volume is real, too. So, again, that just popped up 2 candles. Literally took it from opening to high of the day right there. I have no news on AMD. NVIDIA right behind it. Watch Intel. That was the one that looked closest. AMD's still going now. That's about almost $2 in a couple of minutes. I don't see any news on AMD. Mara's running up and some of the crypto plays. And then Intel, but Intel's lagging behind. Like, again, nothing's moving like AMD right there. Nothing on AMD yet. I'll keep watch. It could just be, remember, there could be one thing going on. Remember, end of the month, end of the quarter rebalancing. Maybe. So if you see any wicked moves and there's like actually no headlines, I would chalk it up to the rebalance. Because again, I mean, there's only 2 more days left in the quarter? 2 or 3 more days? I don't know. Do they have a conference? There's Adobe. Adobe's going to have AI Day. Or not AI Day, excuse me, Analyst Day. No, they don't have anything. AMD, none. Biden has directed all federal resources be available for key bridge response efforts. The wall hugging is the new tree hugging. You like it? It works? Good. Oh, Adobe's Investor Day is late. It's at 5 p.m. Cocoa's going insane. I think, again, it has to do with more of the supply issues. I don't know if it'll impact inflation too much, but cocoa is like, I think it's the biggest it's ever ran up. For the channel, of course. Thank you. A lot of variety. I mean, we're talking chips and events, stocks, bonds, and Kendrick Lamar. I don't think you could trade cocoa futures, unfortunately. Not on TD. Bro, AMD's still running. It's another 50 cents or $1, I think. Another $1 from that first couple of dollar highs. My goodness. It could mess with Starbucks. I mean, that's what they said. People, some of the chocolate or confectionery makers are pushing people to things without chocolate. But, like, prices are going up. OPEC Plus is unlikely to change output policy before June meeting. Sources say no policy recommendation expected at next week's JMMC meeting, sources say. You got OPEC news coming out. Gold below 2,200. Oil not moving too much on that headline. I'm bullish in the short term on bonds. I think there's a little bit of gap that they can make up for after the last data or the last Fed. So really just 2-year, 10-year bonds are a little bit higher than where the Fed futures are, or the Fed terminal rate is. So I do think the more that does actually get confirmed, they have a little bit of gap to make up for. Another new high on Nuve. Ooh. And then AMD, bro. We got anything on that? Yeah, Nuve 31.46. Contracts are still 65 to 75, but my goodness. Yeah, AMD's going nuts, bro. Nothing on AMD yet. I don't think, again, no meeting, no events, no headline. We did talk about Krispy Kreme, the McDonald's partnership. I don't know about the long time. I think Krispy Kreme has a high valuation. Like, I think Krispy Kreme is still trading at, like mad future donuts. You know what I'm saying? Like, the growth rate on fucking donuts would have to be insane to justify it. They don't even have a PE ratio. So, like, I don't even want to know what their profits are. I like Krispy Kreme. I'm not really a Krispy Kreme hater, but I don't think I would buy the stock. Yeah, AMD, that was a crazy tear we just witnessed. Dollar Tree on the high, Google, even T-Mobile. Surprisingly, there's more names on the low ticker, so that's why, like, you're getting some of these moves. I have names on the high here, but SPY's actually getting a red candle. Dollar went green. $28.25. Yeah, dollar break even right now. FRGT, Google, and Nuvei. So Adobe, that's going to be after hours, depending if that goes below 500 before the bell. But if you want to play that, you're going to have to wait till after. The market's resilient. I don't think anybody can find anything on AMD right now. They're just killing it. NVIDIA didn't go up as much. Intel was kind of going with it, but then it faded. Micron, no, they're down. NBC News executives are discussing Ronna McDaniel as future of NBC News. Would you rather eat 10 donuts or buy 10 shares of Krispy Kreme? I honestly don't know. Because I could eat 10 donuts, but that's not really healthy. Like, dude, 10 Krispy Kreme donuts, I think that's like your daily calorie serving for a month. But, like, I could easily do it. I could knock down 10 of those like nothing. But then, I'd enjoy it. But then I'm like, I'd feel really bad afterwards. But then, like, I don't know if I would want to buy the shares. Like, maybe, like, 2 donuts. I'd rather eat 2 donuts than buy 2 shares. T-Mobile's still going up there, and Netflix. Remember, Netflix was like green, then red, and then now back to green. I've been to Texas Roadhouse once. I liked it. Good pickles, fried pickles, and the bread went pretty hard. MSOS on the high. And then bonds are starting to creep back up here, so that's kind of good. Equities barely moved. Last like 5-10 minutes. This has been about bringing the bond yields back up. But then again, dollars came up too. Couple of your names. I'm seeing United and Delta. Both of those breaking out into highs right now on the day. Disney. He's holding. Oh, yeah, where's Marvel? No news on gold and silver, but they broke out again here today. Or at least gold did. STX, that's been up all day. Again, they had some news there. I think it was an upgrade, but they're up 10. Apple's right at break even. Where's Meta and Microsoft? Meta's barely green, or Microsoft is. Meta's still holding up, and then Google was just ripping there earlier. Surprisingly, Meta's up more. And Amazon's now in the green. They're getting some candles. So, what, 10 minutes till hour number 2? Donut, is it still ripping? I mean, last time it was at 16-something. Yeah, 16.16. It's a little bit of broadening out today. I mean, we've been seeing that the last couple of days. You haven't really had all big tech playing along. And then even like we said, the breakdown, I think most of today's 50-50. Dow Jones, actually more names green, 22 green on the Dow. NASDAQ 100, 60 in the green. And then SPY, 315. So majority is actually green today. How many green versus red? Majority. I just went over those. More green than red, I'd say, slightly. I think NASDAQ is the closest. 60 green, 40 in the red. Tesla has rejoined Facebook and is officially doing paid advertising on the platform. First time ever. Tesla originally removed its Facebook page 6 years ago. Did the option price? It's pricing in 0.6 today, 0.67, and that's after we moved up 0.2 today. So everything is still on track for, nothing else. I didn't watch Quiet on. My girlfriend was trying to get me to watch it, but then it wouldn't load up on my TV, and then it was at her house, and I didn't want to go see it. I didn't want to. It's like, screw that. But I think I'm going to watch it. My girlfriend has been nagging me. VIX on the low. Oh. So see, maybe this SPY pops from here. Again, Amazon, a couple of the big tech names are waking up. GBTC. It's a good documentary, sad and dark, but good. PHVS, what's that? Oh, very, very liquid. Domino's, too. That's been hitting highs all day. They're up 3.4. Still no news on Nuvei, no. We couldn't find news on AMD. So Nuvei, I'm just going, again, it's the reason why we made the play. Nuvei a couple days ago had a buyout rumor, and then that's it. Nobody talked about it. And then it sat there for like 2-3 days, and now it's finally moving. But I don't think Nuvei, there's literally nothing. Oh, people were saying $36 a share earlier. Interesting. Still in JRVR. I'm up like 7%. So it's like $500, $600. It's not bad. I was up 1,000 on it the other day. AMD still running, DoorDash and Netflix on the high, and Wing and Nuvei. But SPY's starting to work its way up. So let's see if we could get to another. Remember, this is now new highs. Are higher than yesterday. Nuvei options are at 80 now. So a little bit more than 100. That one's starting to go. Again, Wing is on the high too. Oh, yeah. Is Planet Fitness still getting clapped? They haven't gotten up. I guess they were a little bit lower a couple days ago. Eli Lilly on the high. But yeah, they're still going through the drama. Venezuela's Maduro has chosen election rivals, banned contender. MSOS up 4, killing it. Bro, weed, 942. It's been moving a lot lately. Even Nordstrom's came up. Via. I like the bond move too for a little bit, but now it's starting to chill out right as we started to move. And then, bro, Nuvei again. But yeah, no news on Nuvei. All we have, again, it's up 10% now. But our options did very well on that. Academy raised. Oh, where's what's it called? What was that one? A-Lab? That one finally went down today. And Reddit on up another 10, still holding. Broadcom, they're not moving as much. Kind of looks like NVIDIA. SMCI has kind of been on a tear. EWJ on the high, Japan. And SPY trying to work its way up. Google again on the high. I mean, JRVR, it is, I feel you, it's boring. It's not. I mean, it's that one's still too. We're waiting on news of a buyout. Same exact thing as Nuve. Nuve, I think, has more upside potential. UPS new low. Is that thing still going? No way. Bro, they're still doing this? I couldn't talk about shipping this long. That's amazing. Yeah, ARM's doing very well. Yeah, again, dude, UPS was up 4.5% in the morning. That's the crazy part. They were up a lot. I think they did mention AI. Bro, Nuve's still going. I don't know. We might get eventually we might get a headline on Nuve. Or maybe again, 3 days ago, somebody said $36 a share. But then again, I mean, now it's just started to the 10% on nothing is huge. It was only up 2, 3, 4 or 4% earlier, I think. UPS low. FedEx did good today. Nuve 32 now 11. So now you're up 200% on those options. If you got a better price or average, you're up even more on those. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. I said that on the watch list. You didn't watch the watch list. Come on, bro. Lunar's going up. Lunar everywhere. Carvana. Yeah, FedEx is just chilling. Baidu's going lower. That's not good. Apple stopped moving, but still holding like right below negative. Bonds trying to go up again. And then dollar did chill out a little bit. CGC, more wheat stock. CGC's up another 30. And ACB. Only for the long term. I mean, they got a pretty good base. I think they've been around for a while. I haven't seen their premium. I don't know if they pay a dividend. I mean, not the best, not the worst. You know, you may still have to buy a little bit more. There's still risk to the downside. I need to see what their pipeline looks like. A-Lab lower. Where is the long term? From the long term to the Powell to the options with ghetto spreads. Okay. I really like the long term. You know that? I'm a big, big fan of it, you guys. May that long term bless you. And may it keep thy FOMO away. And keep you warm and fuzzy. As you know, every time the market moves, you are invested. ACB, CGC again. Those weed stocks are running. Little Red Chicle again. Oh, yeah. Where's Donald? Everybody in the DJT. Weed stocks 955. Yeah, bro. I love the long term. SNBR, Sleep Number, Humana's on the high. Oh, Booking went up a little bit more. Adabe. Yeah, Booking came back up there from earnings. I still have those shares. I'm only down a couple hundred on them now. And then Marvel. WDC was running alongside STX today. All day Palantir running. Marvel came back down. Yeah, Palantir's up 2. Donald staying pinned there. Is AMD still? AMD's still kind of holding up. And then Lunar again on the high. 12 million volume, 2 hours. It's a little low. I mean, we've definitely had more. But remember, yesterday was very low. We're still, the option chain is not pricing in anything aggressively. And we're just chilling here. CVS, I think that was running earlier yesterday. CVS, yeah, even today. AMD's kind of chilling, but it's holding that game. Did Nuvei come down? I'm seeing that option swing again. Palantir, Mara's on the high. Those Nuvei options are just insane. So again, but that just sold off 2% from the top. Snow starting up. Again, Mara 21. 42-day bills drop 5.28%. Oh, I forgot. We have the bond auction. The 5-year bond auction. Victoria's Secret on the high. Again, Mara 21. They're in the green now. Coinbase. Where's the other one? MSTR. And then Weed Stocks 956 still going. MSOS. And then SPY just pinned right above VWAP. Dancing Queen. Healthcare is creeping up at the high. I mean, I don't know if XLF's still going. Humana, Cigna, those are all moving on the highs right now. Yeah, Victoria's Secret, Visco, Lil Popper, Rooney, PayPal and Pinduoduo, Temu to make Japan's payment available on platform. Is that competitor to PayPal? Oh. CVS, I don't know what's going on. I got that in the top right. Macy, I mean, retail kind of sold off today. Then they got a bid, but other than that, I think the only thing with Macy's still part of that going private deal. INTJ, I forgot about that one, yeah. Supreme Court suggested will back access to abortion pill. Who was it? It's Promethazine or whatever. Who's the not Catalent? There's somebody on there. I forgot. Oh, PRGO. There it is. Thank you. Yeah, Perigo. Boom. I remember I made a flip on this, though, and this thing's deadly. Like, I've held Perigo and, like, died and popped. I've got out of it green, but it's a wild, wild ride. Yeah, Perigo is the one who benefits off of it. Perigo? Paris. Parigo. Tesla round 3. Got UPS. Dude, I don't know, man. I know some of you guys are into it. You guys want to keep listening? I'm just kidding. Unless I have to go pee. Giggle. And then bonds finally going up. But yeah, UPS, dude, that's a wicked swing. It's still going on, yeah. Dude, if AMD goes, that'll be nuts. No, that's at April. You know their earnings is April 30th? So I guess, earnings is right around the corner. And they're 20. The move for April, I have no idea. April deposit could be Pfizer, PayPal, Alibaba, or maybe we just sit. I really couldn't think of anything else. But, like, a lot of things have moved. Again, even, like, 3M. 3M came down a little bit, but, you know, there's been a lot of movement. I'm not against holding cash. I might add there. Dollars on the high right now. So, again, bonds coming up, and then DO. DO, that's not one of those. That's GEO. That's the prison. But, yeah, for long term, couple of options, but I am still waiting. So, like I said, I wouldn't be opposed to holding a little bit of cash. That's not out of the wheelhouse. But if there's names, PayPal, if that comes lower, Pfizer is the only, that name is still attractive to me. But, yeah, that's about it. Reddit, they were going crazy in the morning and calm down. I'd keep an eye on AMD. SPY coming down, though. I don't know if you've been doing this little dance here for probably a good hour, maybe 40 minutes. And then Mara's still going and ClearSpark. So crypto plays, AMD taking a little cheek lay. And then Reddit is going up there. It's about to break out. I have Disney chart. SPY 52 is still higher than yesterday. So until it starts going 52.20s, 28, you're still, this is all higher than where you were at literally yesterday. DJT selling off. MSOS versus another weed stock. I just more familiar with the ETF. I don't really even like the weed plays too much. I just know MSOS kind of has just been more sensitive to weed headlines based on their holdings, so I've traded that. But I'm out of that play, so I've gotten out of that. Good Friday. Markets usually do good on holiday weeks. Again, even then, I'm surprised the bonds are, again, not only do we have the Fed, but also, usually on weeks where on weeks where there's a short week, the bonds usually outperform stocks. And then again, even post-Fed. So we'll see. I didn't get into Reddit IPO, no. MIR? What's that? Mer poppin' Mirion Technology. Yeah, bro. Big pop on that. It looks liquid as hell. MIR. Merion. I do not have any headlines on that. UPS broke 150. AMD's coming down. So are the bond yields too. Yeah, bro. UPS getting kind of knocked. Well, remember, UPS had bad earnings and they sold off pretty big from there. So they still actually have a huge range they can move. Yeah, dollar is popping a little bit earlier there. Perigo fighting again. I don't have anything on that. Keep an eye on it. Very illiquid. Yeah, I like Perigo for the abortion play, but it's harder to trade sometimes. It really moves, or if it doesn't move, then you just get clapped. Glass F, that sounds familiar. But yeah, I've just been trading. Anytime there's been like weed headlines, I've been going back and forth on MSOS. But I did get out of it recently. I think Trump Social was up more. It was up 50% at one point. So 37, kind of insane. Dollar Tree on the high. And Walmart and Google. And then the SPY, a green shoot at V. Again, you've held this range literally for an hour. It's 841. Planter 2.6 they were running. Reddit, I mean, there's Reddit options, right? I think some of you guys were saying it's crazy. What's in the yen to make lows? Google still climbing up. We're going to do a couple of the earnings, I think, for tomorrow. Which ones? I think GameStop, and then that's it. Isn't there one more? But I think GameStop is the only one that people wanted. That one was a lot of what people were asking me for. KR. Damn, I forgot about Kroger. We got out of those. But that one is still running. CCL earnings. Yeah, we have the random play, so we'll do CCL too, probably. Do I have it? What is the earnings chart? Is this it? ADM? No, that was last week. I forgot Jabeel. So Jabeel, that was running today, but that was a post earnings from Friday. Yeah, so we have GameStop, Encino, and then Carnival in the morning, Ultimune, Cintas, Paychex, and then that's it. And then you have Rumble and Restoration on Wednesday. You got a couple of earnings, honestly. But yeah, I think GameStop, maybe Encino. Those will probably be the ones for today. So it'll be very short, and then Carnival in the morning. We did do the Monday CCL play. It was the play before the CCL. Somebody wanted the like $100 puts on the SPY. AT&T announces AT&T Cloud Voice with Microsoft Teams. With a mobile phone, a launch and controlled introduction early 2024. I'm probably not going to play GME. I said this yesterday, unless it's like pricing in a super small amount. So like if GME is only pricing in like a 2% move and it makes sense, I'm down. Otherwise, probably not. Google, bro. I have that in the top right. That's been on a tear all day. I'm not in Bristol Myers, no. MGM. I like the hotels. I mean, recently some done better than not. I mean, the real question, like I think MGM has less exposure in China, but like low key that has been affecting a lot of them. MKC, is that a gold name? I don't know about shorting Wing. I mean, there's premium for you to enjoy. Nuve running up here again. So that really has not like slowed down. DGT has to squeeze to only 12,000 for Trump to become the world's first paper trillionaire. That's a lot. That's a lot. I thought it would have been less than that. I guess not. DTSS expanding to China. Wasn't that like one of those crazy runners the other day? Trump's ownership, I don't know. Is it 50%? I think it might be a little less, I want to say. I mean, he has a decent amount, and I think it's worth a couple of billion right now. Oh, that's weird. It says market cap's only $2 billion right now. He's 58. He owns 79 million shares. He was 30%. I don't know. I have to double check. If he owns more, I mean, that's crazier. It's weird. It says the market cap's only $3 billion. Bro, Nuve's like still going now. 12%. I mean, I was kind of tripping right when it started climbing above 10. Pelosi, Palo Alto calls. I forgot about those. I mean, they hit for a little bit. News after hours. I mean, we're going to get Adobe Analyst Day after hours. And then, I mean, Nuvei, maybe they announce something. Otherwise, nothing planned. Nuvei's starting to get crazy contracts now. So the contracts we held, they had 2,800 open interest coming into this morning, and there's already 2,200 in volume on them. And then the 3,250 calls, those had 3,700 open interest for the morning, and they already have 5,000 in volume on them. So, like, literally more contracts have traded than the open interest on all of them. Rumble was that Rumble that had earnings? And then Google's still going, Nuvei, SPY, Green Shoot. Mara's still on the high. We've seen that a couple of times there. Yeah, Rum reports tomorrow. Tesla. Mara. Oh, Airbnb. Google still as well. Bruh. Sizu. PayPal trying to come back. They had a good start to the morning. I mean, SPY, those two candles, if you could string together, I mean, you'll hit a new high. I mean, spend an hour in the range going nowhere. Two candles, you're right back up to the high. Like, we were 1 point away from breaking out. We did the exact same thing. Google getting a decent candle here, up 1.4. Yeah, I think Sizu is hype. Today, I was looking at a couple of, I wanted like Oracle, Micron, and some of the chip plays, but I think the chip plays already moved, or any of those earnings continuations. So now, either Adobe after hours or just ride out the Marvel. Airbnb has 250 options now. Oh. December. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, wait. These came out 3 days ago? So now you could get 2,600 for 250. It's not bad. Guarantees us $100 above our price. WeWork has not opened its books to Newman, CNBC. I don't know. I want to do it, but I don't. But I do. Because I kind of like Airbnb, no covered calls. But then, like I'm saying here, we could sell the Airbnb and we could collect, a little bit more than half of our dividend yield of the year. And then we could either put it, I want to put it in NVO, but, oh, man. Oh, man. And I don't know. DJT. SPY 2, again, if we break out a little bit. DJT flushing now. 64. Yeah, Dow, remember, it was up. That's 25% from the high. I think real estate will come down once the job market comes down. Until then, it could stay very, very sticky. ACI, nice pop. Wasn't there an update on the case? Yeah, ACI's up 1.5. I don't know. I kind of want to flip the coin, but I don't. Should we covered calls and turn it into NVO? Or we covered calls and just keep the cash? Or we just keep waiting on Airbnb? Maybe we wait till next earnings? I think that'll be a better time, actually. Might as well. Why don't we just wait till damn April earnings if Airbnb is already up? Yeah, earnings are in May. I think we just wait till May 7th. Hopefully it holds up, and then if it has an earnings run up into earnings, then we could just sell the covered calls and then get some of the premium. Yeah, Palantir's been killing it low-key all day. And then SPY now, it's starting to string together some of these highs here. I mean, you're about 1 point now from the other high. This is where we kind of sold off from, but you've gone past these two little baby peaks. So if we're going to build anything, and then dollar, I mean, dollar's not good, and then bonds are just right where the data came out. Remember, we did have data to react to, but the reaction was a little weird. UPS grabbed some 150s. UPS still flushing. I don't think, I mean, they could be saying something, but at this point, I really just think it's the, I said, no, they wrapped it up, finally. But I think this is just, it went from good guidance to everything else. Seemed to just be reflecting what they said on their last earnings. UPS for lawn. Remember, I gave you guys the green light on UPS a couple of weeks ago at like 130. So remember, like 138, 140. After earnings, we were talking there. So, I mean, it's coming back now. I think if you do get into those earnings level, I mean, I could consider it. But remember, it did run up after that little earnings drop and pop. Let's be real, the dollar doesn't matter at this time. No, I mean, I think the dollar always holds a level of importance. Is the dollar going to move the markets? Probably not. And that's kind of what we were talking yesterday. There's going to be seasons where it's highly correlated, but like we kind of had this discussion yesterday. I don't sleep on the fact of how important, global currencies are to everything. And what I mean by that is just like legitimately all these other, like Switzerland cuts rates, that's having an effect on our dollar. Colombia's doing stuff, the Bank of England, the Bank of Japan. So it's just like I would keep an eye out for it, but it doesn't necessarily mean, you may not watch the correlation between dollar and market movements. That may not be apparent for a little while here. Pinduoduo. Bro, UPS still dumping now? It's already almost $2 below 150. That's a key level. And then bonds getting some stuff out. Yen. Pinduoduo is holding up. Oil popped a little bit. Yen is dying. So, I mean, be on the lookout. We may get intervention soon after those comments. But yeah, yen is starting to die. Again, dollar is starting to climb up. Palantir, Face Ripper, Dollar Tree on the high too, and Netflix. Yeah, Palantir's up 4 now almost, just under it. No news on AMD on that move. Again, I think it could just be some of this quarter-end rebalance, believe it or not. No Reddit options, no. They've been holding. Adobe's events at 5 p.m. today, I think, Pacific or Eastern, but they already came back up here. What sector? I want to say healthcare or financials, if not tech. I think on the SPY, was this consumer services, consumer durables, electronic tech, and then health services. And then worst on the day, energy, utility, industrial, and then health tech slightly. I think if UPS drops a little bit more, I could consider it. Again, last time we were talking about UPS for the long term was about a couple months ago after their earnings, and that price is like give or take around there now, so it's a little higher today. But if it does come a little lower, that could be something to think about. I think 130s gets a little tempting. Adobe Microsoft partnership. Oh, well, there you go. Adobe's ripping off of that now. Bro, you were just saying Adobe partners to bring new AI capabilities to Microsoft 365. So, again, Adobe, we played that yesterday. That's starting to rip. They just have a lot of room. Adobe. No AMD news. Yeah, Adobe running. Again, there's going to be more announcements after the bell with Adobe. So that's what we were talking about waiting for, but that's already starting to move. Good pop on there. Yeah, they destroyed the Lulu ones. I mean, they gave you 120%, and then they said, take it or leave it, Habibi. Take it or leave it. Who? And then Micron, that would have been a better post-earnings runner. NetEase on the high. So, honestly, there's a couple China names working up. Baba and Baidu down. I guess Pinduoduo is still red, but that's trying to climb its way out there. $12.02, not bad. 9 o'clock, 30 minutes till Euro close, until we get to the end of the year or the end of the month. Amazonian, is Google still ripping? They came down a little bit. Airbnb, just go to 170, yalla. And then UPS going to 147.30 now. Bro, UPS, bro, that's a almost 9% move on the day. Very, very started off good, then turned awful investor day. I'm in the CCL random play, but that's, it's not really too serious of a play. UPS for the long term. Jason, did you just get here, Jason? That is your first message of the day, Jason. So, otherwise, I was going to slap you, Jason. Because I think I've answered this 5 times in the last 5 minutes. But I love you. I have to go to the bathroom now. So I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I'll see you in a little bit, baby. See you in a little bit.
And income, even at this juncture in markets?
Well, I think that so much money goes where the yield is. And there's been very, very attractive yields, as you pointed out, in cash instruments. Having said that, though, we are at that point where we're going to start to see yields go down. And that, to me, could very well move money into fixed income, locking in rates for the longer term, moving out in terms of duration, as well as some money going into equities. I think this is a story in which we're going to see excess money go into a well-diversified set of assets.
Does it matter how many rate cuts we get? Because it's striking to me, of course, that we came into the year and 6 cuts were priced in, and that was really rejoiced by the equity bulls. Now we're about 3 cuts priced in, and even still the S&P 500 continued to march higher, even though rates are going to be higher than was previously expected. What do you make of that dynamic?
So I don't think it's going to make a huge difference. I think it's about the direction. We're moving to lower rates. We're going to be doing it probably gently, but that makes sense given the overall macro environment. So 3 or 6, certainly 6 would probably be better, for markets, but in general, I think this is an environment that's quite supportive, and in the long run, it probably makes sense to be more measured and thoughtful about the rate cuts.
Is it supportive for every company in the stock market? Or you think about small caps, for example, the Russell 2000. I forget the exact percentage of non-profitable companies that are in there. But you think about those firms that are often burdened with pretty heavy debt loads, having to face these refinancings. And now maybe that rate cut relief isn't coming to the same magnitude as was initially expected. What does it mean for companies that aren't enormous with these big, healthy balance sheets?
Well, you could also argue that the fact that rate cuts are coming are going to be more impactful for the smaller companies, even if it's not the magnitude that we had originally hoped. And of course, we'll get there over time. It'll just take longer. But the long-term projections for where we see the Fed funds rate is still around 2.5%. So I don't think that it's that much of a problem. And in fact, I suspect that we're going to see a reacceleration in the U.S. economy later this year that benefits smaller caps more than larger caps.
Yeah, and it's interesting, actually. We had Ryan Dietrich on the program yesterday saying that he expects small caps to outperform the S&P 500. I don't know if you would go that far.
I think there's a very good chance that that happens if we see an economic reacceleration.
So we're going to have to keep updated on that point. But before we get there, talk to me about how the bond market fits in. When you're designing a portfolio and allocating to these different asset classes, clearly you're positive on the stock market, but how are you thinking about treasuries in this environment, especially if, again, we do get that economic reacceleration?
So there are so many opportunities beyond treasuries, and I think it's important to stress. Right now, I would argue that investment-grade credit is the sweet spot because I don't think it's going to be a completely soft landing. I think we're going to have some bumps, and IG credit looks very attractive in this environment. I would also argue that high yield looks good, and it's not an environment in which we're going to see a lot of pressure on most companies in the high yield space. And so the argument can be made that you want to move out on the risk spectrum when it comes to fixed income. Certainly in a thoughtful, prudent way, having adequate exposure across fixed income asset classes. But I think of this as very different than, for example, 2022. I think of that as the annus horribilis. This environment is quite different, right? We had these surprise rate hikes, very high magnitude. Now we're going to see gentle easing in rates, and I think that's supportive of fixed income in general. But I would certainly be focused on longer duration fixed income in this environment in order to lock in those higher yields.
All right, that's a good.
Annus horribilis. Everybody knows the annus horribilis. Duh. I have no idea what that is. AMD again. Well, we're back, Chad. Again, a lot of individual moves today, but you're still up at 0.25%. Russell, Dow, and SPY. NASDAQ is now the one breaking out, up at 0.4. SPY right at VWAP. We're about 22 minutes from Euro close. Bond yields break even. Dollar slightly green. Very interesting day, but it's also a lot like what we had yesterday. Is with a couple of more twists here. And then now, instead of going down, you actually kind of are getting your little melt up today. UPS still dying? No way. 147 flat now. About to go 146. Didn't we flip it to 146? That was on the upside. My goodness. ARM reversed. Yeah, ARM was up a lot. Again, SPY getting some volume. NVIDIA is still red. AMD is the one that's just tearing. SMCI still up, and Intel, I guess. And Marvel's not doing too bad. We had Palantir up there, still up 3. There's a lot of individual moves. Like I'm saying, things are not too bad. You're getting some movement. Where's Donald? Donald at 66. Sibin Dash on the high. That one's been running. Ebert. CCL, they got earning. Where are the airlines? They were doing very good earlier today. They're still doing good. J&J on the high now. J&J breaking out here. Gold flat, red, oil 82. What a day, man. What a day. Remember, it's still going to be calm, though. So it's like, I don't know if, you remember how yesterday played out. Like, I don't know if anything's going to really knock us off the rocker. I mean, yesterday you spent how many hours? What, like from 10:30? We're already past that? Where are we right now? 12:10? Yeah, I mean, you might spend the next couple hours just in this range, and then power hour comes in, and then you'll, like, depending on whether or not we're higher or lower, you'll just make the final move a little later. But it does seem a lot like yesterday. And again, I mean, some people it is a short week. I think it is very, very holiday-esque. But we'll find out by Euro close here. CMG premium spiked. Oh, when is this split on CMG? And then AMD still getting those candles. SPY candles holding up right here. Apple, yeah. Apple's back to green. McKesson, MKC, or McCormick, excuse me. They're popping. Damn, they're already up 10. I think they had news. They had to have. But that one's still going. MKC. McCormick. Like the spices. Yeah, they had Q1 results. Very good spices. More brand staying power on Nike or Starbucks. I think Nike has been around longer, so I think they win by default there. But I think both of those brands are fire, and I think both of them are around same relative values of like 2018. Apple candle getting a little bigger there, a little stickier. Owner of Dolly container ship says no pollution resulting from collision with Baltimore Bridge pillar. Okay. Thanks, Dolly. It's good to know. So apparently the ship ran into the bridge and knocked the entire bridge down, and zero pollution was created. Thank God. Right? And then SPY, all these dancing queen. You can dive, you can sing, trading a 1-point range for hours. Oh, see it red, then it turns green. The market move nowhere. Down, down. It's a good song, man. It's a good song. Bridge was like 2 hours. I know. Thank God it was in the middle of the night. Still very wild, bro. That was just a random ass piece of news to wake up to. Yeah, but Yahoo Finance turned off commenting for DJT. Really? I mean, I haven't even seen, like, dude, I've seen Chads go way crazier on a fucking Trump press conference than the stock going out. Everybody was just everybody wanted Donald Trump in the morning, bro. That DJT, I think that was the most called out play in the morning, but I saw less, like, Make America Great Again comments. I don't know how to describe it. AMDY bonds just keeping the pin, so I mean, hey, I'm down with it for now. I'll hold it. Well, I mean, the price of the market is helping out Biden. Again, Biden even had updated polls today that ended up doing good. There's only one, as far as like economy and prices are concerned, and like negatively impacting Biden. Right now, there's only one factor that's getting a little weird. Does anybody know? We talked about it yesterday. Some of you brought it up. There's only one little price out of control right now. It's not your real estate or anything of that nature, believe it or not. Yeah. Gas. I didn't know. There's a bunch of live footage of the bridge thing. There's people out there now for the rescue. But yeah, gas. So like gas is running up. So even then today, I think gas has hit its highest almost in 2 years. So the price at the pump is starting to run up. So like as far as like if you're like, oh, the stock market's good, 401k, that helps the president, you know, the only price point that's not helping the president right now is gasoline. Or that's the only thing that's kind of like, all right, well, you know, there, not to mention the other 3 years of inflation and whatnot, but for the most part, at the short term and like face value, gasoline is starting to get a little bit out of hand. Powell's ignoring it because we've seen higher, and then again, it seems like Powell is taking the attitude of overshoots and undershoots. So why overreact? He's, you know, gas price. He's pretty much in Powell's mind. I think Powell views it that gas prices are going to surge, and then they're going to come down a lot, and then it will find a balance. So no point to react on any of the swings up or down. It has to be sustained and over time. Paid over $5 a gallon. Yeah, I mean, I feel like, yeah, high fours, $5. I'm kind of used to it by now. I don't even know what the price of gas. I don't know what's cheap or not for gas. I'm not even kidding you. I'm totally like, I have zero idea. Because like I drive a lot and like I go to so many different gas stations. So like the prices just range naturally based on assholes who price it $1 higher or lower, depending on what side of the exit it's on. And then we've seen so many gas changes. Like I've definitely paid higher and I've definitely paid lower. I have no idea where I am paying for gas when it's all said and done. Well, you have an EV. That makes sense. Upstart on the high. I think that was moving earlier. And then again, MKC earnings. Bonds wanted to break out there. SPY wanted to go a little lower, but still holding VWAP. Again, Euro close in 13 minutes. Baidu small pop. It did that earlier, then just died. And Roblo on the high. Yeah, cocoa. Well, cocoa prices could get crazy. I mean, it could have an effect. It's not like cocoa isn't it's not something that you may think it's like random, but if that does go a little crazier, I mean, it could start to have some pass-through effects. You can't, I don't think, depends on your brokerage. Some people might let you like B-book it and trade the price, but you can't trade it on Schwab or the CME. Rambal. They have earnings tomorrow. Well, Hershey's might not. I don't know. Hershey's has been going down, I'm pretty sure. Because, again, they have to buy it. So their input costs are going up. ARM going lower. That's funny because they were leading today. Yeah, ARM's now negative. MKC still, AAP on the high. Those ones never materialize. IBKR, Banking, America, Fargo, all the banks are up by a little bit. Some more than others. XLF, 0.5%. Again, healthcare is doing good. XLV still near the high. Oh, ADM. I wish those plays went up. The Nuvais did. And then SPY, Ford on the low. Ford getting a red. I think GM's on the high. I think all automakers are doing good. Even Tesla's slipping a little bit. But Ford hitting a low of the day. They're on 1.3. Check HRL. They're moving 2 alongside MKC. MIR, I forgot about that one. Was there any news on that? I didn't see anything. EXPO on the high. Cardinal Health, another XLV component. Reddit's holding 69.40. Yeah, Ford is really starting to sell off. So down 1.5 right now. And then Nordstrom's on the high. So again, a lot of push and pull today. We're moving about 1/4% on the NASDAQ. But really staying within the range, what's priced in. But, I mean, we have not done much. So again, some names still up, other names pulling down. High-low ticker, again, kind of balanced out. A little bit more of a knife there on the SPY. All of Netflix gains came from earnings in the day after. Then it's 3 months of sideways and barely moving. Cash sessions are boring. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it's kind of always been. I mean, it did go up for like a month after earnings. You know, all the way up until like the beginning of March. But then, like, I don't know. It depends how you want to look at it. But usually it should be boring after earnings. And that's where like... Again, I think it was Goldman Sachs this morning. Was it John Weizsäcker? They were saying that, like, you know, it's really hard to imagine even stocks going up even more higher now, like in the short term, until we get the next set of earnings in April to kind of like justify everything. Yeah, I feel like Nvidia kind of moved like that too. But then again, like you pull out these charts though, it's like a slight uptrend. Forward warning on Baltimore Bridge, supply chain lengthen. That was earlier in the morning, but maybe it's affecting it there. And then SPY getting right below the opening candle. BABA moving. Again, Ford just flushed. BABA's in the green, surprisingly. I mean, JD's barely red, so is Pinduoduo. Baidu just gave up that little run up there. On Tesla. Tesla's up 4, but it's coming down. Perigo, there was that abortion pill thing earlier. Is dollar back in green? Yeah. Interestingly enough, so is bonds. But yeah, dollar back to green. I mean, SPY slowly working its way lower. Again, now NASDAQ's coming in line with this SPY, Russell, and Dow. So, like, literally everything is up 1/4 right now. Like, everything's within 0.02% of each other. And then 7 minutes till Euro close. So we'll see. Spice some things up. Is UPS still dying? That'd be crazy. Oh my goodness. 146.59. It is. Yeah, very wild move. Honeywell on the high. So again, there's that push and pull. Just as you're getting, again, FedEx is up, UPS is down. Like, if that doesn't explain the day here, I mean, it's not really... I don't think anything's categorizing everything one way and like making all things move in one direction. Everything's kind of, you either got news or you don't, and then you're just staying within a tight range unless you do have that news. The conference is over on UPS. It went for a while, but like it started off with good guidance, and then I think it borderline just fell back into sounding like their past earnings, which again they got brought down on. So Goldman gave them a buy rating, and then Bank of America kept neutral, and then that's it. And then Bank of America raised their price target but kept it neutral. That was afterwards. ODD. Dollars just climbing up a little bit more. I mean, SPY even getting a little green shoot. You'll see if your ups begins to bounce. NVIDIA going lower, and then that little green shoot still hanging around the lows. Peacock gets NFL opening week Friday game exclusivity. NFL to schedule at least one game on Christmas this upcoming season. Who owns Peacock? Is it Disney? And then NVIDIA flushing. But Peacock gets NFL opening week Friday game exclusivity. Comcast. Wow, they're not really moving. Ollie. That's on the low. Again, NVIDIA just had a little flush there. It looks crazy on the low ticker, but it's really not moving too nutty. Do real people even use Truth Social? I honestly think you have to just be in politics if you use Truth Social. I'd be down to check it out. I think I did this last time. Last time I logged into Truth Social. All I see is Donald Trump. I think that's the only... how do you discover? Hot truths. See truths getting the biggest reaction. So, mass casualty event of Baltimore. And then the biggest comment in the clown show continues. Transportation secretary is busy breastfeeding his kid. Oh my goodness. That's the number one post in response. And the next top post on Truth Social, Donald J. Trump. Judge Juan Merchan, very distinguished looking man, is a true and certified Trump hater who suffers from a very serious case of Trump derangement syndrome. Number 2 hot truth. And then Don Bongino. Today is March 26th, and Joe Biden is the worst president in U.S. history. Then someone else responding to the Baltimore thing. Makes no sense. Ships have GPS and are always maintain the same course. Yeah. So I don't know if these are real. Cat turd, I think that's I think I've seen that on Twitter. Seems very unbiased. I mean, that's how the truth is, right? Yeah, man, I haven't really used this app too much. ARQ going. No conspiracies on the eclipse. I mean, I've seen people talk about them, but I'm not really too worried about it. Don't they say like the eclipse and like earthquakes have a high correlation or something? But I'm not too, what's the tinfoil with P. Diddy, bro? You got P. Diddy. Like, that's, like, what? Another short on UPA going for it? And then Comcast didn't move on that NFL news. And then Bond's breaking out now, finally. So, if they came back, that's a very good sign. Miso approaching 4. They had news. I think they got approval. Yeah, no tinfoil on Diddy. He's just an awful person. That might add up. And then SPY got a little bounce there again. Bonds. Ironically enough, though, dollar's still on the highs, but everything within 0.4 of each other, more so 0.2. Russell, Dow, and NASDAQ all 0.2 with each other. Apple coming up now. Finally a little bit more, up a quarter. Happy vibe. Bond auction is going to be in 30 minutes, I believe. Yeah, 10. My ZT, I'm down $150. Again, every morning I'm up on them, and then by the time the cash open hits, the bonds just start selling. And then I'm down $400 on my ZB from before the Fed, but I was down way more on that one. And then again, I was up on that one. I was up like $800, $1,000 on it yesterday. And then it came down. UNH going up. Very. VERI. NVIDIA stopped dying. Yeah, Veritone up 25%. Good luck with that one. UNH, MNMD pop. AMD's trying to climb up here too. Apple just hit the high. Bonds another one. Disney, they stopped moving. NFL says Amazon Prime Video will have exclusive playoff game, confirming Wall Street Journal story. NFL to schedule at least one game on Christmas upcoming season. Jay-Z pulled into this Diddy thing. Nah, man, you know who I'm worried about? I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, man. But I'm going to say it. But I don't want to say it. Nah, man, you don't know who's going to get pulled into it. I don't want them to, but I do think they have a... I do think that they have a connection. It's, you don't want me to say it, man. You don't want me to say it. Oh, thank God that Chad said it. It's not Jay-Z. He might, but I don't know. No. You don't know, bro? You don't know? Like, I'm talking, like, real shocking. And, like, people are going, what? Like, oh. Yeah, man. TD Jakes. I'm pretty sure they knew each other. And I know, like, remember I told you that the other day? Like a couple months ago? And I said there was, like, some weird people were, like, talking crazy. They were talking crazy on TD Jakes. And they were tying him into some Diddy shit. And then now Diddy's clapped. I was like, oh. So we'll see. I know I do like TD Jakes, but I've seen too many weird TikToks now at this point. And bonds, if they keep going up, I'll take it. Nuvei 3150, another one. And then Amazon came down. None of that NFL news moved anything. Oh, wait. I thought 3250, so Nuvei's coming down. I was like, damn, it's up another $1. The area to vote on TD. On Schwab, just search, what was it, Proxy Center? Or Corporate Actions? Just put it in the search bar. Click around, you'll find it. And then Tesla still 4.6, stop dying. AMD, I mean, I think is probably the most compelling on the day unless it already ran. And then Rumble is still going. DJT right below 70. Rumble's up 13. Perigo came down. Total. Ford down 2 now, so they dropped even more. They had flush part 2, and then SPY coming down again. Bond just hit a new high of the day, but still barely in the green. Can you say it? I already said it. You may be lagged behind, sir. You may have been lost in translation. And then 9:34. So Europe closed 4 minutes ago. Right here by VWAP. Keep that in mind. You lying? I already said it, man. Yeah. I don't know. It's coming at me with a lot of attitude for somebody who missed. Did I ever tell you that story? I don't know if I ever told you guys that story when I was a kid. Like one day, I got dropped off for school in the morning. And like, I don't know, for you guys for school, like in elementary school, we had to like wait outside, like behind, like on the like basketball courts, and you would like line up before school started. And then like you would walk in a line to your class. You know, very, very propaganda like now that I think about it. But I was raised like a good U.S. citizen. Does that sound familiar? You guys had that? Yeah. So like one morning I got dropped off, and like low key, I thought that I was dropped off early, but my Arab parents dropped me off late, and like nobody was out there, and I thought I was the first one. You know what I'm saying? So like I thought I was the first one at school. So I was just behind the school, like on the basket. I was just running around. I was just playing in the morning, and then finally a teacher came and was like, "What?" And then one of my homies came late too, and I was like, "Yeah, we're early." And we just started playing, and then one of the teachers came up and they were like, "What are you doing?" And then I got in trouble. They thought we were just playing, and I was like, "Oh, I thought I was early." They didn't believe me. But moral of the story, that type of energy, I was playing and like I was late. And yeah, that's what that reminded me of. That's kind of sad. I mean, I'll forever remember the story, but I didn't take it too personally. You know, I'm still very optimistic, but yeah, that's what that reminded me of. He's like, say it, yeah, just some big bold energy, but I was like, you're late, sir. You're late. In the spot chilling. I mean, hey man, if bonds go up, maybe a little dollar cooling down by the end of the day, that would be nice. But then again, I don't even think none of these factors even matter. I don't think it's going to knock us out more than 0.25%. And I do think you're still going to have some individual names just doing whatever they want. I'm still not up to date with the, what's it called? The Eclipse, though. The Eclipse 10, I'm still not following. Adobe pinned. Oh, I forgot. They had that Microsoft partnership. Adobe. Again, and tonight they have Activist Day. Meso still on the high. Miso. Adobe. Spy kind of tilting a little lower. Bro, UPS dropping again. Might break 146. What was the other one? Adobe and another one. Meso Biotech. There's another one besides Adobe. And the video moves the market. Well, remember, though, too, we're not expecting a lot still. And, like, that's what I was saying. I'm like, man, maybe we could watch the dollar and bonds. And, like, I still think both of those can move big. But, like, genuinely, I really don't think we have to move that crazy right now. I think the market will hold up and do its thing and just chill. This is a weird remix of yesterday, and then again the market is literally, it's pricing in a small move. Has been from yesterday. Yesterday we moved small, and even to start off the day, like we're a borderline moving exactly the same. I don't know, maybe it's too early, but I would even argue it may be buy the close and then just sell the open, or even sell pre-market. Why do you like selling spreads on stuff like McDonald's or HD? Well, that was back when I would do them a lot. I haven't done it in a while, but typically it's because the stocks, like, they're slow movers, and then you could get like really high credit, and then it would be like a low risk, and then when they did kind of like fall into a downtrend, they would fall out of the money easily. But growth names, I mean, there's just a wide range on growth stocks. But the value names, you at least like generally can forecast how they're going to move, or you should have a decent idea. But I haven't done one in a minute. UPS. I mean, we were talking about it, 130. So, again, last time we were talking UPS for the long term, I mean, it was at that price. It bounced, and then now they just got clapped on Analyst Day or Investor Day. Very ugly, honestly. Very, very ugly. I think most of Wall Street has left. We could do it, man. I did it end of last year. I'm kind of down, Chad. I'm kind of down. I might maybe just leave tomorrow, Wednesday. But, like, you could literally leave. Like, you don't have to be here. I really think with how the market's looking, unless there's a black swan, I mean, that's about it. But, like, you legitimately, like, you could just take off the next 2 days and then go have, like, a 5 to 6 day weekend. That's because I do think a lot of, again, volume's low. You even see it with these moves. Like I've just explained with the pricing, we're not really expecting much. You could invest and sit there. That's it. I mean, that's the beauty. We have our long term. You know what I'm saying? I'm leaving. Yeah, enjoy it, man. Relax. Rest up. I'm kind of down. Maybe I could have Josh AI. I could have him do tomorrow for you. I don't know how it works.
Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, AbbVie. AbbVie is my favorite stock. I love NVIDIA as well, and lingerie. Oracle is a good company and a dab, eh? Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, AbbVie.
AbbVie. Adabe.
Hello. Ha 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 ha. Lol 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 lol.
Slightly deeper and it's on point. Feel you. It's good, man. It's good. He still has more training to do. He's still in training, okay? You got to train the little guy. It's really weird. The UPS drop, I mean, I think kind of warranted. They only dropped for 3 days after their earnings. And then again, FedEx earnings was good. They're not really doing the best after, again, their investor day and even earnings, and then your competitors doing good. So, but I'm down to buy it in the long term. If it gets down to these lows again, I do think in the 130s, that range starts to become very, very attractive. POTUS, is he going live right now? I tell you, bridge. You know how many bridges collapses? It's a shame. You're going to make all funds federally available starting next year after you vote me in. Oh, I see it. Started 25 minutes ago, but he's not live yet. Well, we'll see. You'll get Biden on here shortly. I think it'll take a little bit of time. People died and y'all cracking jokes about Biden? Yes. I was not joking about the people on the bridge. Okay. You seem like you like identity politics. So God bless you. We haven't had a 2% down day, I think, on the SPY in what, like 97 or 100 days or something. But then I think right before we did, I think, wasn't it? I swear it was just not too long ago. Or no, that was 2% on the NASDAQ. But yeah, S&P 500 has not moved in a while. It'd be healthy to have it's been 84 years. No. It's been like 90-something days. Ford CFO need to match EV capacity with demand. GM CFO EV demand is much slower than what the industry forecasts. What's this? Why is Ford and GM talking right now? Both CEO of Ford and GM are speaking. And then SPY going a little lower. So again, GM was on the high. I don't know if they flipped. Dabe. So new, very good work. That was a nice one. The Ford, affected by the bridge was earlier, but like literally GM and Ford CFO within a minute of each other both have headlines. So they're both speaking right now. HPE pop. Yo, HPE. It's only up 4 cents. It was up like 10, 20 cents. If that holds up, that could be big. Boeing BA rating may be cut by Moody's. Or Boeing should drop on that, but they're getting green candles. Boeing Baa2 rating may be cut by Moody's. And then again, HP just got a candle. Bonds just wicked into the high. SPY wicked near the low of the day. And then JP Morgan on the high. And then MRAI. Isn't that an AI stock? Biden.
Good afternoon. Before I leave for North Carolina, which I'm going to do in a few minutes, I want to speak briefly about the terrible incident and accident that happened in Baltimore this morning. At about 1:30, a container ship struck the Francis Scott Key Bridge, which I've been over many, many times commuting from the state of Delaware, either on a train or by car. I've been in Baltimore Harbor many times. And the bridge collapsed, sending several people and vehicles into the water, into the river. And multiple U.S. Coast Guard units, which are stationed very nearby, thank God, were immediately deployed along with local emergency personnel. And the Coast Guard is leading the response to the port, where representatives from the Federal Highway Administration, the FBI, the Department of Transportation, the Army Corps of Engineers, as well as Maryland officials and Baltimore Police and Fire, are all working together to coordinate an emergency response. Officials at the scene estimate 8 people were unaccounted for were unaccounted for. That number might change. 2 have been rescued, 1 without injury, 1 in critical condition. And the search and rescue operation is continuing for all those remaining as we speak. I spoke with Governor Moore this morning, as well as the Mayor of Baltimore, the county executive, both United States senators and the congressman. And my Secretary of Transportation is on the scene. I told them we're going to send all the federal resources they need as we respond to this emergency. And I mean all the federal resources. And we're going to rebuild that port together. Everything so far indicates that this was a terrible accident. At this time, we have no other indication, no other reason to believe there's any intentional act here. Personnel on board the ship were able to alert the Maryland Department of Transportation that they had lost control of their vessel, as you all know and reported. As a result, local authorities were able to close the bridge to traffic before the bridge was struck, which undoubtedly saved lives. And our prayers are with everyone involved in this terrible accident and all the families, especially those waiting for the news of their loved one right now. I know every minute in that circumstance feels like a lifetime. You just don't know. It's just terrible. We're incredibly grateful for the brave rescuers who immediately rushed to the scene, and to the people of Baltimore. I want to say we're with you. We're going to stay with you as long as it takes. And like the governor said, you're Maryland tough, you're Baltimore strong, and we're going to get through this together. And I promise we're not leaving. Here's what's happening now. The search and rescue operation is our top priority. Ship traffic in the Port of Baltimore has been suspended until further notice, and we'll need to clear that channel before the ship traffic can resume. The Army Corps of Engineers is on the spot and is going to help lead this effort to clear the channel. The Port of Baltimore is one of the nation's largest shipping hubs, and I've been there a number of times as a senator and as a vice president. It handles a record amount of cargo last year. It's also the top port in America for both imports and exports of automobiles and light trucks. Around 850,000 vehicles go through that port every single year, and we're going to get it up and running again as soon as possible. 15,000 jobs depend on that port, and we're going to do everything we can to protect those jobs and help those workers. The bridge is also critical for travel, not just for Baltimore, but for the Northeast Corridor. Over 30,000 vehicles cross the Francis Scott Key Bridge on a daily basis. It's virtually, it's one of the most important elements for the economy in the Northeast and the quality of life. My transportation secretary is there now. As I told Governor Moore, I've directed my team to move heaven and earth to reopen the port and rebuild the bridge as soon as humanly possible. And we're going to work hand in hand with the support of Maryland to support Maryland whatever they ask for. We're going to work with our partners in Congress to make sure the state gets the support it needs. It's my intention that the federal government will pay for the entire cost of reconstructing that bridge, and I expect the Congress to support my effort. This is going to take some time. The people of Baltimore can count on us, though, to stick with them at every step of the way until the port is reopened and the bridge is rebuilt. You know, we're not leaving until this job gets done. Not leaving until then. So I just want to say God bless everybody who everyone harmed this morning and their families. And may God bless the first responders, many of whom risking their lives. And the reason I'm not going to take a lot of questions, there's remaining issues that are open that we got to determine what's going to happen in terms of the rescue mission and the like. But
Do you plan to go to Baltimore, sir? And if so, how quickly?
I do, and as quickly as I can.
You said the federal government's also going to pay for the repairs. I'm just curious, this was a ship that appears to be at fault. Is there any reason to believe that the company behind the ship should be held responsible? And then also, you mentioned...
That could be, but we're not going to wait till that happens. We're going to pay for it to get the bridge rebuilt and opened.
What did you make of Israel's decision not to attend this meeting this week?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. We've got plenty of time to talk about Rafah.
You mentioned the port. Can I ask about cars? About the port.
Only one. Only one. So, yeah, I'm out. It's a good question. I wonder, what I was a Marsk ship. Yeah, they'll probably get billed when it's done. Buy now, pay later. Crash now, pay later? I don't know. Spy, a little chicle. A little bit. I mean, we've kind of been fading since Euro. I think Euro closed right here at VWAP. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. You're still within a quarter. Again, the market is very, very tight right now. All of the indexes moving almost exactly the same. If anything now, Russell and Dow are higher than the NASDAQ. Such a weird... Bro, a boat hit a bridge, and then it fell. Again, the one in Tampa Bay, the Florida one, that's the only other time I've ever heard of that, and I wasn't even alive. My goodness. DJT running up again. It was pinned right near 70 earlier. Trump posted the Thug Life edit of him saying cash on IG. What is that? What does that even mean? Cash, like he has cash? 71. The boat looked huge. Yeah, it's crazy. The boat looked massive. Dude, there's videos like right now, man. If you go, I think it's all over YouTube, even the news. I don't know if Bloomberg's still playing it. Bloomberg had like a video of it. Where is it? But like, dude, it looked insane. Like, it's sometimes like, you know, when you see them boats and you're like, oh, hell nah. It's like this time, though.
Developing right now, at
like,
least.
Oh, hell nah. It's like, look. It's big. I told you, the boat crashes, bro. Like, you could have saw this from a mile away. But, like, bro, that thing is huge. Dude, that thing is not like, that bridge looks like a toothpick compared to this boat. He's like, yeah, I agree with you, Josh. Yeah, so that's actual video. Isn't that nuts? So, like, bro, but look at that. But that's what happened, and it took a while. And then, boom. But, like, it's just crazy. That's a full-on container ship. That's a grown-ass ship. I mean, they knew the bridge was there. They just said, like, so pretty much the boat just lost power, and then it just, like, drifted, and they couldn't do anything about it. Like, it wasn't a matter of, like, that's why I always tell you guys, like, boat crashes are weird because you could see it. It's kind of like a hard landing, man. I don't know. It's just like you could see it from once it's kind of initiated, you can't really do anything about it. You could drop the anchor, but if there's not enough time, it's on a path, and then it just starts to wander off or go wherever the path was. That's it. It could have been hacked. I mean, I'm sure that doesn't seem like a wild concept. I mean, again, the good thing is it happened like late. Oh, what the hell? Oh, that's the bridge. Oh my God, that scared me. Leave the world behind. Yeah, isn't that what happened in the Netflix movie? Oh my gosh, I forgot. And then the boat show up on the shore. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Obama. And people, you have nothing to worry about. Container ships crash all the time. Now, that being said, we will pay for the bridge. And then we'll build them with a firm. So, like the video. And thank you again. I forgot about that. It's literally in the trailer. It's a straight up container ship. Yeah. Well. Did they have a T-Rex in the cargo hold? I don't think this was a mix of Jurassic Park and Leave the World Behind. But no, I think we're safe on that one. Close call. That sounds like you know how much of a Nicolas Cage fan I am? I've seen the Nicolas Cage movie of him transporting a tiger on a boat. If you've never seen that, you're not a real Nicolas Cage fan. That's all I'll tell you. But yeah, that's what that reminds me of. Close call. But we're good. It's not Face Off. Come on, man. Y'all don't know about that one. Y'all don't know about that. It's not Face Off. It's Nicolas Cage on a boat moving animals. It's a great movie. Great movie. Enjoyed it. You hate Nicolas Cage? Hey, that's fine. Not everybody is a connoisseur of quality acting. You know? Some people like that other shit. I get it. You know, Nicolas Cage, not for everybody. And then SPY, I don't know if we're going to hit a new low. 5227, the low is 5226. You probably will. But you never know. And then you got like 10 points. Honestly, 10 points isn't even that much. So to fill the gap, it's 10 points. It kind of looks like a lot, but like, bro, you low-key did that in 5 minutes yesterday. You might have to wait all day. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. Bond still holding. Oh, yeah. Bond auction right now. 5-year. Again, yesterday's 2-year was big, but these are all huge, man. So who was it? Somebody, I think it was Bank of America this morning. They said that U.S. is about to go into like Liz Truss mode. Remember, that was a headline this morning. But like straight up, I mean, these bond auctions, this is one of the biggest ones. So yesterday was a record 2-year auction. Surprisingly, it came in with solid demand. There was no problems with that. Today's going to be another large 5-year. Tomorrow, I think another $50 or $60 billion of 7-year bonds. And then we go from there. But yeah, there's a lot of that. And then DJT on the high, not on the high, but it's climbing up. When issued 4.245 before $67 billion auction. 4.245. I wonder if this is a 4.5 coupon or a 4.25. And then SPY, a little chicle. Apple Worldwide Developer Conference returns June 10th. Baltimore ports could see 10% increase in volume handling. 4.245. Wait for it. Give it a minute. SPY going lower. You're about to hit that low. You might actually hold it too. Again, at that last time we were at the low, it was just a little wick and then you bounced. Apple low. I got Microsoft on the low here. 4.245. Apple. A little bit. Apple's right at break even now. And then Meta gave up a little bit more than any of the other ones. Check Google. Google like to hold up. But they're even getting a red. So low ticker's taking over a little bit more. So let's see. Up still going down. The death of you, dude. 144. Habibi. By Liz Truss, they mean that. Remember, Liz Truss had a debt issue. Remember, she wanted to do, what was it? Get rid of or raise the taxes. And then she wanted to spend a bunch of money and had no way to actually get it. And then her budget was super unsustainable. And then the bonds blew up. And then it was one problem after another. And then she resigned in a week. They're pretty much saying there's a potential for that to happen in the U.S. where if we keep issuing debt like this and keep raising it, eventually we're going to run into a crisis. 4.235. Much demand. 0.10. Bonds popping. SPY, but 5-year bond just brought in some demand there. 4.235 versus 4.245 when issued. So came in lower, 81.5% at the high, 70% direct bid. It was a 4.125 coupon. Not bad. That's crazy. Open face. Vacation open face. What's good, baby? Hope you living good. Good timing. Bond auction just came in. Strong bond auction on the 5-year. The lettuce lasted longer than Liz Truss. Yes, I'll never forget. Never forget. Markets very mild, as a man once said this week, but very mild. I mean, this time we actually opened up higher and holding up a little bit. A lot of individual headlines on companies, everything from UPS and Apple, FedEx, a couple of other earnings. Which one else? There's a couple more in the morning. Tesla. Who else? McDonald's, DNUT. Dow Jones, Donald Trump stock. There's all these different headlines. We even had data come in that was weaker, and bonds kind of reacted. But generally, I mean, the market did not move much. None of the real bigger storylines have changed. Grinding. I mean, the demand is there for the bonds. I mean, definitely, as the supply went up, the demand gobbled it up there too. And the Fed's not even helping out as much. But we'll find out. Well, again, bond auction was good so far. Remember data? The data was favorable to the bonds. We had a pop, sold off, and then we came up here. So we'll see. Lately, even yesterday was a good 2-year bond auction. It's not like the bonds went up yesterday. So keep that in mind. I mean, we'll see if we actually get any stickiness off this. And if the market goes up, Citi holding up. Yeah, banks doing well in general. And then everything, 0.2. NASDAQ, 0.23. Russell, 0.21. Dow, 0.22. SPY, 0.21. So literally within 0.02 of everything. Ta-da. UPS, 8%. Dude, that's a 12% move intraday. Or even from pre-market.
Donald came back to 30 or 73. 30. What happens to the bond if the Fed collapses? I mean, bonds would die, or vice versa. Maybe the bonds die, and then that would lead the Fed to collapsing. But I mean, I forget what was it we were talking about this. I don't know if we were talking about this. Were we talking about this with the banking crisis? But like if the bond market breaks, that is the source of funding for everything. So, low key, I mean, if there ever was a seizure or, the bond market ceased to trade and, it never showed up, then we'd have that could probably be the source of most major problems. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know if the Fed could collapse. I mean, they have infinite money. I mean, it's not really a matter of the Fed collapsing as much as it would be credibility, like your trust in that system. If you stop believing that they had a control or an impact or that they were credible, then that would be how they could collapse. Fed can collapse. Well, I think you're kind of biased, okay? Your YouTube name is End the Fed. Can we get somebody in the middle, please? Anybody? Okay, I don't know why I'm advocate for the Fed. I'm just saying, I don't even think I'm that much of a Fed advocate. But at the end of the day, I do think I think it's more of a credibility and collapse of faith rather than an institution itself going bust. It's the biggest Ponzi scheme. Well, yeah, but that's why I'm saying that's just collapse in faith, perception. That's the only way. Yeah, like Japan. Once you're yeah, fuck. Once the Fed says whatever they want and everyone's sure, buddy. So, I don't know. I'm sure the Fed would disagree with me, but, it happens. If they had to pick currency or economy, which one would they pick? Probably currency. Price stability. Because, again, economies break down and build up all the time. You can, if your currency actually gets threatened and it causes irreversible damage or leaves scarring on your system, that's usually a cost most governments want to avoid. You're pretty sweet on Powell. I mean, I've liked him a lot more in my life. I'm definitely I don't know. I don't like Powell as much as I did, but I do respect the man highly, and I think he's one of the better Fed chairs. But I mean, I just partake in the scam. I'm not necessarily. I don't defend the scam, if that makes any sense. So I know it's a scam, and I know I'm profiting off of the scam my whole entire life. I'm just not necessarily a proponent. Does that make sense? I mean, what? Long-term, stock market, Fed, cheap money, quantitative easing, modern monetary theory. Does that make sense? So, but I've always, I've never really been too big of a proponent as much as understand it and benefit off of it. The Bukele CPAC. Yeah, what was that El Salvador? I saw some of it. It was good. Myrna on the low. I think they got an approval of some sort earlier. Macy's on the low. Not bad.
talk about Snap. They didn't do much today. I mean, I think they're up, but I don't think it's off of any news as much as it is Meta or even Pinterest. Pinterest is the one you want to be talking about. They popped yesterday. They were up 7% earlier, but Piper Sandler upgraded them, said that they're potentially doing a partnership with Google. International Papers is weighing a move to gate crash a $10 billion merger of DS Smith. IP is weighing a move to gate crash a $10 billion merger. Are they trying to get in on this? IP. They're on the low right there. Pretty big candle down 2. Bonds still going up. Latest bond auction 10 minutes ago. Everything was looking good. Radnet. Not bad. MU, it is getting up. Back at 120 right now. And then dollar still in the green. Again, IP. I don't know what that means. Gate crash. Larry Fink says parts of private market, great retirement investments. SPY catch up with bonds. I mean, if anything, bonds have to catch up with SPY. So you may watch some intraday moves, but even on like a daily, I mean, the bonds are the ones that are lagging behind. That's why I'm holding bond plays right now. I even think bonds are lagging behind the Fed futures. They came back up. I'm like break even on my 2-year play now. ARM on the low. Mornings and greeting from Guatemala, baby. You made it. Let's go. Be safe out there. All right, man. Enjoy it. Spend some good time with the fam. ESPR. Treasury yields fall after 5-year auction. 5-year yield up 20 basis points one day, 4.235. Baba, Baidu. Microsoft's still on the low, so that's getting no love. Again, everything within a quarter still. That has not changed. UPS. I mean, again, I think UPS, it had analyst upgrades, but at the end of the day, I think it just echoed their last earnings. And then they didn't. I mean, the guidance in the morning was really good, but everything else just started, it didn't really reflect any other broader changes that got everybody excited. If anything, it just seemed like their last earnings was a sandbag, and then it's still bad. All right, bond plays gone green on the 2-year. GM on the high. Again, you just had comments from the CFO not too long ago. Only got a couple earnings previews for today, so I hope you are ready for it. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much you're expecting, sir. The Jeff Bezos song, yeah. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. It's a great song, man. Born in 1964. Bro, ARM, wasn't it just at 140? My goodness, man. I don't know why I don't even know why I was leading in the morning. Again, it seems like chips were
kind of broken. You know, they're already broken up into groups. There's like NVIDIA, and then like AMD and SMCI, NVIDIA lower, SMCI, NVIDIA up, even Intel, and then even Marvel, and then some of the other names. Again, they were either lower or didn't move at all. How bizarre! TRMB, Trumbull. Yo, that thing's kind of running. Trimble. And then NBC plans to drop Ronna McDaniel as contributor. I don't know why Trumbull. Trumbull is nice. I mean, it's starting to like get candles there. And then FedEx on the high while UPS is just getting murked. My goodness. UPS buying stock in waste management for cleanup. I mean, I don't know. UPS, just let it die. I'd be down, though. I said I don't want to add anything new. But, I mean, I was really liking it when it was lower. I thought it would have gone lower than those 4 days, but it was a big bounce afterwards. But UPS is insane. Insane in the UPS brain. Yes, Chattadonia. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals. Oh, no. I don't know, man. The market near the low of the day. It's time for PHILO. I don't know. The market has taken PHILO many ways in 2024. Sometimes lower, sometimes higher. I mean, it's overall been a trip. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is time that we have a little bit of discussion. And today I want to give you a good discussion. I want to give you something. I want something today that you can pin to the top of your mind and just remind yourself of. Okay? It's a very beautiful thing. But before I discuss that, I will say good work to those of you who are seeking, because those who seek will sure find. And you know, that is why I do shout out my PHILO brothers every single day that we do this. It's good to see. Yesterday, I wear the PHILO. Wear the PHILO, baby. I love to see it, man. And even then, like I'm saying, man, those of you who are truly seeking, man, and always keep that up. And honestly, I mean, that's kind of what relates to today's PHILO. So let me just start right off the bat. You know, right off the bat. Just first pitch, okay, Chad? I'll just tell you this. You ready? Sit down, nephew. Come on, take a seat. Let me talk to you for a minute. Let me just tell you this real quick. Did you know that you are not going to feel it every day? Oh, y'all don't feel. Yeah, if I ever sat you down and talked to you, I'd start clapping at myself. I'd go, I get hyped on that. I really do. It's not the main point I'm talking about, but like for real, I always got to give this reminder. You know, like you are genuinely, every day is not going to be a good day. You are going to have days, whether you are talking stocks,
Whether you are your business, your job, your family, I don't know what you're dealing with, man. But like you are actually just, you're not going to feel it every day. You know, there's one PHILO that I've given you. Maybe, I don't know, maybe this is a timely reminder. And I've told you guys this one, I think this was about maybe like 2 years ago now. My goodness. But you guys remember the curse of the morning? Do you remember that? And I told you, don't get cursed by the morning. Does that sound familiar? If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's that feeling where, you know, like sometimes you ever get excited about something and like you could work on it all night and like, you know, and you're just like super duper hyped. You could, whatever it is, you just discovered the stocks for the first time, Robinhood, new business. It's like Christmas, so you're just so excited. And then what happens? You go to bed, and then you wake up, and then you're just not, something about the morning. You just, I don't know, it's just not there. You don't get disappointed, but it's just like, it's not the same energy that you had right before it. I'm telling you, like, you go to sleep and wake up, you don't think it's weird, like, how we, like, operate. You know, it's very humbling. That's the general idea, that we have to eat and drink every single day. You got to take a dump. But, like, imagine, like, waking up and, like, restarting. In that restarting process. It was funny. I even saw the puppy. He does the same. You ever wake up a dog? Even they're like low-key sleepy when you wake them up. That's why I said, don't get cursed by the morning, man. You got to watch out. Sometimes you could be super enthusiastic and then just literally all you did was go to bed and wake up. Nothing changed and you just won't, and you'll still got to find a way to get enthusiastic about whatever it was, even the thing that just made you super duper hyped. So this was an old PHILO I gave. And I'm giving this as a reminder, bro, because you are going to, you're not going to feel it every day. And I want to relate it to something bigger than that. But I do hope this is something you keep in mind, because it does, what this all boils down to, always, the days you don't feel it are the days you got to be asking yourself, what do I know? That's it. And you know, sometimes the negativity will get the best of you, and you'll be like, maybe I don't know anything. That's why I don't feel anything. Oh, that's not true. Like I said a lot of time, most people, they have trouble with the things. It's not the things they don't know. It's they don't understand the things they already understand. It's avoiding the things we want to understand. Ask yourself what you really know on the days that you don't feel it. See, and then you know why I'm saying that? Oh, man. This is where some of y'all gonna feel me and some of you are not. Oh, because you got to know something bigger, okay? And this is the main point of the PHILO. This is what I want for the PHILO today, man. This is what that reminder I want you to think about. And I read like, and the thing is, if you don't think about it, even like if you're not even, like, I want you to bask in the presence of this, and I want you to think about this explicitly, because it's very easy to avoid it, and it's very easy to get caught up in a day-to-day. It's very simple, man. You need the peace of God. Yes. But what I want to tell you is two different things. There's peace with God, and then there's the peace of God. I'm giving you the reminder to carry the peace of God. See, some of you may not like that. I get it. I said God, and then you think, well, peace of God. You like, I got to subscribe to that. I got to do that. I'm just saying there's something analogous to what the peace of God is and like what it is. And even in general, just like understanding peace too. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's why I said peace with God, because like I'm not like you and God. I'm not talking about if you and God are cool. You know that some of y'all are cool with God. Like, yeah, you and God are straight. That's not what this is about. It's peace with God. You know what I'm saying? You may not, some of you be like, that's why people get mad when you bring up God, because they're like, I'm a good person. I live like this. Why would this and why would I get judged? Like, that's how I'm not talking about peace with God. That's between you guys. Do whatever. That's peace with God. I'm talking peace of God. You know what that means? That means being calm in a storm. That means loving when you get rejected. That means a lot of different things. But that's like the whole point why you have an image of it. But this is the reminder I want you to have right now. That's what I'm telling you, to just don't forget about the peace of God. And how living, and that's why I'm saying, though, you're not going to feel it all the time. And that's why sometimes you got to go with what you know. That's why I told you the armor. It's written, you have promises. But you do got to remind yourself of what you really know to remain in your peace. So, Chad, that's all I wanted to give you today. To start off the week, I mean, it's a blessing of peace. And it's a reminder to know your promises. Know what you have already. But, like, seriously, the promises that are written. And really think about it in the positive light. Not thinking, like, again, if you don't feel it, ask yourself what you know. But just peace, dog. So, Chad, be wise. Go on with peace this week. And this is my challenge to you. I want you to think of this every day. I just want the phrase peace of God to cross your mind once. That's all. Just once a day. Hopefully it relaxes you. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's a reminder. I don't know what you're stressing on. Maybe it'll get you motivated. But just don't get cursed by the morning. Keep the peace. And just don't forget what you know. So, Chad, I hope you enjoyed that one. I hope you take that one to the bank. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, nightly watch list and main channel. First link, Scream a Lot's bid campaign real estate costs. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. And God bless you, Chadadonia. God bless you.
I don't wanna rap that. Yeah. Pleasant out, Pluto. Rollie on my wrist. Nah, I don't wanna rap that. Pull up in a big body, I don't put a tap back. Hit me with the divvy, I don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. Guinea was a freebie, I don't even need a fast one. I was never greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I bet that I ain't never fucking going bad shit. Please stop backing, y'all need main skin. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Pull up to the valley, got these motherfuckers counting. Pulling up the Lancho, got it looking like a million. Remember when I put them on the motherfuckers daddy? But it's some more fighter, I don't give a fuck about it. I'm still in the game like a Indiscriminate athlete. Got a little fame, but it ain't changed nothing about me. Nah. Same OJ, you smoke more J, still make dumb plays, but I play less games. Always ready for the war, I ain't playing campaign, but I really need a reason for I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like bait. I'ma think it before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, no, I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tenth and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from her. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Nah, rather get a B&B and running for the scenery. And maybe live the seasonally and keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
Bro, I was still going to the bathroom. That song's short, 2 minutes. Paul is longer than that song. Oh my goodness. I'll give you one more. Why not? Consul Baltimore ship not owned. Consul terminal does not have timeline when vessel access will resume. Resumption. I got you, bro. I got you.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think when you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle, and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil. It matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons. It matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather. When weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. Then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it. Let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Alright, there you go. I got some preview lookup. IP still dropping. Again, they're making an offer there, it looks like, for one of those companies. DS progressing discussions with international paper proposal and with Mondi regarding possible all-share offer by Mondi for DS Smith. So, yeah, I think they're putting in an offer to buy someone, and then shareholders don't like it. They're getting clapped on that. Want new uncle? I have new Josh. I have new country. I think we just got it finished up. I don't know if you want to. I might be able to play you a little bit. Would you like to listen to a little bit? I have to get these earnings previews though. But I think I have new Josh. I think. Is it? I don't know if it'll play. It might not play. It's not playing. Oh, it is playing. Oh, wow.
Hey, Xavier.
I don't know. No, maybe we'll let it sit. I need to get the preview. I guess.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why?
I don't know. I get stage fright. I'm not as confident as Uncle. You know, I get nervous. I gotta get these previews, man. I gotta get these previews. Josh AI, you guys are gonna be confused forever. You'll never know, huh? IP still going lower.
They always want my money. Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state, but
No. See, I'll make you guys wait. Make them wait a little bit. I get nervous too. All I did was mix it. I know Marcus Hanlon again on the beat. You get nervous. All right, well, I have. Oh, did I save that one? I did not. Why the people in the CCL keep buying the cars? All right. You guys ready? I have good news and bad news. Are you ready for the good news and bad news? Actually, let me put out a stream alert just in case anybody wants the 3 earnings previews. Skirt. Only good news? Only good news. Good news, we have earnings previews. And then we could go over GameStop. Bad news, I don't have a preview on GameStop. I have one like text writing. I don't have the normal one, but I have like a weird preview. Earnings previews. You're good, boy. You good, man. How you living? D.S. Smith confirms international share paper bid representing 415 pounds per share. So, again, I think that's why it's still moving there. Same info. They're buying someone. Shareholders do not like it. Or they put in an offer. Does Cintas have earnings? I could see if there's a preview. Cintas is tomorrow morning. Yeah, they should. They're a pretty big company. Yeah, I could get that one. We'll go over it when we get to the morning ones. All right. So give it one more minute and we'll begin. But essentially, GameStop, I don't have the normal preview. But they are, I think, the one everybody wanted from yesterday. The Twitch is under siege right now. So it's not, we've had some issues. We got in trouble. And then I was supposed to be on Kick in the other one, but then I had some more trouble. But don't worry, it'll be back soon. In due time. But for now, you guys have to get along. Oh, Walgreens. Earnings on Thursday. Then Rumble's tomorrow after hours. A lot of people in the government pay more than the teachers. JBL. Didn't they already report? Wasn't that last Friday? I think that's why they're going crazy a little bit. They were doing good all day today. Alrighty. So, Chattadonia, it is time. I don't think we need to go too much into depth with it. You know, this is kind of like our weird off-season, preseason. But it is time for some earnings previews. So what I mean by off-season, preseason, the real earnings are going to begin in 3 weeks. And if you've noticed, we've been doing these earnings previews for months now. And we kind of wrapped up the big earnings. And then we're like slowly meandering. I love that word, meander. We've slowly been meandering into this next earnings season. So we have a couple of earnings here. I'm going to go over about 3 previews. And we're going to price them in on the option chain. If you're not familiar, this is something we've been showing a lot of this year, is what the option chain is pricing in and what the market maker is communicating. So we're going to go over these earnings, see some of their past performance. Then we're going to go to the option chain, see what is priced in, and then we are going to do our strategy of doubling up the pricing in the ghetto standard deviation and seeing if there's any cheap plays with a high reward and hopefully a low risk that are generally possible. So I don't know if I'm going to make plays today. There's only a couple of companies, and like I'm saying here, we're going to go over them quick. So be wise. You should be able to gather information from this that you could apply to any strategy that you want. So whether you're selling premium, buying, you want to go 1 standard deviation, 2, 3, 4, half, 0, shares, futures, it don't matter. You know, you could get a lot from this info. And even recently, I've been showing you, the same thing that we do for earnings. You could do it on the damn SPY options on any given day to see what is priced in and what the market makers are expecting. So very, very good info, Habibi, but be wise, okay? Don't use this to gamble. Don't use it to blow up an account. None of these are a recommendation, and a lot of the plays, if I do end up playing anything, it's going to be a cheap play with a very low likelihood of becoming profitable. So take that however you please, but you're probably not going to make money on it, so don't be a dummy. Don't be a dummy, okay? Okay, capiche? Same page, buckaroo? Yeah? Yeah? All right, bud. Pal. Friend. Capiche? Good. Are we on the same page, though? Everybody all in favor? I don't know if we should vote on it. All in favor? I don't know if that operates the same way. Buckaroo. Amigo. Bucko. Habibi. Can you say Habibi? No. Friendo. I've never. Friendo. Bubba. Okay, Bubba. I don't know if that hits the same, but okay, Brohan. Sport. It's good. You guys are acknowledging. I'm just making sure we're on the same page, so by you commenting back with another another form of compadre, I think it there you go. It's a communication. I love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, well, that being said, let's start with the first one. GameStop, ARM, and IP still dropping, but GME. Everybody in the GME, put your mother and says up and follow me. Everybody in the GME. No. Yo, nobody stand tough. Notice that these naked shorts still haven't covered up. This Wall Street's got you gassed up. Now, who's afraid of the big bad Melvin Capital? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 30%, 40%, 50% short. 60%, 70%, 80% short, 90% ladder attack, 100% none. This guy ain't no mother. Okay. I'm sorry. This is the only way to get. I don't know. I did that out of respect for the GME apes. I thought that's my song for y'all. So, GameStop. I don't have a preview, but I have words. I have an article. GameStop checks point to fiscal fourth quarter. Top line beat, longer term challenges remain. So shows upside fourth quarter revenue amid timing of software releases, but the video retailer faces ongoing challenges to achieving sustainable growth, according to Wedbush. Brokerage is modeling for sales of $2 billion during the quarter, which implies a year-over-year decline of 10% despite an extra week. It expects earnings per share of 25 cents, an improvement from 16 posted a year ago. Consensus for stronger sales of $2.05 billion and EPS of 30 cents. So that's what they're expecting. And then GameStop appears set to deliver solid, if unspectacular, fiscal fourth quarter results. Wedbush analysts Michael Pachter and Nick McKay said in a research note on Monday. GameStop is scheduled to report results on Tuesday. Its shares rocketed more than 13% in Monday's midday trade. Overall, industry sales were up modestly in the quarter as declining software or hardware sales offset by strong software releases, the analyst wrote. While the company is expected to have benefited from the wider industry trends, continued losses in market share and a mix shift towards digital likely led to underperformance, Pachter and McKay said. Industry hardware sales decline were led by the Switch, with Nintendo posting 9% year-over-year declines for its device sales. Wedbush said Microsoft delivered 3% increase in Xbox hardware revenue, while Sony beat its record for quarterly sales of the PS5, but lowered its unit guidance for the year. GameStop's bottom line should benefit from a mixed shift towards higher margin software and recent cost control measures like closing stores and cutting staff, the analyst said. However, Wedbush reiterated the underperformance underperform rating and $6 price target, pointing to GameStop's obstacles return to sustained growth. GameStop shares continue to trade at a level that fails to fully account for the many challenges ahead. Pachter and McKay said growth in subscription services and the lack of clear strategy to enter new categories with compelling growth potential by GameStop are additional challenges the company faces. Wedbush does not expect GameStop to provide 24 guidance since the company has not provided sales and earnings guidance since 2019. The brokerage estimates full-year revenue of $5 billion and EPS of 0.04, below the street view of $5.2 billion and 12 cents respectively. So yeah, GameStop. I didn't know. Some people, they given it like some thought. You know what I'm saying? So let's see what's priced in. I'm sure it's going to be pricing in a lot. That's why people keep asking me if I'm going to play it. I said if it doesn't price in a lot, I'm down. But Habibi, it's priced GameStop. You can't game any stop now cheap, man. Expensive stop. All right. So we're going to go to this week's options. Stocks at 1509. These work perfectly. So 173 plus 162. That leaves you like what, like 230ish? We'll see. And I'll go up 174. So 174 plus 163, 337. So that's, and then you get 335 here. So we're about right. We'll go 335. I just moved a couple pennies. So 335, that's about correct. So by taking the at the money strangle price, we get about $3.35 or 337. That is what the market maker thinks GameStop is going to move in one direction. So literally 335 divided by 1507. That's a 22% move. So GameStop is pricing in 22% for earnings. So the market maker thinks they'll move 22%. And if you want to make a play, any direction, I mean, if you did do the straddle, you would need to move 22% to break even. So what we're going to do is double that up. So 335 times 2. This is the ghetto standard deviation. That's 670. So add that to 15. That's what? 21. 2175. And then we'll go to the next week contracts. Holy Habibi, $78. That's really expensive. Yeah. Wow. So even for like a 40% move, it cost $80 on a play like that. That's a lot. So 670 minus 15, that's like what, 930? Is it? 830. Those are $3. Not bad. But then again, your max is $800 if the stock goes to zero. So, yeah. I'm going to have to say no play. No play, Howie. No play. No GameStop. 22% priced in. 22% priced in. Any questions? Pricing in 335 one way. Any questions? You're repping Theta Gang on that. Good luck. What about the future out of the money? What do you mean? One more time. Pricing in 335. Well, like what? 670 both ways. It's like $21 to the high side or $8, $8.70 to the downside leaps. I didn't look, but just for earnings in general, I mean, it's pricing in a lot. Maybe the ones that further out the money or further time, they may be pricing in a little less. But, I mean, again, any of those 20-something, I mean, that's a 50, that's more than, that's maybe a 100% move almost. I think, yeah, it stocks at $15. A little less. So, it's just expensive. I mean, even then, for next week, you're paying $80 for a 40% move. So, very expensive, baby. I'm not a fan. All right. Anybody else? Any other questions for GME? No more GME, bros?
This is it. Last call. Last call for GME. Last call for any additional downloadable content. GME. Nobody. And that's it. We went over the game guide. We good? I would play the stock instead of the options. I could agree with that. I'm Boeing. We don't have Boeing, but I have Encino. So I saw this on the list. I remember playing this at IPO. We got some free shares. I'm pretty sure this is like a cloud tech company, no? You guys remember Encino? Well, I have an earnings preview. They're expecting 124.7 million in revenue versus guidance of 123.5 to 125.5. Non-GAAP gross margin 65.9. Non-GAAP operating margin 12.5% versus guidance of 12 to 13%. EPS at 12 cents versus guidance of 11 to 13. Deferred revenue of 169.2 million. Billings of 163.7 million. Next quarter expecting revenue of 128.8 million. Non-GAAP gross margin of 66.2%. Non-GAAP operating margin of 12.4. EPS of 12 cents. Deferred revenue of 182.9 million, billings of 143.5 million. Since last quarter, November 29th, they're up 1.4. S&P is up by 15.2 in XLF financials. They're up by 18.0. Near-term options implied 10.3% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 8, gain of 10, loss of 10, and gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 14 of the last 14 quarters. EPS has beaten 13 of the last 14 quarters with 1 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 10 of the last 14, and forward quarter EPS has beaten 6 of the last 14 with 2 in line. This is for Encino, NCNO. FDA warns consumers to avoid certain topical pain relief products due to potential for dangerous health effects. Oh, I see that coming across. I don't have any names listed. So, Encino, preview says they're pricing in 10%. I mean, they could move, but they're pricing in what they've moved every time. And they don't have weeklies. Yeah, it looks to be pricing in 355. It looks to be a little bit more than 10%. $11.7. So you'll need like a 22% move for Ghetto, but that's like what? 710. 710 is 2 standard deviations, so 37.40. 20 cents. Half the price of the share. It's not that bad. I mean, this was a $100 stock. I don't know. I don't think that one's the worst. You might even get, someone got filled for 12 cents. And then downside $7.23. Downside's kind of limited. I don't think the call is that bad. I don't know if I want to play it, but I don't think that's the worst. Encino still needs a 20% move. But they low-key used to move. Cytokinesis on the high, too. All right, that's Encino. Any questions about Encino? I'm skipping the rest of these. They're still Direct, Ouster, Progress, Concentrix, Panbella, Forge, Rival, and Noah. Those are all today. I just did Encino and GameStop. I like the Encino to the upside. I don't think it's that bad. It's a 20% move, but it's like $20 or less. I mean, it's cheaper than the price of the stock, and then $40 is like a bigger level. Cytokinesis, $4. Yeah, actually, Cytokinesis, huge pop. I saw it on the high ticker. I didn't think it was that big. Cytokinesis really running. I don't see anything. They scheduled a college. They're having like a presentation. Yeah, April 6th, April 7th. That was yesterday. Again, there's still that buyout candidate. Our play's expired, unfortunately. They have announced 4 upcoming college presentations. Yeah, that was yesterday. Then Netflix on the high, Spy,
bouncing off the low. We were just hugging it, and then bond's still up from the bond auction, which is good. Noah, Bill Dark, very good guy, man. Very good guy. Chad's pumping the Encino options. Well, best of luck to you. I don't think I'm going to play it. Still the same price, 15, 20. Again, the last trade was 12. Someone just got those super cheap. But yeah, that's Encino. Any questions on Encino? Any final questions? It's time to move on to the morning. And with that, with the morning brings the cruise lines. Carnival. I saw it. I was thinking about it, man. You guys know there's cruises. I could take a cruise from Friday, but it comes back on Monday. So if I want to take Monday off, I could go on my first cruise. But my girlfriend did not like the idea of a cruise. She's like me. I don't really like a cruise. I've never been on one. No, I've never been. I was kind of down. And then my girlfriend shot the idea down. And I was like, okay, I guess we're not having any fun. After the bridge, I mean, yeah, what? It's a cruise. What do you think? I'm still chill. You're going April 13th. Have fun, man. Carnival. Turn up, bro. Turn up. After Titanic? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I'm cruising to Baltimore. Anyways. Well, Carnival. Here is the earnings preview for Carnival. CCL. So they're expecting revenue of $5.33 billion, fuel expense $491.3 million, EPS loss of 17 cents a share versus guidance of loss of 22 cents a share. Next quarter expecting $5.73 billion, EPS of 0 cents. Full year guidance November 24, EPS 93 cents excluding items. Adjusted EBITDA $5.6 billion. Net yields in constant currency up 8.5% year over year. Adjusted cruise costs excluding fuel up 4.5% year over year. Since last quarter, December 20th, CCL is down 5.8. S&P is up by 11.6. XLY is up by 3.5. Near-term options implied 10.1% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, loss of 5, loss of 8, loss of 5. Revenue has beaten 9 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 10 of the last 20 quarters. Short interest is 10%. GME implied 22%. And now CCL applies pricing in 10. They're kind of underperforming on the SPY though. Remember, didn't we hit CCL, or which one did we hit? We hit one of the cruise lines last time. Was it CCL? I think we hit these plays last time, but I don't think they were pricing in this much. So 17 at the money. It's like what? 160, like 157, 156. So yeah, that's about right. At the money straddle price 156. That leaves you with what? 312. So market maker thinks stock will move 156 either direction. That's about 10%, a little bit more. Yeah, NCL. No, we hit another one besides NCLH. Oh, no, that was Delta. It wasn't a cruise line. It was Delta. That was the one we hit early on in the season a couple months ago. CCL. So this one will be 312. So that'd be what? $20? $20.12 to the upside. That leaves you with 18. It's a little cheaper than the price of one share. Not bad. It's not bad. It's still 20%. They haven't moved 20% in a while. You would need a really good earnings and guidance. And then 3 down to the downside would be like 13. $5. Again, limited downside on that. It'd be like one of those Snapchat plays. I mean, I'm not too... I like the Encino play a little bit better, but I don't know. What do we say? Is $3? Be $20?
I mean, it's possible because 20 was its last earnings, and then if it did better and broke out, it'd be a tough one. Again, it hasn't moved like that in a minute. Cytokinesis still moving. Said Pfizer pop. They're slowly working their way up. SPY coming down, even bonds selling off. ARM was just a weirdo, man. Outperforming today and then just died 5%. Like, what? DJT 75. That one's climbing up again. All right. No play on Carnival. Any questions on Carnival? We got one more left. Cintas. Unless we want to do Altimmune. We'll do Cintas. Citas. Cintas, you're probably not going to make a play on it, though. It's expensive. $600. We could check. Going all in on Carnival. I think you said that earlier. Why are you going all in on it? Yeah. All right. Cintas. They're expecting revenue of $2.39 billion, operating margin of 48.3%, operating margin of 21.1%, EPS at $3.58. Full year guidance, May 24, expecting revenue of $9.56 billion, gross margin of 48.1%, operating margin of 21.2%, EPS of $14.59. Full year guidance, $14.35 to $14.65. Revenue, $9.48 billion and $9.56 billion. Since last quarter, December 20th, Cintas is up 16% and S&P is up 11.6%. Near-term options imply 5% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 7, loss of 5, break even, and gain of 5. Revenue has beaten 19 of the last 20 quarters, and EPS has beaten 20 of the last 20 quarters. Not bad. It's only pricing in 5%. That's the part I like. The part I don't like, it's a $600 stock. So it's probably not going to be cheap, and they don't have weeklies. $35 priced in. Yeah, we'll go 30, so $70. So 705s. $1.65. It's actually not that bad of a price considering the price of the stock, but it's just up there. Like, you have to spend a lot. You'd have to be a little bit more confident. Than 70 to the downside is like what? 100, 660? 560? Cintas. I don't know. Maybe if you could get these really cheap, but that's still a little bit further out there. That'd be 3 standard deviations. Not bad, just expensive. Honestly, it's not pricing in a lot. They haven't moved 10%, but, you know, still, anytime it's not pricing in a lot, better odds of a surpriser really moving it. So, is there any other ones? Otherwise, any questions on that? I think that's our last one. There's like Paychecks tomorrow morning, UniFirst, PavMed, BDSP, Detail, Land's End. Isn't Land's End a good one? Don't they do clothing? Let me see if I have one. Is Land's End clothing or do they sell dinosaurs? I don't know. That sounds very familiar. It's clothing. What clothes do they own? I don't have a preview on them. Scrubs? Really? No way. They're not doing good. Who's the other one who sells scrubs? Figs. I'll be talking about Figs. EQNR. I do not know enough about that to weigh on it for the long term. I don't think Disney sells scrubs. Unless you're telling me Disney is moving. Oh, Disney is moving. 119.50. A 200 would be very good. Well, Chad, I guess we're done with earnings. Again, we're kind of in earnings off season. So, we'll see, man. We'll see. All right. On that note, I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. I will be right back. Get ready for Power Hour in another hour. Still very early. Dang, we finished previews before 11. Oh man, we're like way ahead of schedule, huh? Oh man, now we just got to go call the Disney hotline. My goodness. All right, I'll be right back.
Customers. Now, what is the law here in Maryland is that the ship actually needed to be piloted in Maryland waters by authorities from the state. So that was who would have been in charge of the vessel at the time this happened. But our understanding at this point, based on the briefings reporters have received from authorities, is essentially that there was a power outage. They lost propulsion, the ability to control the vessel, and they did notify port authorities here in Maryland of that. So Wes Moore, actually, the governor, talked in the briefing about how authorities did have time to make sure that no more vehicles came onto the bridge. They were able to halt more traffic because they did get warning, a mayday from the ship that this was happening. But ultimately, this was a ship, according to the governor, that was traveling at 8 knots speed, relatively fast considering they were just coming down the river, and ultimately could not be stopped from colliding into the structural support. So again, as we heard from the president, as we've heard repeatedly from other authorities, really just looks like a terrible, tragic accident that, of course, will have consequences, human most immediately, regionally, and even nationally as well.
Kaylee, you've been on the ground for a few hours. Just describe the scene and what you've been noticing over that time frame.
Well, there are hundreds of people here, Carol. Obviously, a very large media presence from local media here in the DMV area to national media, as well as there have been other trucks, things carrying equipment, even some trailers up to the point of the road that we at least are able to see. Of course, the road ultimately just hits a dead end, and there is nothing beyond it because of that part of the bridge had collapsed. But starting to see some equipment coming in, and of course, I am watching really at this hour for any time now. The Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, is expected to be here on site at the invitation of Governor Moore to work with authorities here as this effort is underway. He will likely reiterate a lot of what we've already heard from President Biden in terms of the federal government providing support not just to the search and rescue effort, but the reconstruction effort as well, and any funding that might require. And even more immediately, I would point out at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, we are expecting right here behind me the NTSB to be delivering a briefing to the press. And of course, we'll keep all updated on those developments as we get them.
Yeah, and we will take those briefings live as we do get them. Hey, Kaylee, I know you mentioned it's a search and rescue operation is what's happening right now. That is our focus. And the other questions will certainly come later. It does raise questions about what happens to shipping out of Baltimore and what happens on the global shipping front. What can you tell us about the importance of the port and where some of the port traffic will go and how this could snarl a really delicate balance when it comes to global trade?
Yeah, of course, we're all still reeling from the supply chain impacts we saw during COVID-19. And in some ways, that may make actually more cargo operators and those coordinating these shipments to be a little bit more prepared and being able to reroute things. But that will likely be necessary. And frankly, for an unknown period of time, as you allude to, Tim, this is a very important port. It is actually the busiest port in the country and has been for 13 years in a row in terms of the import and export of automobiles, of vehicles, cars, light trucks. Almost 850,000 of them went through this port in 2023, and that is now going to be likely heavily disrupted. We already, of course, have heard from the Ford executives speaking on Bloomberg earlier, talking about how they're going to need to reroute some things in terms of car parts, for example. GM has indicated they'll have to reroute as well. And it's not just the auto industry that could be affected here. There's also a number of key commodities that come in and out of this port, one being coal. We're talking tens of millions of tons per year. That could be disrupted in terms of those exports for an unknown period of time. Really, there's just a lot of transit seaborne transit in particular that is going to have to go elsewhere, whether that's north to places like New Jersey and New York and those ports there, or south to the likes of Norfolk in Virginia. But there's going to have to be movement around, and that's just in terms of what moves over water. Of course, there is a huge part of I-695 that is now collapsed and is also submerged, and ground traffic, commuter traffic, and just freight distribution is going to be disrupted as well.
All right, going to leave it there. Hey, Kaylee, thank you so much. Bloomberg co-host of Balance of Power, Kaylee Lines. And we want to continue on the shipping impact and the significance of this port in Baltimore. It is one of the busiest ports, as we heard from Kaylee, on the U.S. East Coast. With more on that side of the story, let's bring in Bloomberg News trade czar Brendan Murray joining us from London. Brendan, we know this is a major distribution hub, the biggest in Maryland. Specifically, share with us some more about size and scope and the significance of this port to the U.S. supply chain.
Yeah, it's not a giant port for containers, but as your previous guest mentioned, there are some. There's a diverse array of products that.
I'm gonna swap this out for your exposure training. I want to see what they're gonna say on everything, but you know what? I just double checked and found out, and Disney's ripping, about to hit 120. Well, guess what happened today, you guys? Are you ready? Boeing selling off. They're on the low right now. Do you guys know what happened? Something occurred today. Today you received something. Do you know what you received? I'm talking now. Not Diddy. Diddy did get raided, but that's not what we're talking about here. Yeah. Bro. You got your Meta dividend. I got 0.02 shares. I got $10. I got a $10 dividend of Meta. It's true. It's really real. How much did it increase? It increased my dividend by 4 cents. Yeah. Meta dividend. The Meta dividend paid out. I think it was today or yesterday. I think it's today. Yeah, March 26th. So your Meta dividend got paid out. In the long term, I think we only have like 20 shares. Now I have 20.02. We're getting a good yield back on from the price we bought it from. How are you going to spend all the money? I already reinvested it. I elected the executive decision to reinvest the dividend. So I took that $10 and I put it back into Meta, and I got back 0.02 shares. So I think it's already spent. Money's already spent, bro. Money is already spent. All right. I don't like. Did it just? Oh no. That's something different. Oh, did it end? Oh, they just ended it. So you don't get it. I don't know. Do you guys want to see Robert F. Kennedy Jr. announce his running mate? Somebody in the chat said it's Ron Artest. I don't believe that, but there is a live video.
Watched over the last several years, 2 incumbent presidents, really, and here we are, watching trillions of dollars move to the ultra-rich
hell no.
while the
Why?
middle class struggles to pay our bills, to go on vacation, to have that pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And now we have an opportunity. Someone that in our minds when he talks about all of the issues of our time. So many of the cameras that are lined up here today will call and ask, what is your strategy? We know that mainstream news has been trying to black him out, but yet he's now number 1 amongst independents across the United States of America. which is now the largest party in the United States of America.
Let's see. I want to play this.
Disenfranchised we are.
How does it independent? Like, what reaction do you guys get from
amongst
this?
those under the age of 35 across America. And why? What was the strategy? I'm going to lay it on you right now. It was actually very simple. We're going to let him speak his mind. He's going to speak in long-form podcasts and interviews, giving the full concept of where his ideas are coming from.
And when you about that, I tried the speak your mind strategy.
Short lines
you see what they did to me?
other people. I can tell you personally,
You better check yourself.
That everything
Mr.
he's
Kennedy.
saying comes from his
Kennedy
heart,
who?
his education,
You want another
historical
Kennedy
knowledge,
in the
which
White
we're
House?
all watching happen in all of these interviews he's been doing. And so if you haven't been watching Robert Kennedy Jr. at Kennedy24.com, or if your family members don't know who he is yet, have them go to his YouTube channel, or Twitter, or Facebook, or TikTok, where he is changing the world as we know it. We in America are so tired of the duality, of the fighting between two parties, when we know we've got such important issues now. AI technologies, facial recognition softwares, our cell phones can track everywhere we're going, and they tried to use that against us during the COVID pandemic. They wiped out our freedom of speech, censored Robert Kennedy Jr., and he brought a case against our nation because of it. We watched doctors and scientists silenced at the critical moment. They should have been using social media for what it was, to share ideas and thoughts and experiences from the front line of that experience. And instead, we silenced them, shut them down. And
Bro, there's actually a decent amount of people watching this.
That told us that standing 6 feet apart from each other,
Good for
locking
you,
down our
RFK.
businesses, keeping our children out of schools was how we were going to handle this. Only to find out now, in front of the Congress,
Exactly.
when Tony Fauci says, yeah, that social distancing thing, that's 6 feet apart.
This isn't
that
even
just kinda
him.
popped up
This
and
is
had
not
no
Robert
basis
F.
in
Kennedy,
science.
for some of you.
The same man that said to us,
Fun
when
fact.
you challenge me, you challenge the science. Never before have we seen science owned, science stuck in its path, science so incapable of going through the scientific method of letting
Oracle
every
on the high,
scientist
and
speak
Dash,
out.
and Spy kind of moving up.
Everyone challenged the
And then watch if
process
Disney goes 120
until we
and
come up
D-Nut.
with the real answers. That regulatory capture of our regulatory
Is it
agencies,
Joel Osteen
that
vibes?
corporate corruption that owns
What?
our government will only
Wow.
stop in the hands of one man, Robert Kennedy Jr.
All right, where are you at?
So tell your friends, tell your families.
Tell your mom
If
if you
we're
don't.
actually gonna
Tell your mom
handle
follow
the issues
RFK
of
on
our
Instagram.
time, if we're
Your
gonna get
mom
out of
don't
these
know
wars that are
RFK.
taking trillions of dollars
Tell her follow
from
the
us,
TikTok.
destroying our economy for wars that never end. If we're going to stop that, we need someone bold, someone beautiful, someone that has stood up for us.
Do they have to be beautiful?
That's Robert Kennedy Jr.
I'm down. Fuck it, he's beautiful. Fuck, we're voting. Hey,
I'm so honored to have
that's
you
a weird
all here in
criteria, but
Oakland.
I'm down, I guess.
This is the next step
Exactly.
in what's been just an incredible, miraculous journey. Robert Kennedy Jr.
I don't think
will
he was
be on
supposed
the
to say
ballot in
beautiful.
all 50 states.
I think that one just
and
slipped in
every
there.
single one of these news agencies. Every one of these news agencies that keeps doing pieces about Joe Biden and Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Donald Trump, it's so close, who's going to take it? No one talking about the elephant in the room. The guy that's polling between 24 to 26% in the battleground states, with still much of the nation saying, I didn't even know he's running yet. My news agencies are lying to me. Well, guess what? That's all about to change. Mark my words.
This feels like
We're
a
gonna be
weird
on the
Rivian
ballot.
release.
That's going to happen shortly.
Yo, Suave,
And every
Big
news
Pop.
agency that lied to their
Suave,
audience
Suave,
and said this is a
SWAV.
two-person race,
Suave,
they're
Suave,
going to have to
Suave.
change their tune. And they're going to
Yo,
have to start
huge
talking
pop
to Robert
on
Kennedy
Suave.
Jr. And let me just tell you the last part. The last part of our strategy is simple. What we've recognized in the polls.
Is it halted?
What we've recognized is Robert
Johnson
Kennedy
& Johnson
Jr.'s
considers
traveled
deal
across
for
America
shockwave. Yeah,
is really
pause due to
simple.
volatility.
Once you've heard
Damn, I got it
Robert
quick
Kennedy
too.
Jr., you can't.
We still couldn't even do
unhear
anything.
Robert Kennedy Jr.
I got that in the first fucking second.
Are you ready for a miracle to happen? Are you
Couldn't-
ready for another voice in this political system?
Yeah.
Are you tired of the two-party stranglehold on truth and freedom and liberty?
I
Get
kind of feel
ready,
him though.
because we're going to announce today the question that everyone in media has been asking.
I thought they don't
And
talk
it sounds
about it.
a little bit like this.
Who is it? What? Kanye.
Well, it looks like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is just about ready to make headlines with his running mate choice. He is ready to announce who his VP will be, and according to reporting, it's not any of the usual suspects. Both Democrats and
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know what they going. Sorry, RFK. Is it Ric Flair? Is it Rocky? Candace Owens? Aaron Rodgers? LeBron? That'd be dope, though. If, I'm telling you, LeBron. I don't know if LeBron. I don't know. I don't know if he'd do independent. But that'd be dope. If LeBron. That'd be really cool to see. But I don't know. Isn't it mid-season? I don't think LeBron could run mid-season. I'm sorry. They're playing like a little film here. Bro, surprised. Dude, there's a lot of people watching this. It kind of is the elephant in the room. There's at least, I think, 25,000 people watching this right now, not including us, which is kind of wild. So this is actually getting a decent amount of views. I did not think. Tracy McGrady. Yeah, now we're talking. You got to get that Tracy McGrady bass. If you know, you know. What happened? Where did the audio go? Okay. I just got... No, wait.
So I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I have a story to tell. And I think it's one that a lot of you will relate to. 2015 was an extremely challenging year in my house. I was experiencing a wide range of symptoms, including rashes and neuropathy and some eye issues. At the same time, my son had crippling migraines and ADHD. My daughter had digestive issues that were making her so miserable. All of us were on various medications, none of which were particularly helpful, and actually in my case made things considerably worse. So, like most moms, and I know many of you are here today, I decided to start digging through the research and figuring out what is making our family so sick. So I read an entire library of functional medicine books, and I ran some tests and found that we had severely imbalanced microbiomes, and our nutrient levels were extremely low, even though we were eating all this food. So I wondered what on earth has changed so much in our food system that my kids and I can no longer tolerate gluten, nor have the fundamental nutrients that our cells need to function on a basic biological level. How could that possibly be?
Boeing,
Flushing. I'm feeling
Flushing.
better off the gluten, but this just
I was
didn't
in the
make
Chad.
sense.
I was having some
It's
fun in
not
the
just
Chad.
my family that's struggling with these issues. The United States spends over $4 trillion
Is this his running mate, or
on
is this just some
healthcare.
lady?
Most of that goes towards chronic
Boeing's
disease.
still selling off right now.
Today, 6 in 10 adults have a chronic disease. 4 out of 10 have 2 or more. 9% of men and 11% of
INSP.
women of
There might be
childbearing
sympathies
years
to Shockwave.
are
Keep that in
infertile.
mind. Again,
That should be very
they got
scary.
halted. Apparently, J&J is going to be buying them out.
The statistics are also incredibly dim for
I have no
children.
idea who this is.
1 in 10 has ADHD.
The audio cut out
1
and then
in
she
6
just
has
came on.
asthma. 1 in 3 has a food intolerance. 1 in 5 has eczema. 1 in 20 has seizures. And 1 in 22 in the state of California has autism. That should be horrific. That number in 1970 was 1 in 10,000, by the way. What the government, media, and universities won't discuss is that our food supply is literally covered in carcinogenic, endocrine-disrupting, microbiome-destroying pesticides.
Suave,
Our farmlands have
unhalted,
become a
314. It's up
dumping
9%.
ground for toxic chemicals
I don't know if
that
there's
our
any
regulators
details on the
either
pricing.
refuse to test,
Suave
or they do
unhalted.
test and then they lie about what they found. The pharmaceutical giant Bayer purchased the agricultural chemical company Monsanto in 2018.
She bringing up some tea.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said Monsanto. Boo.
And so now
They would like the
a
video for
pharmaceutical
10,
company
100%.
effectively owns our
100%.
food supply. So I have to ask you, what incentive does Bayer possibly have to keep our population healthy? This is the same old story of the prioritization of corporate profits and bureaucratic power over our basic right
Yeah, there's
to
no
human
price
health.
on Shockwave.
It's enabled by full regulatory capture of our food and farming system. And it
It's
must
already at
stop
11
immediately,
billion.
and Bobby Kennedy's the only person who can do it. Yeah. Our farm bill has historically supported monocrop chemical mega farming. We absolutely urgently need to pass a farm bill supporting family farmers, regenerative agriculture practices,
Yeah, there's no cheap
and
options on that.
nutrient-dense crops beyond the clutches
try
of
to
the
flip
Roundup
shares
Ready
on it. There's no
GMOs
price
that are
mentioned.
making us all sick. We will not decrease the $4 trillion health bill until we regenerate the soil on our farms, cut the ties between regulators and corporations, and discontinue our toxic chemical dependency on both the farm and the pharmacy.
Suave 320, up 11 now, another 2%.
Kennedy's promise to unravel corporate capture will help end this chronic disease epidemic. We finally have a leader who shares my vision for the future. Bobby Kennedy is the only candidate who will make this life-saving transformation of our food and farming system a reality. Tell corporations, by the way, your reign over
I hope they
regulators is
know.
over.
Some people are going to be like, who is Bobby? I
And
thought we
deliver the
voted for
basic
Robbie.
right to health back to the hands of the United States citizens. Thank you.
Is Bobby his vice president? Again, Suave, J&J, apparently, acquire by the end of the week. No price mentioned. Got real quiet again. Where's he at? Did someone in the... I just read shout out Monsanto. Jeez. Bobby. This is interesting. I mean, this is definitely... Chad, would you say this is definitely a different type of content than you're used to hearing when I play any sort of political anything?
Mr. Kennedy, Bill created all this. Bill Scott.
Welcome, Mr. Kennedy.
This beautiful farm.
What the fuck is happening? Dude, 325 on Suave. Suave is... That's already up another $10.
The things that we're dealing with as black people in our communities is a result
Sounds
of
so
racism,
much different than anything.
redlining, all those different things that kept our communities at ill health. The food is sick that our community is getting because it's coming from big
Suave
ag.
still going, man.
African-American
13%.
communities are food deserts.
Yeah, no price.
You cannot
J&J
get good
buyout.
food here. You look at what black kids are eating. They're drinking big gulp Coca-Colas and they're eating Twinkies and processed foods.
Mr. Kennedy's president and what he's talking about is a perfect example about what we need to do ourselves. He's taking a personal commitment to fight. You got to fight for your land, you fight for your business, you fight for everything that's an interest to you.
We not only have to give people access to healthy food, but we need to just get rid of all the bad food. The chemical food, it's not food, it's just filler with poison in it. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and I'm running for President of the United States, and I approve this message.
Is that a commercial? I thought that was part of... Damn. I'm an idiot.
Hold your horses.
I did. Did you just show us all a commercial?
I just want to bring your attention to these screens over here. We have a QR code for everyone that is hearing impaired, whether you're live in the audience or you're out watching this live stream as it's happening. Just scan this QR code, and that will take you to the hearing
That's
impaired.
how he sounds. Remember, you guys
section,
explained
you
it
can
to
see
me like a
everything
year
typed
ago.
out, for you.
That's how Robert
The
F. Kennedy
next guest
sounds.
is a
I forgot what
personal hero
happened,
of mine and
but
really
that's
should
his
be
voice.
considered a hero in the world.
There's something wrong with it.
When there was a
obviously, but-
small group of scientists, as I said before, You know, basically lying about what would work, deciding to lock down our nation for the first time in history because of a virus. There was a group of people that went to the White House to talk to President Trump at that time, to bring a different perspective that was shared by thousands and thousands of health experts across the world. They wrote a document called the Great Barrington Declaration. A document that will stand the test of time and be heralded as the path the world should have taken. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce you to one of the authors of the Great Barrington Declaration, Jay Bhattacharya.
Dude, I swear they just bring out random openers. What is this? Like, you know, this is like a weird rap concert, like a local one. Until the guy gets, they're just bringing out these openers. Who are these people?
First, I want to thank Mr. Kennedy for the
got
opportunity
anything on
to speak
TikTok,
today
bro?
On this important day
Jay
in American history.
Bhattacharya?
And I wanted to take the chance to make a case for the First Amendment and for free
Professor
speech.
at Stanford School of Medicine and Department of Health Policy.
I know that Bobby
credentials.
Kennedy has been the victim of an effort to censor his voice. And I have to say that I've been the victim of this same effort to censor free
Bond's
speech
hitting
in
it
this
high.
country. I am a scientific dissident. I've been a professor at the School of Medicine at Stanford for over 20 years. The Great Barrington Declaration, how many people signed it? God bless every one of you. It was a document I wrote with professors at Harvard and Oxford in October of 2020. The world was locked down. We had closed our schools. We had closed our businesses. We had closed our churches on the idea that it was necessary for our health. But I knew for a fact that that was a lie, that there were tens of thousands of doctors and scientists who said that we didn't need to lock down. We didn't need to close our schools. We didn't need to close our businesses. We didn't need to close our churches. We proposed instead better protecting vulnerable older people. We proposed not disrupting the lives of our children. Following similar ideas, the Swedish Public Health Authority protected human life much better than Americans. In fact, they have among the very best outcomes in protecting human life during the pandemic without lockdowns, without disrupting the lives of our children. Their kids suffered no learning loss at all during the pandemic. Their elderly were protected better, and their young people lived as close to a normal life as possible. Lockdown California, my kids didn't see the inside of a classroom for a year and a half. Florida opened its schools, and they have higher life expectancy and better outcomes, economic outcomes, psychological outcomes, and health outcomes than California did locked down. The sad thing I want to share with you is that the powers that be inside the federal government decided they did not like our declaration one bit. The head of the NIH wrote to Tony Fauci 4 days after he wrote it, calling for a devastating takedown of the declaration and of me. It was part of a broad federal effort to censor any critics. The way the government censored voices is by telling social media platforms who to censor and what ideas to censor. If you've had a post taken down by Facebook, if you've had a post taken down by Twitter during the pandemic, it's almost certain it's because the government actors, the Surgeon General's office, the CDC, the NIH, even the FBI, and the White House itself were telling social media companies to censor you. The good news is we now know what they're up to. We know how they did it and why they're doing it. And we can fight back. We have
No, the
We
swab,
have the
it's not
Twitter
11
files, which
billion.
told us what they were
It was
doing.
another
We have court
weirdly
cases.
worded article.
A federal judge
It mentioned 11
declared what they
billion
were
at the
doing
time
an
when the market,
Orwellian
when the news
Ministry
came
of
out.
Truth.
But nobody, there's no price
It's the kind
on
of
there.
thing that should never happen in a country with the First Amendment, but it did. So, what's the punchline? Free speech is essential for our health. Free scientific...
All right, man, I'm going to give this like 2 more minutes. I want RFK, bro. I don't like the openers, bro. Just tell me when the main act comes on.
We need dissident
Netflix
voices
52-week
in
high?
public health because they're very
Damn, son,
often
where'd
right.
you find this one?
The government censored because it knew
Government
it was
hates
wrong.
rap.
We need people like Bobby Kennedy and any other politician that wants to support free speech. We need those voices to get to restore the First Amendment in this country, because that is how we protect our health and how we protect our democracy. You know, I work in public health, and I don't believe that public health should be political. So I'm deeply uncomfortable. I want to say public health should be suitable equally for Democrats, for Republicans, for independents, everyone alike. It's something I think we can all as Americans get behind. And so I am glad to work with anybody who speaks for free speech at a time like now when they are in peril. And I'm delighted that Bobby Kennedy has lent his considerable voice to the cause. Thank you very much.
I feel like the whole country needs to know what's going on here. It's bigger than alarming.
This is the worst I've ever seen it.
I witnessed this dystopian nightmare of this.
I'm not falling for another commercial. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but that's it. No, I'm not falling for this one. They ain't getting me this time. We'll see. Maybe when he comes back, I'm sure somebody else. If you guys are watching this, let me know when RFK get on there. Otherwise, 30 minutes till power hour, baby. That's it. SPY barely moving 0.25% a day. Keeps the traders at bay. No, there's a different. I mean, it was very different hearing that. I'll tell you that much. I mean, we've listened to a lot of press conferences and a lot of political speeches here. That one sounded just starkly different than anything I've heard from like a political rally, even like a Trump rally. It sounded a little bit different. Again, it was very. That's why I want to hear RFK when he comes on. But that was cool to see. But for the most part, it was just like, you know, like a rally, like pump it up, pump it up. J&J Suave came up again. I think that article was confusing. Again, we got that very, very fast on Suave, and it got halted, but it just said $11 billion. The company was at least $11 billion. So nobody has a price, though, but J&J buying Suave. I didn't even look at J&J, honestly. I just had Suave up. J&J kind of dumping off that. Got to pump it up. And another one. And another one. Oh, no, that's another one bites the dust. And then bonds up. I mean, SPY, you're right near opening candle, man. Seems a lot like yesterday. Maybe we move up and then sell off final minutes, or maybe we sell off and then bounce up in the final 5-10 minutes, you know? I don't know about UPS. Maybe wait. 3M spinoff is very soon, I believe. Isn't it? In a couple of days. I think end of March if you own shares. But UPS, I think, if it goes a little lower, but this is a very big discount. But I do, I mean, we were talking about it at a lower price, or like after the earnings, and you know, I wasn't against the idea. Did Disney just hit 120, 119.99? Disney, Habibi, who would have thought 120, man? Not been here a long time, Habibi. This might be 1.5 year high. It gets past here, wow. I guess 2 years ago, around this time, it was going for 140, 128 at the lows. Also on Disney. But it is climbing up there. UPS kind of catching a bid, and then SPY hit VWAP selling off. Russell came back up to lead the NASDAQ. So we've been switching leadership all throughout the day. We used to call the Chads and play trivia games. We should do that again. I think we should. I don't know, the games, man. Y'all were costing me, man. And then y'all were just scamming me sometimes. It's a lot of work. I wanted to play bingo the other day. I'm still very open to that. I kind of want to play Chad bingo. Like on Friday's closed, but like one of these Fridays, I want to just like every hour, I just want to like interrupt throughout the trading day and be like, B45, B45, E16, E16. And then just like go back, and then every hour, you know, and then just come back. So we'll see. But I'm down to do a call. I'm down for some 11 out of 11s. I'm down for some, long-term reviews. Maybe this might be the week. It is kind of slow. I don't know. You guys feeling it? We got 20 minutes till power hour. I don't know. Is today the day? Let's see. Maybe either before. It depends how long it takes. I don't know if we're going to get Mr. RFK before or after. DJT. Oh, DJT was 76. $6 drop? Yo, man. That's crazy. Donald. I'm gonna do 11 out of 11s, but I'm gonna just have Josh AI call you. That'd be cold. He's like, hey, this is the other Josh AI. Hello, I am Joshua AI. I can say Pete Buttigieg, Abby. Hey, that sounds different. Kind of like it. Awesome. Ford, I think Ford, they said something about the Baltimore thing, and then there's one more piece, but I think they got affected a little bit more than GM said stuff too, but I don't think GM's was as negative. TLT on the high. Yeah, Biden. Bidonius. EV demand much lower. Yeah, but GM's up, and then Ford went lower. I don't know if GM said anything about the Boston thing or the Baltimore thing affecting him as much, but Ford did. Search and rescue still underway in bridge collapse. MU just stays pinned after it moves. Roku on the high. All right, you guys want to do it? Why not? Let's get a couple in. Let's get a couple in on this fine Tuesday. Fine, glorious, beautiful Tuesday. Disney's about to hit 120. Chatadonia, if you have a long term, email it to me. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Email me your long term. Let's take a look at them. Let's have some reviews. Let's have some long-term reviews. Now I read my comment. That was a long time ago, bro. How to price in the volatility. At the money strike prices. Just add them up and then divide it by the price of the index or whatever you're pricing in. 350,000 RFK watchers on X. That's crazy. It's still going. He's not live yet, though. And then Disney broke 120 now. That's starting to break out. Oh, man. Why are some of these screenshots are huge? All right. We got our first long term. Oh, yeah. You guys should, like, include in the email, when you email me, let me know if, like, you want me to mention your name or not. Or, like, if I could say who it is. Otherwise, I could refer to you as Chad. So, I don't know if we've discussed that. We got one. So, the first one, this is from Chad. Oh, I should probably keep it up here. I want to be able to write it. I could write it in. We'll see. Email tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Act now. Yours today. What? Just showing some love. Realize that Chad is like my second family. Thanks for all your knowledge and positivity, my brother. I love you all. Now let's get to Lexus, baby. Amen. Amen. The second family for many, baby. Welcome to the cult. That's what I'm talking about. Horna. God bless y'all, man. God bless y'all. Amen, man. You got the long term? Send me your long term. We're doing long term reviews, man. So let's go. I don't know. So this is first one. First one by Chad. We have, let's see, Abby Vi. So I forgot how we're going to give this a mark. Do we give it a mark if it's good quality? We'll give it a good mark. I'll give that one a positive one. We like Abby Vi. That one's good. MO. It sucks on the Robinhoods, though, because I can't tell, like, if you guys have a gain or not. And I don't know the value. So I am missing info. So, like, that's the thing. When you go over some of the long terms, like, when you even look at my long term and I show you guys based on, like, market value, it's one thing about the name of the stock, but then it's another thing, like, how much you have in it, and then the final thing, obviously, what you ended up paying for it. But, you know, how much of the weighting, that goes a long way, too, in determining, you know, kind of the quality of everything. So, like, here, I don't really know, like really how much of the portfolio this makes up or anything. So all I could do is judge on the names, but, like, imagine, you know, like Abby Vi, that's a good name. Altria, it's good, but it's high risk, so I'll give it like 1. You know, I still like Altria a lot, and I like how it's not up on the year, but even then, it is a higher yielding stock. Amazon, this one, very, very good quality. So we love to have that. Then the next one, Apple, then Caterpillar, then Coke, and KO. So all of these, honestly, every single one of these. And then AG. I'm not too familiar with AG. Let's see, AG. Is this a real estate trust? Agile Group. First Silver. Duh. AG. So silver. I mean, not too bad. I don't really like commodities in the long term. And then IRM, that's great. Again, depending on when you bought it and where. And then you got another one. So honestly, so far, all of these are quality. Like the most questionable name would probably be either Silver or Altria. And even then, Altria, depending on where you buy that and the value, not too bad. And then again, I think it's the same portfolio. Bro, this portfolio is honestly killer. Then Caterpillar, Coke, Coca-Cola, same names here. Lucid, I think that's your only questionable one. Then you got NVIDIA, and then Starbucks and Tesla. It just depends when you bought them. This thing's killer. Honestly, very, very killer long term. Like I said, all that, like, what really matters, though, is how much. Like, if Lucid makes up 90% of the portfolio, and then all the other names, you know, like, even though they're good quality names, if it's small. But other than that, I'd give this portfolio an A. Maybe even an A+. Does not seem bad at all. Oh, whoa. My shit just updated. My email just went off. All right, y'all. Y'all may need to hold up a little bit. I was going to do this other one, but then you blurred out. Why'd you blur out some of the names in the stock? You have 2 penny stocks, and you blurred them out? Boo. All right. Well, we're going to skip that one. Yeah, there's some. I don't really see too much. This one's interesting. So try to get me how much. This one's a small one. Did you just start this one? This one's kind of, I like this one though. So, like I'm saying, if you could let me know how much is in each one, we could see it a little bit better. But this one, so MPW, it seems to be that's the one you have a loss on. So this one definitely, I would say negative quality, bad. We'll give it the slash mark. Pfizer, this is value. You're down $4. I mean, I like it. It's still a little risky. I mean, what can we give in the middle between positive and non? We'll give it a V. A V for value. Again, MO, I'd say same exact thing. BABA, and then O. I like it, honestly. I mean, I think it's higher quality there. You're even up on it. And then Coca-Cola, I think that one's good. Nike, you're down, but I like that. And then Disney, you got a gain in PayPal. So here's the thing. All of these, I like them, but, I mean, like I asked my first question on this one. I asked if this portfolio is new, right? Why do you guys think I asked that if this portfolio is new? It's a small one, so it's only $4,000 in here. $4,100. You have a lot of cash too, unless that's on margin. It's not because it's small. Honestly, like even if you didn't show me how much size was in here, I would still say the same. My first concern with this portfolio. There's a lot of recent Chad pickups, yeah. That's a big reason why I'd ask if it's new, but there's something else too when you look at it. Chad pickup or not. It's not all tech. You know, Nike and Pfizer, kind of different. You know, PayPal, Disney, kind of different. No, not the cost basis. He's up on every stock except like 4 of them, I guess. 50-50, a little bit more. Too many stocks, huh? Well, this should stand out. I hope so. Somebody did say it earlier. And I said, where's the anchor? Or that was what Wild Style said. But yeah, there's a lot of value in this portfolio. So these are all the value names that I like. You know what I'm saying? MPW, I'd kind of wait a little bit. But then, even then, again, we still have MPW. But I like Pfizer. I like MO, BABA, O. I own every single one of these names. So I like these names. But the thing is now, is there anything that's more of like an anchor or something that's like a real heavy hitter, heavy quality, and then makes up a majority of the portfolio? So this is like my portfolio, but it doesn't have Abivai. It doesn't have Uber. It doesn't even have Airbnb. That's growth, but, you know, you got to ask the anchor there. So Coca-Cola or Nike, I think that could be it, but there's still a lot of value. So I like this portfolio. The only thing I don't like about it is that it's everything in my portfolio, but it's more or less just the value names. That's why I asked if it was started early, because I do think that would make a little bit more sense, more or less. But overall, I would probably give this one I don't know. I'd give it a C+, maybe a B-. Because again, I like Disney, I like PayPal, I like all the names in here. Again, I think MPW is your worst quality, and that's not that bad. This could be a lot worse. I don't think, and then again, I think your only growth really is PayPal, unless BABA and Nike come up. So I give it like a C+, B-. Really depends on there. And again, I don't know which ones are leading and lagging the portfolio. You started last month? You started last month, and then you good. Wait, hold on. Let me see who it was. the quantity. Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, each one has a different price. Like the market value. Like I said, like market value is probably the number one most important thing. Because once I know, like, I mean, just like when I put out my screenshots, I order it by market value. Because then you could pretty much see which ones are like the leaders in the portfolio or not. Because if you have, again, 50, 60% in one name, your portfolio is it really a portfolio or is it all weighted in one area or not? Ooh. This one, is this a long term? So again, I don't have values on this one. This one's a smaller account too. I think this one's a very interesting one. So I don't know. Is this one new? It's smaller, but this one has some interesting choices. So he's Airbnb, up 25% on that one. Then he has AMD down 1% at 183. ARM down 1%. And then Microsoft up 1%. Reddit up 45%. And then Snapchat break even almost. Walgreens up 1. So did you just start this one too? So Airbnb, I mean, it's a growth name. It's high quality. I mean, I could give it, I don't know if I give it a value. I give it a plus mark. I mean, all of these are good. I'd say the only one I'd be more, ARM, give it an I for IPO, and then you have another IPO in your long term. This one, very good. I mean, AMD, I'll give it a plus mark too. Snap, I'll give it a V for value. Same thing with Walgreens, but got to mix of value. It seems like you just started this, though. And then I'd say my only question, this was sent by Anonymous, but I would ask why IPOs in the long term. Like my only question would be, do you plan on holding these for 10 years? And then I could tell that it seems like Airbnb, you got a good gain on it. But the other ones, I'm like, Microsoft seems like you bought that high. ARM and AMD, you bought all of these pretty high. Well, Microsoft could be a good anchor. And then AMD, but again, all of these are just purchased relatively recently. So I would give this one a B. I would say overall maybe a B minus. But I do think with time, this could grow to an A easily. Like I'm saying, as the longer you hold, the less riskier it becomes. Maybe even a higher B, closer to a B plus than not. But I don't like the IPOs. That's the one thing I do not like. Ooh, this one's interesting. Why so many? So I can't really tell. Just trying to check this one. We'll come back to that. All right, this one's again. All of these. So I only know so many, or only know so much, without the data. This is a nice long screenshot. We got a lot of names here. So Tesla. I mean, we'll give it a check mark. Good name. Berkshire B. Good name. Energy Transfer. I mean, it's a quality name. I don't really like energy, but I know a lot of people. Wendy's. I might have to put a V for value. Oh, wait, the V looked like a check mark. Shit. Damn it. That might confuse me. Costco, very good quality. So, I don't know. I need to check market a little bit higher. Coca-Cola, high quality. Again, I have the share amounts, and this is a big one. Spotify, good name. Honestly, good name growth I could get behind. And then even TLT, he has the bonds for the long term. And then Apple, JP Morgan, DraftKings, OLN, Netflix, Amazon. Honestly, You got a couple of energy names and then maybe OLN, but other than, dude, this thing's a high quality portfolio. I'd give this a A, maybe even an A plus. Everything's high quality. Again, different sizes. It all depends on like where you're anchored at, and obviously where you bought it. But I think this thing has a nice little balance of growth. You even got some dividends in there, even a little bit of bonds. But I think this is a solid ass portfolio. Get some DraftKings in there too. Yeah, I don't think this one's bad at all. I could give that one an A. I think you could build it around two different ways. Like you could build out in any direction from there. I like it. Very solid. Ooh. Now we're talking. This one, man, what is this? Is this the same portfolio? All right. So, interesting. You guys are going to see one. This one's crazy, actually. I like it, but there's a lot going on, and that's the moral of the story for this one. So this is a big portfolio, and this one is about $108,000. So let me see. I might have to save these, and then we could zoom in on it so you could see. So I won't be able to like write on the screenshots. But there's a lot going on this. It's Power Hour. Yeah, I have to save these so you can see. This one's intense. I like it though. So, here's how this one starts. I have the net liquidity, thankfully. So, number one position is QQQ, starting with the ETF. So, about like what, 10% of the portfolio is worth $108,000, 104. So, 9,000 in SQQ. Then we got Amazon. And then you even have a 98% gain on that. That's like your second biggest position. So you bought the dip on stuff. Then you got Waste Management. Then we got VU. Honestly, there's a lot of, I think the top holdings, KRE. You bought the regional banks. So you even got a little bit of a gain on that. But all the way down, it's like Microsoft, Coin, Abivai. The positions get, honestly, like, so all the way down to the bottom, it's like $2,000 on Disney. Did I see NVIDIA in there? I saw Meta. You got 71% gain. So, honestly, the only ones you're down on is Zillow and Apple. Those are your only losses that you're holding down. And these are all from, like, what, 9,000 down to 2,000. So, not bad at all. I really like a majority of the quality on these plays. Would be, I think Zillow would probably be the worst one. But you just bought Apple a little bit higher. I think all of these are very solid. And you got good gains, but now here's the next one. The portfolio continues. So now, I don't know, is this one? Yeah. So the top position, PayPal here. This is the same portfolio. $1,800 goes all the way down to $200. So then you start having PayPal, LMT, O, Stag, Tesla, Baba, Pinterest, Square, 3M, Baidu, Korn, EL, HD, Intel, Restoration, PBI, SCHG, Abbott, DM, CLM, and DocU. And then these plays, the gains start to vary a little bit more. And again, the valuations now. So, like, I mean, again, you have very small amounts in these. Some because of losses, some you're up on and just kept it small. And then the quality, I mean, some are decent. I think we start to venture more into value. And then some, I'm like, why did you buy Korn? So you bought Korn for the long term. And I don't know. You don't have to answer, like I said. And then, are you ready, though? Here's the deal, Chad. It keeps going. It keeps going. So DocU, RC, ChargePoint, Zoom, XLF, SNDL, Neo, Workhorse, and then these positions go anywhere from like what? $200 to $20? Yeah. $100, $20. So, I don't. How many is this? So these right here are great. This first page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So assuming this is another, I think this is another 21? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21. And then we'll close it out with the final 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 42, 52 names. So, I do not know what I could rate this portfolio. The first page, and clearly this could be the problem. Maybe you started it a while ago and you learned a couple of things along the way, and then you got to buy into all these other names. But you have a lot of names. I would argue you have too many. This first page is solid. And honestly, I don't know. How much is it? Like 14, 19, 24, 29, 34, 38, 39, 43, 46, 49, 52, 54, 55, 58, 60, 62, 64, 66, 68, 70, 72 grand. The majority is on here, honestly. So yeah, it's not that bad. Like that, this first page is really good. And like all of these names, you got a nice mix of growth and value. You're down only on one. Like I just really wouldn't add to Zillow maybe unless you buy the dip. Even the second page isn't too bad, and these plays are smaller, but like there's just too many plays. And like at this point, I would focus on stacking. So if you do that, the first page is an A. Everything else is like is a lot to grade it on. You know, as a whole, I think it's a nice C+, just because of everything else that's like keeping it around there. But overall, if you start picking names and stacking up and just don't add any new names and really focus on names that you're either down on or like start building into some of the names you're already up on, I don't think you'll have a problem. But how to move forward on this one, I definitely think it starts to need a little bit more of concentration, or you could start building it up and then just avoid, all the small names. Maybe in 5-10 years, if none of those meme stocks are up, you could sell out of them. But for now, I would just focus on building into the other things. And that kind of just, that looks like what a portfolio would look like if you started on one set of names and then start moving into other ones. 3 years ago, that's still a lot though. So like 12 months a year, in a year, right? So if you bought a new stock every month for a year, after 3 years, you'd be at 36 stocks. So like you were almost buying 2 new stocks a month for like a consecutive 3 years or 2 years almost. So like that's a lot. You bought a lot of stock. So you got to kind of slow it down there. Yeah, now you have a general idea. You just got to focus on the high quality, but you got some anchors. I mean, I think, again, your number one, who was that? Oh, man, and y'all have my email. So no more long-term reviews. My email is packed now. I have multiple pages. Yeah, you have the Qs as your anchor, Amazon, Waste Management, but you got good gains on all of those. So, you could even build into any of those, but if you are going to build into value, I would just try to avoid smaller plays and really, use what you have now to start stacking up, because you have a lot of plays with nothing over 10,000. So you have 52 stocks with not one over 10,000, right? So generally you want to start, hopefully get a play above 10,000, maybe even a play above 20,000. Again, you will be weighted in one direction, but like I'm saying, you could kind of build out here, but all of the names are generally doing good. Well, please hold if you sent it in, man. I had a lot sent. Oh, this one is an interesting one. Wait a minute. Oh, it's a sell. That makes sense. This one. Are you ready for this one, Chad? Ooh, big baller over here. But now, I think it is a long term. I think it's a covered call. Honestly, I like all the names in here. This big money with a lot of good names. Are you ready for this, Chad? The $452,000 Robinhood. Ooh. I'll get you a better shot. Look at this. The $452,000 long term. So they got a covered call on Meta. They're down 18% on Coinbase still. So they put a lot. That's your growth. Got a 6% gain on Apple, 200 shares, 97% gain on Uber, 22% gain on Airbnb, JP Morgan. So again, all of these are quality. JP Morgan, 41% gain. You got a big gain and a nice dividend on that. Amazon, 37% gain. Meta, 336% gain. And then Baba, you are down on slightly. So, honestly, I love it. This portfolio has a lot of growth. This could be kind of a good anchor, maybe even Apple there too. But honestly, I would just build out a little bit more dividends. You don't really have real dividends. JP Morgan, good thing you got this at a good price. You got that at a good time with the Chad, baby. And they have $60K in cash, yeah. Which is about, what? 10% would be 45,000. So 90,000 would be 20%. They're still below the threshold, getting a good yield. No chips. Yeah, it's a good growth. This is a fire growth portfolio. So I would give this an A. I would go with dividends. I don't know. What's your take on dividends? Fuck me, but excuse me, but I would add Pfizer, not a recommendation. Because I like it. It's a big account. And, you went big on some of the good growth names, but, I would just grab Pfizer, $60K in cash. Pfizer, you're going to be getting 6 right there, and call it a day. I would have grabbed MO if you grabbed MO when we bought it, oh, man, that would have been fire. You'd have been getting $60K at MO, 9%, 10% on the gain. But even Pfizer, and then Pfizer has growth. I think you kind of missed unless MO comes down, but Pfizer, I don't know. I'm not against that. Not a recommendation, but I like it. This is a growth portfolio, but you have you got great buys on Meta and even JP Morgan. Those two buys right there, that helps bulletproof the portfolio a little bit. You got the growth value in Baba, but that's growth, not really dividend. But then this is just growth. This portfolio is all growth. Again, Uber treated you good as well, and then Coinbase, when that comes back up, I want to add to Coinbase. I think you got a good enough position. Let that thing work, and then literally, I would go with dividends. I don't know how old you are or what your value or what your goals are with everything, but definitely the only thing this thing is lacking is divvies. But thankfully you got a little bit of them, which isn't too bad. You'll even get a nice divvy on the Meta shares. You're 31? Oh, you're hella young. So, yeah, get your ass a dividend stock. I don't know. Pfizer, I think, is the easy one if you want to put it to work or you wait for MO. If this thing ever gets to 90,000 in cash, I'd be buying Pfizer or MO without thinking if they're still low. But it's good. I mean, all the names are quality. I'm giving this an A+. Maybe an A, just because your risk is that you only have growth. If there's ever a growth meltdown, you'll feel it. But besides that, I mean, you got a good cushion. Okay. This one's interesting. Okay, we're going to go to another portfolio. A little smaller on this one. These are good so far. Don't send me any more. I already have too many. But I love you. Load it. All right, this next one. Yo, why is Meta dumping? VST dumping as well. Meta kind of selling off. And then Disney above 120. What's Vistra? Vistra dying. Yo, Meta kind of dumping there. And then SPY near the low. We only got 45 minutes left in the day. I don't see any China chip news. All right, this one. Very interesting portfolio. And why I say it's interesting, because you have all Vanguards. So this is a smaller one. It's about a $6,000 or $8,000 portfolio. He's just up 20%. We could see kind of the biggest ones. Your biggest position is what? $3,000 in QQQ. That is the second portfolio today. That is the biggest position is in the QQQ. And then your 3 losses, everything else is green. You have Ford, Global Lithium ETF, and then semiconductors. I like it. And what'd you say? You said you kept the socks as a reminder of what happens when chasing the bag goes wrong. Bought high on EV. I don't know if I should reallocate out of QQQ. Oh, Schwab 200 from last year. So Brian, you said, Brian, I got you, Brian. I like it. There's just a lot of, like, the only thing I see, and this is why I think it's so interesting, your portfolio is just, it's spread out between Vanguards and really, like, safe investments. So, like, at this point, you got to, I don't know about getting out of QQQ. Have you ever considered, like, building out from here, like, with individual names? Like, in a weird way, you could let all of these kind of sit, maybe build into them a little bit more, like the QQQ stack up or the big one up here. But, like, overall, like, I mean, you see how you're down. I would just start building into individual names. Maybe if you really like Ford a little bit more, or like the banks, and then, I don't know, maybe Alibaba, or trying to find, like, other good individual names. That's all I'd do from here. But I'd keep writing. I'd give this portfolio an A. I think it's safe. It has growth. It may be a slower plan, but I mean, I don't think you're. I think you're heavily protected. You even have a little bit of risk, but your risk isn't, like, too insane. And then it's still, like, small to the point where you're protected in size, but then also they're kind of all adding up. And then you see it. I mean, it's already at $8,000. This kind of reminds me of Colt Sister, just with, like, a more safer, lower growth approach. So I like it. But yeah, I would just stack up to individual names. I give this an A, though. Clean portfolio. Seeing very clean portfolios, baby. Oh. This one's an interesting one, too. These are great looking portfolios. I haven't seen anything too dog shit, to be honest with you. So that's always nice. RFK's on stage. Is he? Oh, I might have to interrupt this. This long-term review is brought to you by a message by the Independent Party.
I thank the tribal chiefdoms, the Muekli Ohlone tribe, and the chairwoman of the tribal council for endorsing me today, for putting their faith in me. And they know the Muwekma Ohlone tribe. Oh, and they know very much that this struggle for indigenous rights has consumed a lot of my life, my personal and my professional life, and that this work is going to continue when we're in the White House. The Muwekma Ohlones are one of the many tribes that were
This is him. This is him talking. Damn, Dean at 17.
1950s and 1960s, and these tribes need to be re-legitimized, and that's something that I will do as soon as I get in the White House. I want to say something about Oakland. My father spent a lot of time doing hearings in Oakland on the poverty issues for the Poverty Committee in 1967 when he was United States Senator, and then he came back here in 1968 on the presidential campaign. And during that presidential run, he made an unscheduled visit to Oakland's Taylor Memorial Church. And he went there with Willie Brown, who, as you know, later became mayor of San Francisco, but at that time he was an assemblyman. And he came to meet with a lot of local activists here in Oakland at a very, very violent and turbulent time. He met with the NAACP and the Black Panther Party. And it was a very rancorous meeting. He was advised by the local police chief not to go. He attended with two of his companions, John Glenn, the astronaut, one of his best friends, Rafer Johnson, who had been the decathlon champion in 1960 and was one of my father's closest friends. And the meeting was so rancorous and vitriolic that at one point, Rafer and John Glenn advised my father to leave. People were insulting him. People were threatening him. And my dad refused, and he said, "This is between me and them. I need to hear them out. I need to hear what they're going to say." And he waited, he stayed throughout that meeting, and the next day, all of the people who were at that meeting signed up to join his campaign. And the Black Panther Party provided his security detail here in Oakland and continued to provide security for him later on in the campaign in his convoys. And there was a lesson that I just wanted to share with you because it's a lesson all of us need to learn at this point in our history. And we need to start listening to each other, even when it's difficult. We need to sit through the anger. We need to sit with each other and listen to the feelings and not walk away and not see each other as enemies, but learn to love each other even through that anger and vitriol. We need to start coming back to each other as Americans again. Now, the last time I was in Oakland was when I served on the trial team in the Monsanto cases, and we tried two of the three cases in this city. We won $289 million in the first, and then the third one, which we tried here, we asked the jury for $1 billion. and an Oakland jury gave us $2.2 billion. And that brought Monsanto to the negotiating table, and we settled then all 40,000 cases. But I lived here for several months during that trial, and I got to really love the city. The Monsanto case was the latest in a lifetime of battles for me to get poisons out of our food and out of our farms and to restore our soils. That effort has consumed a lot of my life, and I wanted a vice president who shared my passion for wholesome, healthy foods, chemical-free, for regenerative agriculture, for good soils. And I found exactly the right person. And among other things, she has used over the past several years cutting-edge technology, including AI, to calculate the catastrophic health consequences of toxins in our soil, our air, our water, and our food. Technology has been a lifelong passion for my future vice president. This is important because I also wanted a vice president who shares my indignation about the participation of big tech as a partner in the censorship and the surveillance and the information warfare that our government is currently waging against the American people. And that's why I'm bringing on someone with a deep inside knowledge about how big tech uses AI to manipulate the public. I want a partner with strong ideas about how to reverse those dire threats to democracy and to our freedoms. I managed to find a technologist at the forefront of AI. She has spent the last decade relying on neural networks, artificial intelligence, and cutting-edge science to identify abuses in our government. She understands that the health of every American is a national security issue and a national security risk. Her work has proven time and again that health drives our economy, that it is the foundation of our mental health, our national happiness, our ability to lead the world in innovation and prosperity and in peace. I also wanted someone who was an athlete, who could help me inspire Americans to heal, to get them back in shape. And I'm happy to report that my vice president is an avid surfer.
It's Kathy Wood.
Who attended school on a softball scholarship.
I'm just kidding. It's Venus Williams.
I wanted here Serena. In Oakland. I wanted someone who was battle-tested,
it's a girl.
Able to withstand criticism and the controversy and all the defamations and slanders and perjuries that are thrown against anyone who embarks on a presidential campaign. I wanted an advocate who has seen corruption of our regulatory agencies firsthand, who shares my indignation about the way it allows regulated industries
to
commoditize our food, our wildlife, and our children. I wanted someone who would honor the traditions of our nation as a nation of immigrants, but who also understands that to be a nation, we need secure borders.
It's Tulsi, bro. Suave on the high. Suave's breaking out still.
I wanted a partner who is a gifted administrator, but also possesses the gift of curiosity, an open, inquiring mind.
Disney breaking out too.
The confidence to change even her strongest opinions in the face of contrary evidence. I wanted someone with a spiritual dimension and compassion and idealism, and above all, a deep love for the United States of America.
Someone said Cameron Diaz. Tulsi.
I found all of those qualities in a woman who grew up right here in Oakland.
No. She didn't grow up in Oakland.
The daughter of immigrants.
Did she?
who overcame every daunting obstacle and went on to achieve the highest levels of the American dream. So that is why I'm so proud to introduce to you the next Vice President of the United States, my fellow lawyer, a brilliant scientist, technologist, a fierce warrior mom, Nicole Shanahan.
Nicole Shanahan. Someone said that earlier. Sergey Brin's ex-wife? What? Wasn't there a rumor with her and Elon? Bay Area lawyer, philanthropist, literally Sergey Brin's ex-wife.
Before we bring her out here, we're going to see a video. And Nicole's personal story began in Oakland. She was the daughter of impoverished immigrants.
Spy just dumped.
She grew up on food stamps and welfare in the city, beset by many, many other unique challenges, all of which she overcame.
It's 3:30. Remember, if we're going to be lower, watch out for even if we get a dump now, you're going to get a random green candle too.
And as a Stanford University fellow.
What?
Like many of us, Nicole assumed our government was working for our people, that our defense and intelligence agencies wanted peace, that public health agencies wanted us to be healthy, that the USDA supported wholesome foods and family farms, that the EPA would stand up for clean air.
Spy's still dumping there again, new low.
That the Fed wanted prosperous America.
You're actually about to fill the gap here. About 2 more points.
The middle class,
2 more points, and then this is 3:30 ramp.
Small businesses. That scientists were incorruptible, and that the science was a search for an exalted search for the truth, and that the President of the United States could always be counted on to defend free speech. I, too, used to believe those things. Do you remember those days? And she'll tell you that she now understands that the defense agencies work for the military-industrial complex, that health agencies work for Big Pharma, that the USDA works for Big Ag and the processed food cartels, that the EPA is in cahoots with the polluters, that scientists can be mercenaries, that government officials sometimes act as censors.
Spy's still lower here. Just watch 2 more points. We fill the gap. 30 minutes left in the day.
Prey upon Main Street and the American worker. And that's why Nicole and I both left the Democratic Party.
Meta dumping 2. All right, low ticker's really taking over here. 5219. All right.
Our values
1 more point.
Change, but the
half a
Democratic
point.
Party
You fill the
did.
gap.
The things that we love are still the same. We love our families, our children, and our faith. We love clean
Bro,
air.
that's
and
wild.
clean water
Didn't
and
he? So he's
productive
like
soils
suing Google
and good food.
over censorship.
We love the wilderness.
They be
and
talking all
Purple
this stuff on
Mountains majesty.
censorship, and then his
And
vice
above
president
all,
running mate
We love our country.
is the ex-wife of the founder of Google. It's a pretty good story.
We want America to live up to
All right, I think
her
gap
highest
has not been
ideals.
filled. It's about
We want
to
her
be.
to be an exemplary nation again, a global leader in freedom, opportunity, and responsible government. We want America to be a peacemaker, a moral authority. We want our children to grow up, as I did, in a country for which they feel love and pride. We want them to feel safe and to have every opportunity for dignity.
All right, gap has been
prosperity, and
filled,
community.
ladies and gentlemen.
We want them
So
to have
SPY back to
confidence
break
in their
even. NASDAQ barely
We want them
red.
to have the best
Russell and Dow
education.
barely
We
green.
want
Again,
America
remember, a
to be
majority
friendly
of names
to
are green here in the
farmers and
morning.
entrepreneurs. We want
Again, he
America
dumped
to
on the
honor its
Nicole
veterans
Shanahan
and its
announcement. I don't know if
teachers.
that's what caused it, but
We want scientists to stand up for science and for truth.
remember,
And we want our
quarter
government
rebalance. You had a similar
to
move like
defend
this
our
yesterday.
right to free speech. Nicole and I share all of these values. And you know what? Despite the artificially orchestrated divisions, nearly all Americans share the same values that we do. And I'm grateful that Nicole has put her self-interest aside and made the momentous and very, very difficult decision to embark with me on this extraordinary crusade to win back our country.
Another low there. So again, you've already filled the gap. SPY is now negative. You're getting into the low of yesterday, actually. There's only a couple points lower. I mean, you have yet to test 5,200 since going above it.
I was most importantly looking for a partner.
Yeah.
Who is
so that's
a young
the next
person.
level, realistically.
And Nicole is only 38 years old. And I wanted that because I want Nicole to be a champion to the growing number of millennials and Gen Z Americans who have lost faith in their future and lost their pride in our country. Many in her generation have stopped believing that older people who have been running our government for so long understand them or represent their interests. That older generation that now dominates Congress, the Supreme Court, and the White House is the same generation, the same people who ran up the $34 trillion debt, and millennials and Gen Z and their children will shoulder the burden. It was my baby boom generation that unleashed the epidemic of chronic disease that has made America the sickest country in the world. The only response to this calamity by government officials today is to gaslight us into pretending that it's all normal, that it's not really happening. Nicole and I both share doubts about the corporate captured uniparty and that it can produce leaders capable of imagining a different version of America, a hopeful version of the future. We both have doubts that either the Democratic or Republican Party nominees are capable of dealing with the complexities and fulfilling the great promise of a technology-driven economy. In the right hands, technology can be America's salvation. It can give us the path out of debt chaos, out of environmental ruin, out of the chronic disease epidemic. But we both fear that in the wrong hands, technology can turn its power against humanity. We don't think that either President Trump or President Biden understands the promise or the peril of technology sufficiently to direct its trajectory toward freedom and healing and prosperity. And we're now witnessing this dismaying contest between the two oldest presidential candidates in history. Those two men, during their terms as president, both worked to close our Main Street businesses for a year, 3.3 million businesses, with no due process, no scientific citation, no public hearings, no environmental impact statement. They just told us to shut them down. Those policies that both of them engineered transferred $4 trillion from the middle class to this new oligarchy of billionaires. They created 500 new billionaires in 500 days, a billionaire a day. Today, together, they ran up a greater debt than all previous presidents combined since George Washington. Two men with a single term in office each. Now, they don't want us talking about those things. They want us instead to hate each other, to fear the other guy. But to young Americans, they look like two sides of the same coin. If we vote for either of them again, we can expect, and we will deserve, more of the same. The annihilation of our middle class, the further impoverishment of working poor, more chronic disease, more epidemics, more environmental destruction, more debt, more war, and fewer constitutional rights. I've asked Nicole to use the platform of the vice presidency to speak for all, not just young people, but all the invisible, voiceless Americans who feel let down by our government. As your Vice President, Nicole will represent working poor who feel forgotten, who sink every day deeper into debt. She's going to fight for all those Americans who know what it's like to skip meals to pay for gasoline, and who watch food prices spike ever higher and wonder how in the world they're going to make it through the grocery store checkout line. I want her to stand up for the children who are receiving substandard educations, and for the veterans who are feeding their families in soup kitchens, and for the 1.1 million American children whose parents served in Afghanistan and Iraq, and who silently struggle with PTSD and with traumatic brain injury. I want her to represent the mothers who struggle to protect their children from bad chemicals, bad pharmaceuticals, and bad food. As Vice President, she will stand between them and the big ag, big pharma, the chemical industry, the processed food industry, the government regulators who are colluding to poison our kids for profit. And as Vice President, she's going to stand with me against the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, AppLovin getting destroyed.
And the neocon interventionists,
I think that was up,
and
too.
all of their forever wars. In 1932, Franklin Roosevelt appointed my grandfather, Joseph Kennedy, to run his brand new Securities and Exchange Commission. My grandfather had been a stock manipulator on Wall Street, and FDR wanted a chairman who understood the stock market inside and out as the only person who could reform it. In a similar vein, Nicole will stand up to Silicon Valley, which she knows inside and out. And she's going to stand up to Wall Street, to the big banks, the larcenous K Street lobbyists, the regulatory czars, the unbridled central bank money printers, the crony capitalists, and all of the other people who have turned our country from a democracy into a corporate kleptocracy. These are the people.
And the Fed. And the Fed. Where's and the Fed? And the Fed. That was for you, bro. No.
Their cupidity drives our corrupt campaign finance system, which is nothing more than a system of legalized bribery.
Niv'd up.
This is a system that has put agency
And then
capture
DJT
on
about to hit a new low. App getting
and made our
destroyed.
government regulators sock puppets for the industries that they're supposed to regulate. The corrupt merger of state and corporate power now straddles our nation's capital like a mythical harpy, sucking the economic, social, and moral vitality out of the nation's polity of free citizens, gorging itself on the bleaching bones of the American middle class. Nicole is going to help me free our country from that predatory
A lot of
cabal.
adjectives. Everybody was just probably like, damn, very lyrical. Dude, he said something, but he...
Our independent run for the presidency
that was dope.
is finally going to bring down
I don't really
the
understand it, but I did at the time.
Duopoly. That gave us this ruinous debt, chronic disease, endless wars, lockdowns, mandates, agency capture, and the same Trump-Biden uniparty that has captured and appropriated democracy and turned it over to BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard, and the other corporate donors. Nicole Shanahan will help me rally support for our revolution against the uniparty rule from both ends of the right and left political spectrum. Now let me tell you what Nicole and I are up against and what we need to do to win and how we're going to do it. The New York Times this week published an article estimating that the Democratic Party war chest will ultimately be, which is $1.1 billion today already, the largest in the history of any political party. Within a few months, it's going to be $3 billion. And the Democratic Party is not going to use that war chest
521,517. So again, this is lower than even yesterday. Everything from here is still selling off from the high.
To stop its opponents from
so
getting
5,200, 5213, you're kind of dumping a little bit harder. Again, end of the quarter.
Incidentally,
15 minutes
the
left.
Republican Party will raise about the same amount. Does anybody here think that these big money donors who are giving all that money are acting out of a patriotic impulse? Do you think they're acting out of a humanitarian impulse? No, of course they're not. For them, this is an investment, and they expect a return on that investment. And
you're dumping a little bit more.
Return.
I mean, today we've moved like 0.4 on the day, but you're only down 0.13 from yesterday.
From a model
That's the crazy part.
Into a
so this is all still within the range, but you just hit 5211.
Powerful. This campaign is up against the most powerful financial interest in history. We also face a determined campaign to keep us off the ballot by fair means or foul. Evidently, the Democrats have little faith in their candidate's ability to win in the old-fashioned way at the voting booth. We are going to overcome these financial and legal challenges, but I want to talk about another obstacle that's even more important. It's the obstacle of cynicism. It's the obstacle of fear. It's the deeply ingrained habit of
DJT $60, new low. So only up 20% on the day now?
Because he is the lesser of two evils. Because you are so afraid that the other guy will win. Well, don't you want to vote for someone this time?
Donald dumping. Good point. Don't you want to vote for someone like you see? I get it.
And not just...
He's spitting.
Not just against someone. Don't you want to vote for a candidate and a country that you can be proud of?
I mean, yeah, we're only down a tenth of a percent. This is all within the range, believe it or not. And get ready, we'll see where the final move leads us.
They don't want to have to choose between President Trump and President Biden. They don't want to choose between the lesser of two evils again. They especially don't want to choose between the two men who brought us the $34 trillion debt, the endless wars, the censorship, the corrupt merger of state and corporate power. Republicans and Democrats have taken turns in office for 30 years now, and all of these problems have just gotten worse. That's why those same polls show that my approval ratings are far above those of President Trump and President Biden.
Sir, you've never been president.
Now, both the Democrats and Republicans are looking at those poll results.
I appreciate you, but...
And they're devising ways to keep me off the ballot. They don't want to give you the choice. You know, when I was a kid, the Democratic Party was fighting. Its primary fight was to make sure that every American had the right to vote, and none of us were disenfranchised. But today's Democratic Party is doing the opposite. It's working to disenfranchise any Americans who they don't think will vote for their agenda. The principal technique is to call me a spoiler and instill fear in Americans that voting for me will get some other terrifying candidate elected. Our campaign is a spoiler. I agree with that. It's a spoiler for President Biden and for President Trump. It's a spoiler for the war machine. It's a spoiler for Wall Street and big ag and big tech and big telecom and big pharma and the corporate-owned media and all the
another low.
politicians and corporations.
Bonds near the high. All right,
That's
man.
why they're trying to keep me off
Homie
the
gets a
ballot
minute
and
now.
to
I see it,
frighten you
52-10.
into choosing between
Very big
two
deal, Habibi.
tired
10
and
more points.
unpopular heads
I
of
mean, all
unicorns.
still within range now, but at this point, man, Friday and then the
Millions of
5200, you
Americans
test it. I don't
are
know.
not going to vote at all if they're not given another choice. They're simply withdrawing from American democracy. Well, Nicole and I are going to give those millions another choice.
52-10-49. That's crazy. A little bit of
Democrats
action
and
here. Again,
Republicans
30
are
seconds
trying to
till the
divide
10-minute
America. They tell
rig,
us to hate each
and you're
other,
right at the
mistrust
lows.
each other, to accuse each other of treason, to warn us against these, in apocalyptical terms, that democracy itself is doomed if the other side wins. They
Didn't
turn
do it.
families
Came back up.
against
120.
each other. They turn neighbors
Spy's
against
trying
each
to
other
fight
and
green, but
friends
you're
against
just
each
hugging the low right now.
They're trying to divide
It's
America.
trying, man. It's trying.
Nicole and I
Nope. New low.
will unite.
5209.
And that's
10-minute
our path
rigged.
to victory.
Habibi. You go 1 point lower. 9 more. First time tested 5200. All right, man. RFK, man. It was good. It was good hearing from him, huh? That was nice. I'm not too against that. You know, that was kind of refreshing. That was much different than any of the politicals we've heard. 4.9 billion to the sell side. Wow. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Again, end of the month, end of the quarter rebalance. So, like I said, I wouldn't overreact, but at the same time, don't get too jumpy. And then, be on guard for this. This is exactly what we were talking about on the watch list. Again, this is not caused by any data. And, the funny part was you were up by 0.4. So, technically, you've moved 0.5% today just off of this little move. But, notice from yesterday, you're only down 0.12. The irony of pricing in, again, it's both ways, up or down. So, you're still moving within exactly what the option market was pricing in, even with this wild-ass weird move, even though we're about to test 5,200. So, again, he went a little lower and bounced there, but 9 more minutes here. Get ready. Not bad. Not bad, my friends. Priced in. It's priced in. I mean, technically it all was. That's the funny part. We'll see, though, but I do think that 5,200, I mean, we have not, like I said, ever since we've ripped past it, we really haven't came down there. So, I mean, the last 4 days so far, if every day is red, I mean, Dow just flipped red right there. That's everybody. But if, we get a little closer to that, that'll be interesting to see. Pepsi on the high? Why a Pepsi, huh? A Bibsy. Give me the Bibsy. Bibsy. Look, Bibsy. Running, Bibsy. Smoothie. SPY still near the lows. 8 minutes left. Low ticker is on fire. Low key. High key. Low key. You get it? Low key? Yeah, gassing. Nothing really on the high ticker. I think you're going to hit another low unless it just stops, but you did have a 1 point flush there earlier and bounced. A lot of names on the low, a couple names on the high. Even NVIDIA, they're down 1.9. Where's AMD? Damn, AMD gave up all of that. It had that move out of nowhere. Where's Adabe? Remember, Adabe after hours, they're actually still holding up. So they have their investor day. Who was the other one? Ups. They got murdered. Ups is about to drop. ARM was wild, bro. ARM was up at 144 today. I was just talking about how it was underperforming, and then in the morning it ripped, but that's kind of insane. Ups is disgusting as well. A lot of big movements here today. Low key. Oh, Nordstrom's flipped. That was up already too. Ooh, that's getting back there. Again, Pepsi still running. 7 minutes. Get ready for the final 5. I mean, we hit the low there a little bit ago. SMCI on the low. They were up. They still might be in the green. No, SMCI flipped. They were up 3-4% today. Yeah, UPS was up a ton this morning. Very, very big move. This could be the big 2% dip. I mean, as a point of reference, the S&P right now is down by 0.14%. So that's just, I don't know if this will be the 2% day, but we have about 7 minutes remaining, and we have moved 0.1%. What's priced in for tomorrow? About 0.6, I believe. That's what it was in the morning. So we've moved about 0.4, 0.5 since then. We could double check. We could check at the end of the day. What caused this? Nothing. Just rebalance again towards the end of the month here. And this is all, I think, all reasonably what was priced in here on the market. Let's take a look. So 146 plus 202. 348. That says 380. We'll go with 360? 360 divided by 519, 25, 069. So, yeah, same thing about this morning. About just under 0.75% priced in, and that's after all day kind of moving in. So, yeah, not too crazy, man. Not too crazy. Everything the same. Final 5 and 5 seconds, my 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. Brrr. Say hello to the final 5. Hawkeye. Hawkeye, that's fine. That's fine. Not much time. Spy didn't even want to make a move. Boom. 4 red days in a row. And only down 0.9. Hey, man. We had a lot of green days in a row. I mean, no one said how big they had to be in contrast. I'm not playing a Dabe. If it was a little cheaper, I would have. But it's around the price I got out yesterday. All right. Well, Chad, dude, market's coming into the lows. Final 5, not much action, but kind of a wicked move there. I mean, once again, the move happened literally right there at close after not doing much all day. Again, we had data to react to. Bonds actually held up. Dollar was already up there. You're hitting a new low. I don't know if we're going to close in at 5,200, but speaking of closing, I'm here to remind you that it is about to get extremely loud in here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, I hope you know that is our safe word, because that is your warning that it is going to get really loud in here. And if you are sensitive to any loud noises, that will be your moment to mute your speakers so you can protect yourself. And why we give the warning, because people have reported bleeding eardrums. It ruins their day. They've said that loud noises have caused other sensitivities to emerge, dormant BBB amongst a host of other issues. SPY is just gapping, 5204. So literally, this is like, imagine your ears. This is blood out of your ears. Is that too graphic? I'm sorry. Maybe it's a little too graphic, but that's the whole point. Just earmuffs, protect the ears. We don't want any of that weirdness or violence, you know? All right, sound good? Bro, SPY's dumping. Yeah, a little crazy here. You're 0.2 now. 0.2. It feels so big, but it's not. But earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 62 degrees, partly cloudy, looking like a decent day unless you just waited for the last 10 minutes and then made a play, because that's all the market has done. And even though it feels like we're freaking out, we've only moved 0.25%. But good news is we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down their flight attendant, and we'll get you there as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Let's go, baby. That's it, man. What a dump there. But not enough to bring you to the solid level. Just teasing you a little bit, man. A lot of movement there, but still 0.25%. We were just pricing in the market. But, Chad, you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You think it's going to bounce. You think it's going to dump. What's going to happen? Are you playing GameStop? Are you playing Cintas, Carnival, whatever it is? You got to finalize it now. You have less than 10 seconds remaining. Let's go, baby. Oh, my goodness. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Or not. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, man, let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. Ladies and gentlemen, I need a good game in the chat. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts, everybody who contributed, plays, infos, vibes, personalities who are in the game, made it to the bell. You're here right now. I need that good game. It's for the sportsmanship. Drop that GG. Drop your GG. Drop your good game. Listen, it's bigger than you. It shows you got good sportsmanship. That's all I'm saying. Listen, without the GG, you're more likely to get banned. Don't blame me. Blame the other guy who make the rules. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, bro. Drop the GG. It's simple as that. Oh, Twitch. I don't even have a kick. I don't even have nothing. It's just you and me, YouTube, but we stronger as one. I love all of you. I hope you guys know. I know y'all still here. My lurkers, baby. Everybody holding it down. People throwing in a donation. You didn't have to. Gifted a membership. God bless you, baby. So thank you for being here. And God bless you. GG. That's the day. That's it. That's all I have for you. Good game, bro. Good game. See you tomorrow. Good game. Way to play, man. Good game. Good game. God willing. I'll see you tomorrow. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Chadadonia. Oh, some country. Well, that's it, Chad. I think that's it. You got GameStop earnings. I think Encino. I don't know if you guys care about any of those too much, but that's the day, man. I love you. God bless you, man. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for being here. But that's all I have. Go check out the links. I'll see you on the watch list. Go get you free long-term alerts. Oh, shout out to Derek, baby.
Loading on my F350.
I can't wait to show you my other song, bro. Y'all gotta follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Fill out the prayer request wall. Second link, watch list. God bless you, baby. We have a lot to talk about. What a wild move today. At 0.25%. God bless you.
Screaming in my ear like a bird.
God bless you. That's it, Chad. That's the day. Thank you for being here, man. I'll let you vibe out. That's it. We done. We done.
I used to say the same thing when they were slow up in the fast lane. Now with Kia trying to pass me. Think a Nissan almost crashed me. I'm just trying to make a lane change. Now I'm late and I got road rage. Loading on my F350. I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius when they let me mine. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. Wherever said carpooling's faster, hasn't seen the 405. It took me 30 minutes just to go a mile. I came to California for the women in the vibe, but all I saw was Teslas and girls who look like guys. Now I like everybody, I'm just saying I'm surprised. All these different people, but none of them can drive. Rolling in my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. Nigga, I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me ride. Loaning on my F350, I don't drive a fucking EV. Gas tank still on empty, but I'm gonna keep on driving all week. I think I just missed my exit. A Prius wouldn't let me merge. My driving got my girlfriend stressing, screaming in my ear like a bird. They said they wait an hour to charge. I know.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, the other day. Yeah, it's on Apple. Bro, it's everywhere. That's my song. That's Josh Answers if you go search it. But, bro, the other day, I'm not going to lie to you. I was on the freeway. And what do you think happened? Oh, GME. I have GME earnings. Oh, I think they were expecting like $2 billion or something. I think that just flashed across there. Everybody in the GME. No, I had a Prius, bro. I had a Prius. Net sales were $1.79 billion compared to $2.29 billion. SG&A was $359 or 20% of net. Compared to 20.4 in the prior fourth quarter. Net income was $63 million compared to net income of $48 million. Cash and cash equivalents, $1.1 billion. So they missed pretty bad, I think. Net income was $6.7 million for full year fiscal 23 compared to a net loss of $313 for 2022. So that's a little bit better, man. And then Encino, did that one end up coming out? We didn't play that one. That was the only one I liked out of today and tomorrow. But GameStop down 10. Remember, they were pricing in 22. Like Josh. Yeah, that's me, man. I have another one. I don't know. I'm too nervous to show you guys. I told you I got nervous, but Chad, I got to get going. Maybe since I got to get going, maybe I don't know. I'll show you maybe, but I love you. So thank you for being here, okay? I hope you had a wonderful day, man. I hope you always keep the peace with you, man. All right? In the storm, baby. In the storm. That's why you be good. In the desert, you good. I don't know. There's a lot of situations to have the peace in. You know what I'm saying? But I love you all. I will see you on the watch list tonight. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And don't forget why we here. Why we keep going. Why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style, baby. And why we got to keep the peace. It's one thing to have the peace and be at peace, but to have the peace of, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Amen, man. Even Disney 102. All right, chat. I love y'all. You have a wonderful day. I'll see you later. Bye. Yeah, bye. Peace out. You have a good day. Like, is Encino running? Encino. Where's Encino? Oh, you price 5, 10, I think. I priced 10 on that one. Oh, the price is right. Where's Bob Barker? Oh, what's this? Oh. I don't know, this one that's shooting.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct a book?
That's it, bro. That's it. Have a good night. Have a good night. I'll see you later, bro. I'll see you later, bro. I'll see you later. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list. Goodbye. Yeah, see you later. Bye.